Good morning, everyone, and want to welcome everyone to our June 2025 board meeting. I noticed from the agenda, this is the 149th meeting of this board. I can't wait till 150. Are we going to have fireworks in the room, Billy, for that? But it's great that everyone is with us. Sammy, I think, is going to join us virtually at some point in the meeting. I also want to welcome Mark Smith from the PIOB, who's joining us virtually as well. Mark, you don't see it, but in the room, you're in a sole picture on the screen. So it looks like you're looking down, observing upon us in a virtual setting.
Yes, I can see that actually, and I thought I looked a bit like Big Brother. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I can't be with you in person this time, but I'll do my best to follow things remotely.
Yeah. So, of course, I want to welcome all of our observers in the room and those thousands that are watching us on YouTube right now. So, welcome to all of you. Also, a special welcome to our friend Sue Allman, who's with us to bring Pie Track 2 over the finish line this week. And I really appreciate you being here with us, Sue. It's great to have you. As always, all of our board papers, including the agenda and work papers, have been posted on our website and are available to the public. So I hope everyone has been able to receive those. So relative to prior agendas, maybe we're less heavy on the approvals, but we have a couple of important approvals this week. Pie Track 2 and 2410 project proposal. I'll remind everyone that we're talking about a project proposal on 2410 and not the actual exposure draft itself. And so that's probably the most important context. We're going to start. We're doing 2410 a little bit in two parts this week. We got very supportive comments at the last meeting for the joint team on 2410 for the project proposal. We'll approve the project proposal, which is a very important accountability document. But remember, we're not solving for future standards. That will actually be the second part of our discussions this week on 2410. On Pie Track 2, we're going to get first the analysis of the comments received as part of our brief consultation on our near final draft. And then the goal is to approve the revised Pie Track 2 work with a little bit of a look forward to next steps as well. So if necessary, the project team will distribute an updated draft of the proposed narrow scope amendments by 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, which will be used for the approval session on Wednesday morning. We have a lot of work to get through on audit evidence and risk response. Some of it builds off of our discussions at our last board meeting. And so the team has come back on a few topics, but also we raise a few other topics. We will also get an update later today from our IAASB colleagues who they just met last week. And there was a lot of movement on their firm culture and governance project. On Tuesday, we will also have a discussion about our work on the ISA 500 series. I know there's a lot of discussion about, is this a full scope revision? Is this a limited scope revision? To some extent, I feel like we're dealing with semantics on this one. I think the way I think about when we do targeted revisions, that everything should be the minimum viable project to achieve the public interest objective. Particularly when we're talking about revisions, we should be very focused on what is the minimum necessary to bring these standards up to our modernization objective. Then we're going to have a little bit of a workshop session in terms of quality management and the work stream. I think as a result of a lot of feedback in this room and a lot of feedback and interaction with external stakeholders, we get into a really good point in terms of defining what this work stream is meant to be and what it's not meant to be, and why people should care about it in the context of our technology statement, which is really about facilitating and maybe even encouraging the use of technology in the aim of improving audit quality. And so we'll have some breakout sessions there. We will also be joined by Reva Schwartz, who's an expert in the field of AI and has worked extensively at the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology. Just to remember as well that even if you provided offline comments, I guess obviously if they're just editorial, no need to raise them at the meeting. But if you even have a slight bit of doubt about whether they're substantive, we need to get them on the record. And so I just remind you of that. So that's our board meeting this week. It's 3 days, but it's quite a jam-packed 3 days. I hope everyone's brought a lot of energy to this discussion, which is a good segue to what we've been doing at this board. First of all, I want to pause and thank the PIOB for giving me the honor of being able to serve a third term. I want to thank all of you because whatever success I've had as chair has been made possible by my colleagues here and the team who work so hard. And I sort of draft off your work. So I'm really excited to have this third term. We have 2.5 years more that you're either stuck with me or you're happy to work with me. I think we have a lot of important work to do. As I say to many people, the work that we're doing on technology is about making sure that the work of auditors and assurance practitioners stay relevant, stay valued, and ensure that young professionals throughout the world who are super talented are attracted to this vital work that makes the economy grow. So we're not quitting yet. There's no coasting to the finish line. In terms of work that we as a board have recently done, you may know in April that we published ISO 570 revised 2024 and going concern. In May, we published an FAQ document that addresses reporting of going concern matters in the auditor's report. Since our last meeting, we issued a first-time implementation guide for ISO for LCE. We got really encouraging feedback at the jurisdictional standard setters meeting about adoption of our LCE standard in a number of major jurisdictions. We got a great presentation from India too about their work to get this adopted in India. So that was super. Other news, exposure draft for narrow scope amendments related to the work of experts was published. Comment deadline is July 24th. We announced our withdrawal of 3410. And last week we issued jointly with IAASB FAQs that address practical matters related to 5000 and the ISA together, particularly about determining group and value chain components and using the work of practitioners. So a lot of important stuff on our website to follow. No shortage. I'm not going to recap everything in terms of all the outreach that's been done. It's all in the public record, but we've been in, I think, pretty clear every part of the world since the last meeting. A number of key themes coming out is like continued encouragement about supporting the implementation of the standards that we have adopted and a real desire to engage with us on technology. One of the other things more on a operational note, but clearly important for our due process, is this desire to have not only regular engagement with stakeholders, but a robust and transparent feedback loop. We'll talk about how we're building off of our current practices to ensure that stakeholders know that we're listening and their input is being incorporated into our process. We had a SAC discussion. We had a SAC meeting last week that we've now included the summary as part of our official papers for this board meeting. I hope people will refer to our SAC discussions as a reference point throughout. And I think a lot of them were strategic guidance in terms of the way we articulate our value proposition, the way we're addressing feedback, the way we're going ahead with implementation support, among other items. Josephine, you attended the SAC meeting. Anything you want to add on SAC? Okay, thank you. Just a quick update. Remember, for stakeholders in the room listening, but also for you in the room, our chief platform for getting information out about this board is LinkedIn. Just remember, we had no LinkedIn presence a few years ago. We're up to 33,000 plus followers. We're still on X, 11,000 followers on that in YouTube, where people are watching our videos. And I know most of you spend your evenings watching our educational videos too, or recapping our board meetings from your favorite sessions as well. One of the things we're going to do before we turn to the business today is see if anyone has any further comments on the minutes from the March 2025 meeting. Do you have a motion to approve them? Okay. Anyone object to the approval of the March 2025 meetings? Let the record show that the March 2025 meetings, as posted on our website, are now approved. Okay. So are we ready to turn to the business? Anyone wants to raise anything before Bill?
Just in your introduction, well done on getting the summary of the SAC into our papers. And we also discussed that you also sent out the PIOB public issues report. So full credit to getting both those. And as I understand, they'll both be a regular inclusion in our papers, should they be available.
Yes. So they've always been posted on our website, but we're now making sure that they're formally incorporated into our meeting papers for both the public record and to ensure that we make reference to them throughout the board meeting. So thank you, Bill, for highlighting that. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, from a very fresh board members' point of view, if I can still say fresh board member, I think I would like to discuss going forward about maybe the format of the minutes. Is maybe it might be related to the content. Yeah, so to better communicate with our stakeholders. Yes, maybe the timing and the content and the format. Yes, that is my comment.
We'll raise that. We will have an executive session later this week. So raise that in our any other matters for this executive session.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to tackle 2410? So first of all, I want to welcome our colleagues from Australia and New Zealand who are assisting us in the project. Renee and Misha are here. They at the room. Are they going to come to the table or no? Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I think joining virtually, Joanna and Sharon are joining us. So if they're on the line, feel free to turn on your screens if you want, but also recognizing the hour is not great. Also feel free not to. Again, the goal is to move towards approval of the project proposal, not approval of an exposure draft. This will probably relate. I know the team was very appreciative to receive some comments offline. Some of them may get sifted through in terms of the level of detail that is usually appropriate for a project proposal, but I certainly feel free to raise everything that you'd like to raise in the context of the project proposal approval. Most importantly, like we talked about, is like to build off of the March discussion that we had, and really we focused on what needed to be further amended as a result, and not redeliberate topics that were raised in March. So I see that I'm going to turn it over to Anna. Anna, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. So yes, as Tom mentioned, the purpose of this short session really is to just hear and discuss all significant matters that you wish to raise on the draft project proposal. Thank you very much to all of those of you who did share comments offline. We received them last week. We appreciated views, perspectives, some editorial suggestions and the like. We have had some initial discussions as a project team and have some initial thoughts about how we might address those comments. So we're really looking forward to hearing those that are of most significance for you. That's enough fanfare from me, really. So Tom, I would like to hand back to you and just invite all of you to share significant matters on the draft project proposal, really focusing on the changes that were made to the project proposal since the one that you saw in March 2025. And then we can discuss any of those. Thank you.
Any comments? Someone's going to be brave because I know we got comments. Otherwise, okay, let's move towards approval right now. It's Robert.
So it's not planned to further discuss any in your presentation. Sorry, you haven't planned this.
Sorry, the slides are for Tuesday. We can discuss the comments that you raised.
Yeah.
So thank you, attention.
Well, first of all, I have to thank you and the whole team and the ones in New Zealand and Australia for the preparation. We did have some deliberate discussions in our working group, and me and Wendy as a sounding board members. And I think it was very good discussions we had. Secondly, I did submit some offline comments last Thursday. I don't want to repeat them all. I'm curious how you, if and how you have handled them. But I would like to highlight one or the other because I think it's important. And I would like to start with the end of your proposal. It's the timeline. You know that this is one of my favorites because we've discussed this. But number one, I noticed that you extended the timeline again by 3 months, I suppose. And if I look at this from the top, then this would mean we have the certification or ratification by PIAOB planned in Q1 2028. So that's about 3 years from now. And this would mean the standard would not become effective probably before 2030. Yeah. So it's about 5 years. If we all agree that this is an important standard to modernize, because I learned that it's an old standard coming back from 2005, my question is, can we do it faster? Yeah. And so I would like to urge and think about a faster timeline. The other thing that is in line with the timeline, and given the importance of 2110, and we discussed 2110 in relation to 2400, and we agreed that 2400 is not an umbrella standard, it's like a sister standard to 2410 more or less. I think it's also good at the end, before we finalize the exposure draft and everything, that we do stand back and look at both standards, the new 2410 and the existing 2400, and see if we have to further align one or the other. Yeah, and I think this is one important issue which we should or could also input here. Then under your proposed actions, which is, you mentioned, one of them is fraud and non-compliance with laws and regulations in the interim report. The question I have is, how do they get into there? Yeah, because last time we said the key audit matters are not part of the interim report. We discussed going concern. I'm fine with this, but the fraud issue, I'm a little worried how this can come in there. And then last but not least, I understand that some issues were also addressed at the GSS meeting, Jurisdictional Standard Setters meeting. One of them was if an auditor is doing considerable interim audit work, not review work, audit work for the annual financial statements, how is this going to how does this have to be distinguished towards the interim review work of the auditor, of the interim financial information? And how is this interlinked? And I think there are some clear expectations by the GSS group, also by me, and also from the practice I had as a preparer. And we should also put some wordings in here as well. Thank you.
Josephine.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you ever so much for taking on board comments I'd made previously. And also, I would like to say, like Robert, I am having reflected on it and thought about that timeline. It does take us out a bit too far. It's the night 2030, which is sort of alarming when you say that. I only had a couple of comments. I would agree with Robert. I'm not quite clear now what's happened to fraud and NOCLAR. Maybe another look at that. Robert, I'm not so sure about the interaction of 2400 and 2410. Maybe we need to understand what that means, because in terms of the, sorry, not 2400, 2410, in terms of interim work performed by the auditor and this work, that seems to me more of a practical issue that would be dealt with through methodology. So maybe something to bring that to life a bit, why something like that would have to be in the standard or part of standard setting would be quite useful to understand. And then the only other thing is that I've raised this before. And it may seem like a minor issue, but it could be wording that we end up using in other projects. This concept of a global, consistent global baseline. I don't know what a consistent global baseline is. I understand a global baseline, that consistent quality, da-di-da. And maybe we just need to look at that, because, as I say, I don't know what it's supposed to be consistent with. But other than that, that's all I had to raise. Thank you very much.
Robert, did you want to respond to Josephine's question?
Well, it's simple. The standard should, the 2400 standard should avoid requiring or suggesting procedures to be a part of the interim review that are often performed as part of the interim audit procedures. Yeah? Because for the interim review, you don't need it to come to your limited assurance opinion. However, on the other hand, on the other side, the standard would also need to recognize that information obtained by the auditor during the interim audit work would be drawn upon for the purpose of the interim review. Yeah.
Nancy? Just
okay, sorry guys. Yeah, so thank you, Tom. I should start by congratulating you on your appointment. annual renewal for the third term. We very much appreciate the fact that you take the time to look for the renewal, and very happy that you are now renewed. And we thank PIOB for supporting us. I just have two quick points to perhaps put on the table for the team to consider. I'm quite comfortable with the project proposal and quite ready to support it. So the first point is maybe just a reminder to be cognizant of the fact that local laws and regulations could be quite different. So when it comes to stating the requirements for reporting especially, so in the reporting front, bear that in mind. So we'll be watching how that issue develops into the project itself. And the second point was something that some practitioners raised. While we were talking about issues that we might pursue, we mentioned materiality. But another subject that came up, and I don't personally have experience in it because I didn't practice in an area that requires us to review interim financial statements. The point raised was use of experts. Whether, in the course of doing a review of interim financial statements, that they made use of experts that they used in the annual financial audit, and whether there could be some guidance provided. Not so much a requirement, but some guidance that would be helpful. And when I heard that, I thought, doesn't hurt to bring it to the table for the team to consider. As we said, this is a standalone standard, right? So to the extent that we're not asking people to go into 620 or wherever else, it might be good to think about whether it merits some guidance on that front. Thank you.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom, and thanks to the team for putting this all together. It's been good to see the changes coming through. If I may, I think I'm going to use paragraph 9A just as an example. It just struck me when we've incorporated the words that we're going to be using IAASB standards with the same subject matter, i.e. historical financial information and level of assurance, being limited assurance, that kind of excluded 5,000. 5,000 was clearly a project which took into account the ISRs. It incorporates limited assurance. A large amount of thinking went into that, despite the fact that it's not on historical financial information. I think 5,000 could still be leveraged and used and thought through to incorporate some of the good work that went into that standard. So I feel like at times we kind of narrowed it down into 2,400 a little bit too much. So I'd like to see 5,000 also being considered, and perhaps just being a little bit broader in the way that we're allowed to use all the ISRs or all the standards. Robert, I think you made some good points. When we link to 2,400 too tightly, I just want to make sure that we still have the distinction between the two standards being 2,400 and 2,410. Otherwise, we might as well just have one standard. So don't get too tight in the scoping onto the 2,400 standard. They clearly have two very different purposes. So thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. Glad you're back with us for a number of years. And I am a project board member, so I did despite that, I did send in some comments, but I think the comments that Robert and I have provided over the course of the project have been incorporated, but I did send in a number of editorials, and I do have some of the same observations that have already been expressed. From my reach out, timeline is way too long. What are we waiting for, and why are we stretching it out? And we have this new way that we're doing it, where we have the two standard setters in New Zealand and Australia helping us. So, need for speed is what I heard. Also, some question on thinking about today on 120-day timeline for exposure seemed rather long. And then let me give some high-level comments, keeping in mind I am having some significant technical issues. Just some broad comments. Interim review probably needs to be defined in this context because it does get confused with 2,400, and I think you heard some of that already. Have a recommendation that perhaps we should take materiality out of this project proposal because we are doing a separate perhaps not in the targeted ISA 500 series, but we are planning in our work plan at some point doing materiality. So why do it here first? Maybe we should defer it. Had a question about how we might consider, and maybe this ties into something that Nancy said, how do we consider the financial reporting requirements in certain jurisdictions when we're creating a global baseline, which as a side, I am personally very wedded to having a global baseline because I think what has transpired has created a tremendous amount of inconsistency because of the financial reporting frameworks and requirements by each of the jurisdictions. And let me start a little bit at the end as well. Quite a few comments from my reach out about cost benefit analysis. All of the proposed items that we are planning to do seem to be fair. Definitely got that feedback, but in the end, a stand back would be maybe required to consider, have we addressed cost benefit, and will the stakeholders understand the changes, and have we really addressed their concerns? So I did get that in quite a bit of my reach out. I did send in quite a few editorials, and I think the most significant one is on perhaps 7. No, sorry. The most significant one is in issue 1 and making sure that it is clear what we are trying to do. So let me, okay. So for issue 1, when I read paragraph 3, 6, and 7, which is related to the project objective, and 13, and then this issue, the purpose is not clear. The goal is a baseline standard which may be achieved through clarifications, not necessarily clarity, because that's modernization. And as an aside, that was one of my observations from an editorial perspective, is we use clarity and clarification interchangeably in modernization, and we might not be using them in the same context in each place. So the goal is a baseline standard which may be achieved through clarifications, not necessarily the clarity format, eliminating inconsistency and modernization, and taking in more recent developments in the ISIS and ISRE 2400. And so I think I have a different view than Neil. I think that the modernization and clarifications come from the ISIS and 2400, not necessarily from ISA 5000, because my reach out group is very concerned to keep the performance in a limited assurance context, which could open up a whole nother discussion, but that we are looking at historical financial information. So that's where the, sort of mixed views are on what we're bringing in and what we're looking at. And I think with that, I have addressed my key comments. I think we're going to talk about the report in 7, so I'll defer those till then. Thanks.
Josephine, you wanted to respond?
Thank you. Yes, Wendy, I just want to make sure I have this absolutely clear, because there was a comment that you made that you thought maybe we should take materiality and explore enhancements there out, which I wouldn't really support that. I think it's very important that we do address it. It is an area of challenge in these particular engagements, and it comes up again and again. I mean, to be fair, when we when we developed 5000, we had some new materiality issues that we had to grapple with, and 320 wasn't there to help us, but we still went ahead and did that. So I think it's really important we do focus on this challenge and we do keep it in, but perhaps I misunderstood what you were saying. Thank you.
So I was saying that I don't want to go into scope creep area and create new requirements in 2410 that we may or may not address when we go to revised materiality. And also in the context, Josephine, of if we're really going out 3 years, we may actually begin that project. So I just want them to be connected. I don't want 2410 to have standalone materiality requirements. From my personal perspective, it's not really an issue, meaning the audit materiality tools are used and amended for the shorter period or the different numbers. I think what you're probably referring to is a qualitative aspect. I'm not 100% certain, but I just didn't want too much time spent on materiality when we have other areas that are probably higher priority.
My understanding from the project proposal is that we weren't doing anything more than responding to what we got from feedback, that there's a need for some clarification here, that we weren't going to dive into ISO 320 issues more broadly. But I don't think, I don't think it's limiting in terms of our project proposal. I just think, okay, when we're going through issues of materiality during the project itself, let's be clear that we're not revising 320. That'll happen when we're dealing with that. One of the things I thought would be useful to do is maybe pause for a second and just deal with the question of timeline, because it's come up a few times here. Remember, part of the reason we've suggested a timeline was that, remember, this may not be one of the projects that we need to do this on, but our stakeholders have cautioned us from putting too much out into the marketplace too quickly. We've made a commitment to make no major changes, but this may be an area that people just are demanding. And there could be some acceleration and removal of some slack in the process. Some of it is a practicality about how our resources and our meeting cadence go. Vili, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So what you see in the timeline in the project proposal is exactly what we discussed with the board in executive session in March. So we've not changed anything, we've not added anything. This is exactly the timeline that we discussed with the board in the executive session in March, when we talked about our approach to reflect in the work plan what we've heard from stakeholders in terms of not pushing too much into the market. Be mindful when you push something into the market that you don't have things simultaneously in the market. And we factored all of that in terms of also the other projects we have. Having said that, we did have a look at that again, and I think we could probably go back. So just to remind you, what we originally had before this discussion in executive session in March was June 2027. So I believe we can adjust back to that the project, the final approval will be June 2027. There's probably different ways to get there, and that we will discuss as a team in terms of what would be the best approach. But I think what we can do for, at least for the approval of the project proposal, is we can go back to what we had in terms of June 2027. Thank you, Tom.
Let's isolate the issue of timeline, and then we'll get back to people's comments. Would people be more in support of moving that timeline up to June 27? More reportedly, do you think that there's enough demand to provide a modernization of the standard and clarity around the world to justify this move up to June 27? Nancy?
So maybe the question's more to Willie, as you described that as a potential option. If we were to move this one up, what are we giving up?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Nancy. So you're quite right. So in suggesting that, I also obviously had to look at, because you have to look at what's the effect on other projects. But I think we'll be able to manage.
Bill?
Just on the timeline, I don't think 6 months is enough of an increase in speed. There are two different types of standards we put out, and I'm making this up as I go. This standard will have a direct improvement in the quality of reviews of historic information done and would be welcomed by stakeholders. Other standards, which we get into, which have a huge change to methodologies and education programs and so forth, are ones we don't want to overburden our stakeholders with. So I just want to try and bring that distinction together. And we'll probably have that same conversation later when we get to the ISA 500 series, that there are some minor things out there that people would welcome some further guidance rather than waiting a large period of time. So that's my view, and yeah, thank you.
So it's not clear to me how much we could actually feasibly accelerate this. I think we'd have to go back to the board, but let's sort of take June 27 as a basis, which is 2 years. Like, we still have work to do on the standard setting process, and we also have to do our exposure period as well. But anyone else want to comment on timeline? Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So I'd be all for moving or doing it quicker as well. It's from my outreach, that was the key question that I got. I didn't have any other fatal flaws, but that raised a couple of eyebrows. So I'm all for moving this up and get this out quicker. Thank you.
Okay, so anyone object to at least moving it up 6 months? We could see whether there's other slack in the system, but I don't want to make a commitment on that until we do a holistic review, because I think Nancy's point is you push something in one area and then it has consequences in the other. And remember, there's no real impact usually because of effective dates for us if we approve in March and June. Is that fair to say? That in reality, it sort of plays the same for effective dates. But we'll take that back. So we'll certainly move it up at least 6 months, and we'll see whether there's other abilities in this system to move it up further. I also don't want to commit the team before we have a holistic review on that. Michelle.
Thank you, Tom, and a very good morning to everybody. I have just one observation, which is on the project objective, which was been discussed earlier on the global baseline for interim review engagements, paragraph 7. So the term interim review engagement, it has not been defined in the project proposal. And there might be chances that it would open up the scope of this project to include the baseline for all interim review engagements, including those covered under 2400. So the suggestion is that in that particular para 7, if we can add a phrase like global baseline for engagements to review interim financial information of an audit client, and maybe in bracket give interim review engagements, then the scope would be much more clearer and maybe restrictive also. Thank you.
Thank you. This seems to be a pretty common theme about drawing the distinctions about what 2410 covers and 2400 covers. You know, I even joked to Dan the other day, is like, part of the problem is the numbering itself. Like 2410, I think, preceded 2400, right, in some ways, but they're supposed to be separate. But the way we think about numbering is like people think they're more linked than they actually were. But I think the team has definitely noted that there's those comments. Neil.
Thanks, Tom. It was in response to I think a comment that Wendy made. I don't want to overemphasize the 500 point, but 5,000 point. But 5,000 obviously drew from certain matters in the ISAs, and here we're saying we also want to draw from certain matters from the ISAs. So I just want to draw the similar conclusions when we're drawing on the same things, and it relates to limited assurance. I wouldn't take 5,000 off the table just because it's a different subject matter. I think there are some commonalities and common points that we need to be considering in our drafting.
Greg?
Thank you, Tom. And thanks to the project team. I think I was pretty much ready to approve this at the last meeting, but I'm certainly, I think, ready to approve it now. But I did have a few comments which I fed to the team, so I'll just maybe put on the public record those matters. So the first was to do with CAMS. We made a clear decision last time that CAMS was not to be part of this, but we're a bit silent about that matter in the project plan. So I thought it would be helpful if we're pretty clear right from the start of this project that how we think about CAMS in the context of this project. So I thought somewhere in maybe issue 3 was what I suggested to the team under paragraph 13, but apparently I think Dan, you informed me there was maybe an informal gauging of the board that we would be silent, but yeah, I think it's helpful to be clearer. So that would be my first point. The second one was about use of experts, and I agree with Nancy that it's not, we haven't yet reviewed that, but we're in train reviewing 620, aren't we? So it seems to me use of experts would be helpful. I think it's possible we would want to use an expert on a review engagement. There could be a suspected fraud. There could be a movement in a big accounting estimate. There could be several reasons why you'd want to engage an expert. And so it's just whether it would be helpful to acknowledge use of experts in the area of further guidance. And then the last one was just, is there enough guidance in the existing standard on when something comes to the auditor's attention during a review engagement, what do they need to do in a principle sense, not a detailed sense. So something's been identified, obviously the auditor needs to do something in the context of the review engagement. You can't just leave that issue hanging, you have to do something. So, and I think the something is you have to do enough to get limited assurance in the context of this engagement. So again, I wasn't sure if that had been specifically dealt with. And I was thinking maybe issue 4, maybe creating a new issue in there, but it would be up to the team if you agreed with that. So those were the 3 points I flagged for the team, and I did get some useful thoughts back actually from the team as to why or why not. They might be good ideas, but I'll leave that for the, thank you, Tom.
Shahir.
Thank you, Tom. I would like to make a couple of overall comments. First one is about the linkage of the interim review with the annual audits, because I'm keep struggling with the concept of differentiating the interim review from the audits. I concur that it's a different type of engagement. It's limited assurance, but given it's performed by the audit and given its continuity, I think the connection with the audit and the ISAs, it's a quite different picture from 2400 or 5000. I think this needs to be recognized. So I'm still wondering how this will be articulated in the revision, because if we are saying we want the 2410 to be a standalone standard, one stop for all, you could find everything in this standard for your performance of an interim review. I would have a doubt on that, because as a practitioner, when we perform an interim review, we actually never forget what we did in the last audit and what we are going to do in the upcoming audit. So the close linkage or the connection need to be recognized. So I think the relevance of ISA is very strong for interim review and how this will be addressed in this revision. That's one thought. Another one is about the particular matters to be addressed. In paragraph 13, there is a table listing out the issues and the topics. I think the first question is, for those matters not called out there, will they be addressed? For example, the identification assessment of ROM and the response to that, given the recent revision of 315 and the ongoing revision of 330, and also the group review, given the revision of ISA 600, that was a topic not addressed in the current 2410. So, I just want to make sure, these topics or matters are also addressed in the revision. Thank you.
Kika?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I already sent an offline comment in terms of editorial
Can you
one.
put the mic just a little closer?
Oh,
to you?
okay. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yes, in terms of editorial comment, I sent that to the project team already. Yes, it's about the objective that Michelle mentioned. So I hope it will be taken by the team. But what I like to highlight here for the public record is that the comment on paragraph 12 on stakeholders whose interests are most served by the project objectives. I believe we should include preparers of the financial statement as well in the table who we will consider when we set the standard. That is not because public interest framework identified preparers as stakeholders whose view need to be considered. I believe this is a sentence, but also I think by serving clarify for preparers with a revised standard, well, and including those charged with governance, can clearly understand how the review engagement serve for further credibility of their own financial statement and their communication with investors. And especially it's 2410 dealing with interim review, which can be decided by preparers in a voluntary manner in some jurisdiction, especially quarterly review, for example. So this further understanding of preparers will definitely serve for investors and practitioners as well by improving increased consciousness of the credibility of information, in the process of the preparing for the financial statement. Yes, that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. So we've dealt with the issue of timeline. A number of topics I'll let the team respond to. But remember, we're not going to answer your questions entirely. I felt like there was a little standard setting or sort of leading the witness here in terms of the project proposal. So we need to put issues that are essential for us to explore in the project proposal, but not with so much detail where the conclusion is inevitable. But I think the team will respond right now. Clearly, they're going to have to think about how we incorporate some of the issues back. One of the topics is distinction between what's in 2400, 2410, and how to clarify it.
Thank you, Tom, and thanks to all of the board members for your comments today, as well as your written comments, as Anna recognized earlier. Just to maybe quickly address a few of them, and Anna, please feel free to come in. The point about the distinction between interim work that might be done for purposes of the audit compared with the work that's necessary to issue a limited assurance conclusion on the interim financial information is certainly a point that the project team is planning to address as a part of the drafting. It was not a real significant point that was identified during the information gathering, and that's why it was not called out specifically in the project proposal, but it's clearly on the list. And starting with paragraph 23 of extant 2410 already acknowledges that point, and that paragraph can serve as possibly a good baseline for application material in a revised standard. So that's that point. On the point, Neil, that you raised, and Wendy, and maybe a couple of others on 5,000, just to refresh the board's memory of the March discussion, there was a slide that we talked about the principal sources of information for a revised 2410. And the board was in agreement with those three principal sources. Started with 2400 because, as was discussed, 2400 and 2410 are under the same aspect of limited assurance engagements for historical financial information. So it made sense to start with the principles and concepts in 2400 revised. Also, it's not stopping us, the project team, from looking at the current thinking of the board in other assurance standards like 5000. And when we look at the drafting tomorrow afternoon, you will see that there are a couple of things that have been brought in from 5000, but we didn't want to overplay that hand because we wanted to keep this correlation between 2400 and 2410 as limited assurance engagements for historical financial information. So that's that point. And we do have some thoughts in terms of how we might revise some of the wording in the project proposal to acknowledge that we may think about other standards as well as appropriate in looking at 2410. On the Makiko, on your point on preparers, just quickly to note that in the table in paragraph 12, the board actually did talk about this a bit in March as well. And the conclusion was that obviously there are a number of stakeholders that the IAASB serves through its projects, but the interests of this select group are those that are, I guess, are most affected by 2410. It's not to say that preparers are not affected, and there will be opportunity during the outreach that will be done during the ED and post-ED to engage with preparers and all other groups of stakeholders. The only other one I think that I would mention is two more quickly. The notion of kind of defining an interim review engagement a little more clearly in the project proposal. And again, the team has already looked at some possible wording to do that along the lines of what has been done in the proposed drafting already. So hopefully that will address a number of your comments on that area. And maybe the last one, Greg, is on your couple of points. Experts, and Nancy raised that point as well. It again wasn't something that was identified as a significant issue through the information gathering, but clearly can be addressed as a part of the thinking on the revision of the standard. And then secondly, on the guidance on the deep dive, if something comes to the auditor's attention, again, is it more of I think a standard setting consideration than it is part of the project proposal. So the team would probably suggest not mentioning that in the project proposal, keeping it high level as has been done, and then addressing that, keeping the point on the list, and then considering it as part of the drafting of the standard. Anna, anything else?
No, you covered all the ones that I highlighted.
Kiko, did you have your 10 card up? Okay. Any other comments? So the team will be working on this. I know they're already setting up a meeting to consider further comments, but the idea is that this would be brought back tomorrow and then set for approval. I don't think we're a big ways off here, and many of the comments, really good comments, will be part of our discussions, maybe even as early as us taking up this tomorrow afternoon as part of the project's progression. Anything more that Anna and Dan you'd like to raise? Mark, any observations from the PIOB on our project proposal work?
Yes. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I mean, looking at the revised project proposal, I mean, it's clear that there's a definite public interest focus in this whole project, which is driving it really. A couple of things on the revisions to the proposals. We like the sort of clear focus now on communicating to stakeholders, the difference between the limited assurance of an interim review and the reasonable assurance of an audit, because there is, I think, a lack of understanding amongst users as to what exactly that means, and so we're pleased to see that's a focus of the proposal. And equally, an emphasis on the challenges to a first-time interim review by a newly appointed auditor, because clearly that scenario has particular challenges, as the auditor hasn't actually done an audit yet. And as was said in the discussion, there's a clear link. You don't forget what you did in the last audit when you're doing the next interim review, and a new auditor obviously doesn't have that background. Just a couple of comments on timeline. I would just caution that the PIOB certification, you're probably going to need to allow us a little bit of extra time for that in any situation. So where, for example, you're approving a standard at your June meeting, we typically meet in the first week of July, and so we don't have enough time to review your final materials and go through our certification process in 2 weeks. So you'll always need to allow us either to certify, say, in our October meeting, which is our next meeting after the summer, or ask us to convene a special meeting specifically to certify a standard, which we will do in extreme special circumstances. My final observation is just with regard to the output from the project. I mean, you say that it will be largely standard setting, of course, but there will be some use of non-authoritative material. I just flag that the PIB, we're seeing sort of non-authoritative material crop up in a number of projects, not only IAASB but ISRE as well. And we really need to have a think about that, and because clearly non-authoritative material is potentially outside of due process and outside of the oversight process. So I just flag that we may be pushing back on the on extensive use of non-authoritative material, not only in this project but in other projects as well. But that was all from me. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. So one last question I have to the team is, when should board members expect a revised project proposal?
By the end of today. We don't want to distract you during the rest of the day, but by the end of the day.
But it would be today. Okay, so that was the key point. So they have it for tomorrow's discussion. Okay, I think we're gonna break on this topic here. We'll let the team go back and ponder the comments. I think we should bring the PI Track 2 team to the table. I do not want to break here. We're a little bit over time. So let the PI team set up, the 2410 team leave, and we have extra space at the table, so the transition should be quite quick. Well, welcome back, Sue, to the board table. It's great to have you with us. And hopefully we're getting to the finish line on track 2. But there's never, as this paper showed, never a total finish on this topic. So I'm going to hand it over to you. You're going to update us on the consultation results and your insights about what to do next.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everybody. So what we're going to do in this session is summarise the feedback that we had from the recent invitations comment and lay out our proposals for finalising the narrow scope amendments. We will be asking you, based on the feedback from the ITC, whether there's a compelling reason to change the position that the board agreed in December. That is the public traded PTE path. We'll also look at the steps to work on our commitment to revisiting the position in due course, particularly as market dynamics or expectations evolve, taking account of the feedback from stakeholders on the ITC, and there's some very valuable feedback and suggestions there. I'd like to thank the people that provided offline comments to us. That has meant we've had an opportunity to just reflect on a couple of points which we can pick up during the course of the discussion. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the people that have been working on this project for quite a long time. The project team now is myself, Isabel and Ida, with support from Vili. But there are people around the board table, there are people in the room, there are other members of staff, IAASB, former board members and so on, that I'd like to acknowledge in the work to get to where we are. I'm not going to name them because there's a very big danger I'm going to miss somebody out. So, but people know who they are, so thank you for all of that. If we move on to the next slide, please, Michelle. This is really just a reminder of the timeline of from where we started through to where we are now. It's a straight line. I did wonder whether we could have a kind of long and winding path. That might be a little bit more reflective of how we've got to where we are now. But just a reminder that we started back in 2020 with the information gathering. Exposure draft was issued in December 23. We agreed the pre-final narrow scope amendments in December last year. And then we've had the invitations comments, and obviously we're looking to approve at this meeting. And we're going to be focusing on that later part in this discussion. So if we take the next slide, please. This is really a reminder of the project objectives and how they support the public interest. There is an analysis in your papers that highlights how this project is anchored in the public interest by providing clarity and conceptual alignments between our standards and those of the IAASB PI revisions. The first objective around achieving the greatest possible convergence, we believe we have achieved that to the extent possible at this stage, but with the commitment to revisit in due course. We have adopted the definition of publicly traded entities. We have an overarching objective and purpose for differential requirements, and we've incorporated a framework for when it may be appropriate to apply a differential requirement that's relevant for publicly traded entity into the audits of other entities. The second objective was around establishing an objective and guidelines to support the IAASB's judgments on specific matters for which differential requirements for certain entities are appropriate. And as I've already mentioned, we believe we have the overarching objective there. It's based on paragraph 400.8 of the IAASB PI revisions, and we've incorporated that framework to which we've referenced. And then the third objective around the when and the extent to which apply differential requirements. Again, we've anchored that into publicly traded entities, and we've incorporated the framework for when it might be appropriate to consider applying a differential requirement for audits for other than publicly traded entities. So that's just a reminder and refresher of the objectives, the linkage to the public interest framework. As I say, that's in the board papers that you have. But let's come back to where we started in December, and Isabel's going to take us a quick refresher of there and then the feedback that we've had on the invitation to comment.
Thank you, Sue. Michelle, if you want to, okay, perfect. So this slide is just like Sue said, is just a reminder of where we are right now, what was included in, and you would have seen that in Agenda 3, Item 3A. So in December, the board decided to adopt the PTE definition as the core definition with essential explanatory material to explain how to apply that definition. In the exposure draft, there was no essential explanatory material. That was placed in the requirement, but it was discussed in the feedback to the exposure draft that the requirement made it a little bit unclear how those relate to the definition. So that's why we had moved it into the essential explanatory material. The essential explanatory material also recognize the role of local bodies because they do have an important role in setting thresholds or further defining that definition. We also adopted the objective and purpose as it is in the IAASB code into our standard, as well as the framework to help firms and auditors further identify other entities that should be treated or should apply the differential requirement. The differential requirements were amended to apply to PTEs as the new definition. And we also decided to, or we were committed to all elements of the ED, so we were going to revisit the decision to adopt the PI definition at a later date when the global adoption and implementation of the IAASB PI definition would have been sufficiently accepted and mature in the market. If we go to the next slide. So that was where we landed in December. Since December, what we've done is obviously continue coordination with IAASB. This has been done throughout the project. We did get their feedback on our TC, also our papers, but we also presented, or Willie presented, I should say, at their plenary session last week. He presented the feedback from the ITC, and then they had an opportunity to ask their question or provide feedback to us. So some of the key points that were raised during the IAASB session were the broad support for the joint actions. So you would have seen in the papers, I think the IAASB board also supported that. They had some question on the PTE definition. So they just wanted clarity on whether the intent is that the PTE definition as it is included in our standard will align with how the PTE definition is applied in their standard. So we did provide that clarity. And a question on early adoption, which we'll discuss also later in the session. But just to make sure that since the PTE or the PI definition in the code is already effective, so they were questioning if early adoption of that definition in our standard would make sense. And we will have like I said, a further discussion on that point later today. The other coordination that we've done is we had a call with IASCO Committee 1, some of the members of Committee 1, after we received their letters on the ITC. There were some mixed views or mixed messages in the letter, so we reached out to them to make sure that we really understand their feedback and that we captured it well in our paper. So as the monitoring group, we thought it was important that that was really well defined in our paper. One of their feedback, well, they clarified that they do agree with our position to finalize the project as it is right now with the PTE definition. However, there were some concern about whether we are meeting the public interest or if that is as much as we can do for the public interest. Michelle, if you want to go to the next slide, please. Just that's an extract of their letter. So what they were saying is that we shouldn't just constrain our project to the convergence objective. So, and that we should look at the public interest in a more broader terms. So if PI really is, the PI definition really meets the public interest, we should look at defining PI for our purposes and not just looking at convergence with IAASB. With that, so their recommendation to address that concern is to start a project sooner than later. So pretty much immediately after the PTE approval on whether we should adopt the PI definition. Yep. So we move on to the next slide. So just a recap on the ITC before we provide you the summary of the feedback. So we decided in December to prepare the ITC because of the timing of when the divergence issue was issued, and then it was during our ED consultation. So we were not sure that all respondents were aware of that issues, of that divergence issue, and whether it would have changed their responses to our EDs. So to make sure that that all respondents are aware, we published the ITC in February with a closing date of March 27. The invitation to comment requests the feedback on anything that will cause the IAASB to change its position before finalizing the narrow scope amendment, so any observation, and also comments on forward-looking matters, so effective dates, commitment, and timeline to revisit the proposal. Next slide. We did receive 37 responses to the ITC, so it's quite a good number of responses, given that we had 46 responses total for the ED. 30 responded out of that 37 were actually also responded to the ED. So I think now all of our respondents, or the majority of our respondents, are aware of that divergence. They had a chance to comment on it. So we covered the objective of the ITC was covered. And I'm going to also note that one of the respondents is from the user of financial statement group, which we didn't have in the ED, but it's nice to know that now we have another stakeholder group that is that has shared their view on our project. The first questions, if you want to move to the next slide. The first question that we ask in the ITC is to share any observation that could, that they want to share on the final position that the board put together in December. So overall, there were broad support for that financial position and also for the rationale on pursuing the PT path. I know we're not counting number, but it was like a lot of people. The other comments that we got was only shared by a few respondents. So the very vast majority of respondents actually supported our position. But we did receive some of the observations. So obviously we looked at them and make sure that if there's merit, we would adjust our proposal to it. So one of the observations that we got was some respondents were of the view that the value of the PI proposal, so adopting the full PI definition, was there, and there was limited benefits of adopting PTE as a replacement of listed entity, because we're basically, it's very similar. The project team did look into it. We understand the point, but we had identified some issues with listed entity. So therefore, we do think that there is some benefit of adopting the PTE definition. The other thing is also it will help with the convergence issue, the convergence with IASB code. So given that now the IASB code is referring to PTE, now we will have the same, so it reduces some practical challenges. The second point is the difference in the standard setting from the IASB standard and the IASB code. So that remains a fact. So if the way the IASB code is designed is you have to apply the code unless the law requirements or professional requirement prohibits you to. If you follow your law or regulation, you still are able to comply or to claim compliance with the code, as opposed to our standard that says you have to apply the ISIS. And if law and regulation or professional requirement ask you to do something plus, like you have to do the ISIS or ISQM as a minimum, and you can do more based on the ISQ, the local laws and regulation. So this will still remain with the PTE definition. But when we were discussing that point, and I think it was agreed by most of the respondents, is publicly traded entities in a more globally accepted terms. So that difference will be very limited. And therefore, the outcome of applying the PTE definition from the code and IASB will be very aligned. So although there is still this difference in standard setting, it would not be as important in the case of PTE. Respondent also raised some concern about using essential explanatory material to the definition as opposed to a requirement or application material. Although this is not commonly done in the ISAs, we believe that this is a special case that is worth having the essential explanatory material. As I mentioned earlier, we did have that feedback in the during the ED period about the fact that we had a requirement and people were confused about how to apply the requirement because it's directly related to the definition. So that's why we moved it into the EEM. So we believe that it's still appropriate to leave it as EEM. And there were other additional drafting suggestions. So one of them was to include some example of when other terms are used by law and regulation to design PTE, because some laws and regulation will use like different terms, but the goal is to say if it looks like a PTE, then it is a PTE. So we added a second bullet to the EEM to explain that. So in the end, the project team recommendation is really to keep going with the final position with some slight drafting changes, as you would have seen in agenda item 3A. And if you go to the next slide, it is at the two first questions. So Tom, I will give it back to you.
Okay. So the first is mainly in a due process question and making sure that the summary and the analysis is complete. The second one is really about the substance of the direction, the proposal to move towards approval, which will occur on Wednesday. I'll ask for board members to comment. Josephine.
Yes, thank you, team. And it's a yes and a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment on? That's it. We go to approval right now. Wendy?
Yes, and we did send in some comments where we thought, and let's see if I can get the right paragraph up here. We thought for the changes to 16 paragraphs, so little I, we thought was fine. 2I, we did think could go in application material. Not that it's wrong, but we thought it was unnecessary. And we send in some edits on that.
Tom, perhaps if I could just come in here, there is a question 3 that's going to come back that will sort of reflect on the drafting. I think what we were trying to do here was just get a confirmation that we're on the right path. And then if there are detailed comments, we can pick them up next. Thanks.
Yes and yes.
Is everyone in the yes and yes category? Okay. The answer to that is yes to yes and yes. Okay, should we move to question 3? Okay. Christelle.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sue and the team. Following my outreach with the French profession, I have one significant matter to address, and it concerns the paragraph 16 PB of ISQM1. So more precisely, small I ensures full alignment with local PI definitions and publicly traded entities as per the IAASB code. This is important because it guarantees that entities considered publicly traded under local regulation, such as those listed on a regulated market under the EU PI definition, are consistently treated as PTE for the purpose of the standards. However, small I could potentially undermine this interoperability if it leads to situations where the types of markets referenced in local definitions are not considered equivalent to PTEs, even though these markets are referenced in the local PI definition. Additionally, the list of terms mentioned in double I seems a bit unusual, as it includes references like financial instruments. This term is very broad and does not always relate directly to capital markets or publicly traded entities. Including such terms could create confusion in practice. So given these concerns, I recommend that the team rewrites this paragraph to ensure clarity and avoid any misinterpretation or misalignment with local PI definitions. And it will also be preferable, as Wendy said, to move this guidance into the application material rather than keeping it in the requirements to provide additional context without risking misalignment with established PI and PTU definition. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you, team. I also have concerns, or I'm quite uncomfortable with P, big B, little I as well. And also, we're trying desperately to make sure that we're consistent with ISRE, and I don't remember seeing that in the ISRE code in terms of PTs either. I'm not sure moving it to application material will help with Christelle's point either. I think if anything, let's just, it didn't come up before when we put this out, so I would actually just delete this altogether. Thank you. But as I say, only in relation to P, big B, little, the two little I's. The other one I'm fine with. Thank you.
Tom, I just want to come in. If nobody else has a comment on the same issue, then I see no other. Robert? Robert, sorry.
Well, we just raised the same concerns, and we can provide you some offline comments.
Even though at the wrong time, do my prior comments count? It's the same thing. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and we are certainly happy to look at this. Maybe just to give you a little bit of background, it is interesting because the reason why we tried to do what we did in small 2 in that definition section was because of comments we received from European respondents. And really, and we're very happy to look at how we can address the concerns. But 2 things, well, let me first put it what we try to do. We are really simply trying to say there, and if you can give us the right words, that will be excellent. But in plain English, what we're trying to say is, if a jurisdiction uses another term to describe PTE, it is a PTE. So a PTE, by whatever name you call it, is a PTE. And Josephine, to your point, ethics actually has in their code, not related to PTE, but related to PI in paragraph 400.22A1. They did the same for PI to sort of describe, doesn't matter what you call it in your own law regulation or professional requirements, if it is for the purpose that we define the PI, it is a PI. And that's all we try to do. But like I said, if we didn't get that right, completely right, we are happy to look at that again. And then maybe just on the point about application material, remember, essential explanatory material already is application material. So it is simply application material that we say, because of its application material that is so important that its proximity together with, in this case, a definition or together with a requirement is important for a proper understanding. So whether we have it there or whether we move it into a separate paragraph, the effect will be exactly the same.
Josephine?
Thank you, Vili. But I guess maybe, I mean, I did send quite a long note about this. I didn't want to raise it all here, but it does say if law, regulation or professional requirements define more explicitly a public traded entity in a specific jurisdiction, the firm applies that more explicit definition. And you're right, the IAASB code does talk about the PI, but it didn't talk about PT. And I personally feel that that's enough. You know, at the end of the day, the people that are using these standards are able to generally understand that you might have something that defines it more explicitly, and that's what you should do. So I just thought that it was important from the perspective of this particular definition that we do already make it clear that something else might describe it some way slightly differently. Thank you.
Okay, I think people understand the purpose of why we did what we did. The team will take that back.
We do have, thank you for the people that sent these comments in before, so there's no surprises coming here, and we have had an opportunity to just speak about that. Certainly one of the suggestions we had in little 2 was just to remove the examples. I think, you know, several people have highlighted they're not helping. So I think that kind of clarifies it. We've also got a suggestion maybe to modify the introduction just a little bit to refer back to the objectives in 5A and 5B. So that's not talking about the words itself. It's talking about if you use a different term to achieve the same objective. So we think that probably helps with that. Tom, we've got it on a slide if you wanted, or alternatively we can just email it round. It's quick and simple.
Yeah, let's put it on.
Yeah,
if you get it on screen,
I think if we get screams, then we know we need to go away and work further. But is it possible to make that a tiny bit bigger? I don't know about other people, but no. Okay. So just to that edit there is just saying, so when terms other than a publicly traded entity are applied to entities by law, regulation or professional requirements to meet the purpose described in paragraphs 5A and 5B, such terms are regarded as equivalent to publicly traded entity. So I think that's kind of capturing what Billy was just saying. And then it removes the examples which were clearly hanging people up. So I appreciate we've kind of sprung it on you, but if anyone has any initial reactions, but we otherwise we'll take it away and work on that basis.
Thank you, Sue. I'm very supportive of that. Thank you.
Yes, Tom, I support this wording is clearer than the previous. Thank you.
Anyone object? Christelle?
Thank you. I'm supportive too.
I'll ask again. Does anyone object to this wording? Okay, I think you have a solution.
Thank you very much. And as I said earlier, thanks for getting the comments in because it gave us an opportunity to reflect. And I think, Vili, you've responded to the point about application material. We've kind of we've gone around that loop several times, and I think given the limited number of comments, it is valuable to keep these things together in one place. It's respondent to the ED comments we had. I think, are we okay to move on? Isabel, I think it's you, is it? Yeah.
Okay, so the first question 2A of the ITC ask about the effective date and any concern with early adoption or any observation regarding the early adoption. So again, broad support for aligning the effective dates with going concern and fraud project. There were some shared concern about transitional challenges because listed entities are not PTE anymore, or sorry, not PTE. Listed entities is no longer in the IAASB codes, so PTE are already adopted in the IAASB code, and then having two different definitions of one PTE, one listed entity, when there are some slight difference between a PTE and listed entity, may cause some transitional challenges if we do not allow early adoption. In the basis for conclusion for going concern, fraud, and PI, the draft that you would have seen, we had a paragraph that talks about early adoption, where we say that people who want to early adopt will need to early adopt the 3 amendments as a package. Giving those transitional challenges and also based on the fatal flaw review from the fraud basis from conclusion, we are suggesting a slight change in the basis for conclusion, which will clarify that early adoption will be preferably adopted as a package for the 3 project, but still allows some flexibility there, so that people who has adopted the PTE definition under the IASB code and wants to adopt the PTE definition under our standard can do so. But again, it will be preferably adopted as a package because it affects the auditor reporting. So basically, our recommendation is also to continue with the effective date of December 15, 2026, and the early adoption, so preferably with going concern and fraud, with allowing a little bit of flexibility. So that's a summary of the responses and our recommendation. Back to you.
Okay. Again, no one explicitly responded to question 1. Well, most people, some did, but yes, if make sure that we do the due process on 4, and then also any comments on the proposed effective date. Are people in support of what's being proposed here? And are people believe that we had an appropriate summary of the observations received from respondents? Okay, that would be an emphatic yes and yes to those. So we could proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Let's continue. So in the ITC on way forward, we further ask 2 questions. The first is whether respondents agree with the board's proposal to revisit its positions on the adoptions of PI definitions and the applicability of differential requirement to PI. And secondly, we further ask whether the board should do that in second half of 2026. Respondents generally agree with the board's proposal, but for the timing, there is a strong call to align the timeline with the IASB's post-implementation review in 2027. They believe that at that time, the information will be more ready and comprehensive. More importantly, they felt that the board need a continued dialogue with the IASB for the joint actions. We will talk about the joint actions in a second. Next slide, please. This slide shows our proposed joint actions, which are subject to both boards' discussions and agreement. Subject to all discussions, the basic elements are depicted on this slide from the left to the right. Coordinations between IASB and IAASB staff and their planning committee to properly integrate the joint actions in their activities. There are 2 purposes for that. The IASB will do their post-implementations review, and we will do our information gathering and fact-finding for the board to make an informed decisions on adoptions of the PI definitions to see whether critical mass for the critical mass has been reached for the global baseline for PI definitions so that we can adopt the PI definition in our standard. We also proposed the joint PI project teams, which comprise the IAASB and IASB staff and board advisor from each board. This joint project team will present to their boss, if possible, in their joint board plenary sessions. These are the basic elements for the joint activities. Again, they are subject to 2 boards' discussions and agreement. This is where we are right now. I would like to pass the time to Tom for question number 4 and question 6.
Maybe just before board members weigh in on this, just want to remind you on the slide that Isabel had up regarding IOSCO C1. That slide was introduced because we got an additional communication from C1 during last week, and that was not explicitly in our issues paper, and that's why we put the slide up. So just bear in mind that basically what IOSCO C1 is saying is they do not agree with this forward approach in paragraph 52. So I just wanted to be explicit about that.
Yeah, so one clarification, the one way I would read it is they don't feel that we should, maybe that's their concern, that we'll be constrained. But I think the natural starting point for this board is clearly to do something jointly with IAASB and the idea that we have an integrated package. In the event that there's progress hasn't been made in terms of take up of the PI definition in the codes around the world, then we would need to think about, is there some other differential requirement or PI definition that would be germane just to the audit world? But, one of the things I've been doing in my outreach is hearing a lot from stakeholders about the desire for us to do things more jointly, more early in projects with IAASB. And I think it would be important for us as the logical jumping off point to start there and then take into account IOSCO's advice. If progress isn't proceeding maybe as we hope, but I'm an optimist, we would have to consider maybe moving in a slightly different direction. But I don't think their advice necessarily precludes this as the next step. And I think it's a really good sign that both boards are willing to work in a joint effort to deal with issues that have joint impact on our standards. So
Yeah, I maybe just wanted to build on that, because I think having read through all the responses we had from the invitation to comment, there was a really strong theme. The tone and the language that was used around working with IAASB was much firmer. It wasn't about we should coordinate. People were saying very clearly we should work together, we should have a joint project, and so on. And so I think that's the feedback that stakeholders are sending us, is that we should be doing this as a kind of genuine joint project. So just a reflection on as I say, the tone on the feedback was very strong.
Yeah, and so the point's taken. I think Vili is very right. IOSCO said what they said. But I don't think what we're doing is inconsistent with the substance of their suggestion. But I do think people would find it slightly odd with all of the advice that we've gotten and the crossover, the commitment to convergence, that we wouldn't assume that we would start with a joint effort after this is complete. Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think we're on to a subject that has strategic importance. I think it goes beyond talking about PI Track 2. We are really trying to underscore a commitment towards working on having interoperability with IAASB. So this is a demonstration, and this is a case in point that we have an occasion and that we seize it to see how we can work further on this whole interoperability concept. So that's how I see it. So for a lot of other reasons, maybe, but for that particular principle, I think it is important that we go in together with IAASB, slip of the tongue, in moving forward. So so that's a more general point. And on the way forward, and I think I did share that with Sue and her team a little bit, I think it's important to see how we frame this joint action, though. We need to be clear about why are we doing it? Like, what does IAASB want out of it? It may or may not be one and the same as what IAASB want out of it. But recognizing what the objective would be on each side would be important, because it would help us frame what we actually do. So is it aligned? If it's not aligned, how do we help one another with the common point? And then maybe we do add-ons. So in terms of working together, what does that mean? Are we talking about a joint team? Are we talking about two teams coordinating, telling one another what to do, what we're doing? Like, in other words, is it two in a box, division of duty? All those fine points, it would be advisable to think it all through before we actually embark on all of that. So a lot of, fully supportive of going in right from the get-go in terms of a joint action, but thinking it through in terms of how we make it work so that we get the most value out of it. Both sides would get the most value out of it. And then also demonstrating to the ecosystem, various stakeholders, that we are indeed working together. Thanks.
Yeah, I think those are good strategic comments. One of the things that we probably won't do here is solve all those issues at the board table, but very much think about what does joint mean and how could we do it. I think this will be a big part of some of our strategy and work plan exercise. Again, it's my observation that doing things earlier, even at the strategic planning process, would be helpful, and at the early stage of projects, like as I've described it to some groups, is that this idea of doing things sequentially is more difficult. It's sort of like watching a tennis match where the ball is going one side and that's the other, and no matter what the intention is, the timing makes things more challenging that way. So Nancy, I think that's a point we'll definitely note, but the idea of just agreeing to something that is joint is the most important thing. Right. And so Greg, who now is on one of our leads in terms of interacting with IAASB, I see your 10 up.
Thank you, Tom. And I'd just like to start by saying I fully support, as you would hope, being the liaison person, fully support the joint action. I think that's absolutely appropriate in the situation, and also trying to acknowledge the timing. So the IAASB's timing of the post-implementation review, I think that's really good. It's good to acknowledge that and then line up work we might want to do to line up with that timing. I guess I just wanted to put on the table, and it's not necessarily for solving today, but just to acknowledge there's an inherent conflict in my mind between jurisdictions individually defining PI within their jurisdiction, which I guess that's IAASB's approach to date, has been, that's their position. Our position has been to try and to seek out a consistent global baseline. And inherently, those two are in conflict. So working jointly will hopefully bring those two together. In fact, we must be committed to bringing those two together as two boards. But I think we needed a discussion as an IAASB about what do we mean by consistent global baseline? How much inconsistency can we tolerate? Because if we say absolute consistency and IAASB stays with each jurisdiction needs to decide, well, joint action won't actually achieve anything at the end of the day. So we have to be really open to exploring this and being clear as a board what we mean and before, I think the previous agenda item we talked about, do we need the word consistent when we're talking about global baseline? Maybe that applies here as well. There's got to be some give and take in terms of both board positions. Otherwise, we will not achieve the objective here, and joint action actually won't turn up the result we want. So sorry to be a fly in the ointment, but I think we just need to be really clear up front at the start of joint action what is possible. Thank you.
I don't think what you said is anything controversial at all. That is effectively what IOSCO has said to us, is that if you believe that you need to have the language in the standards ultimately, and that doesn't coincide with another model, then you guys have to do what's right for audit and assurance. So we don't know whether we'll get there. That will be a debate for another day, but it clearly will have to be something we address, right? Christelle.
I agree with the proposed approach in agenda item 3. Conducting a post-implementation review of a IAASB project is an important milestone before establishing an interoperable and globally accepted baseline for the PI definition in the IAASB standards. And in addition, the dual-purpose project approach ensures full alignment and coordination with the IAASB. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I agree with the principles that are outlined in agenda item 3. I also take in Nancy's points as you followed on, and look forward to some sort of formal document that brings this all together, so we're not just talking about it in a board meeting. So there's some kind of accountability. And then I also believe the IASCO point should be embedded in there. IASCO seemed to say, there's a need for speed here. We need to do this now. But I fully agree that it should be deferred, but incorporated to be addressed at some point through that joint strategy.
Josephine?
Thank you. As I just wanted to support Nancy's point, which is spot on. It's joint action here is really important. But as we know, and has already been discussed at the board, I just wanted to put my own voice to it. That it is particularly important, and I recognise that what that means and how we operate it is something that we need to discuss, and not a matter that can be resolved today. But it is about joint action and convergence and interaction more generally over many projects. The only thing on this particular one, though, I did want to mention is that the IASB staff have already really started doing work here, obviously thinking about adoption of PI in various jurisdictions, but it's implied in this particular paper that we'll start engaging with them when those post-implementation reviews kick off. And I don't think that's what we mean. What we mean is that we want to start engaging with them early, but these are particular pinch points where we'll need to think about working together more directly on a particular project. So just wanted to clarify that. Thanks, Isabel. Thank you, Sue.
Okay. Any other comments here? So you're getting support for the approach forward. We have to, one, be willing to define what jointness means like and how that the work will proceed, and also secondly be able to tackle the more philosophical questions as part of that exercise.
Okay, thanks, Tom, and thank you for the very helpful comments, and obviously Isabel and the team will take that forward. I just want to add my personal support for the comments that have come out as well. I think it's it is really important, and if this were an audit, we'd be looking at some root cause analysis as to how we've got where we are, and I think you've hit the nail on the head on some of these. I would actually particularly like to echo Greg's point about the standards design piece, because I think if we are talking about revisiting, we need to set the team up for success. And at the moment, I'm not sure we're quite there. And I would actually broaden the discussion, because I think the divergence issue was highlighted by people who have to apply these different sets of standards. So, in an ideal world, I think getting IAASB, IASB, the jurisdictional standard setters, and maybe forum of firms or something like that, to really thrash out what is and isn't acceptable conceptually, what differences are appropriate, and where some of those boundaries lie, such that whatever happens going forward becomes implementable. So that would be my personal sort of observations on that. But I think we've got loads there to work with, so thank you for that. And obviously, Tom, you've reflected it will go into the strategy and work plan. Shall I just close out the? Oh, sorry, Ado.
No problem. So I just wanted to, back that up entirely. Well, I think within the boards, and Greg did a little bit of root cause analysis for us, so thank you for that. And I think the critical bit is that we go from coordination to something different. And yes, understood that we need to clearly define how that's going to work. But considering the points that Greg made, well, we need to work together on a joint philosophy. We can't go separate towards the markets, and that will take some time. And also agree with Josephine, if they already are starting working on some post-implementation, we need to be involved. we really need to change our approach and our actual operations on this. So agree with everything that's been said. So very supportive. Thank you.
Okay, if we could just take the next slide then, please, just to close out the session, the way forward. So Wednesday, you will be asked to vote to approve it. We have just discussed, I think, probably one small change to the standard, and we will get that circulated to you. I think the agenda says by 5:30 tomorrow, but you might find it a little bit earlier. And then the next stages are the certification by the PIOB. And Mark, you set the PIOB discussion up potentially in your earlier comments on 2410. So I think that the date is still to be confirmed on the PIOB certification, but then working towards the December 2026 effective date. So I think that's next stages. Tom, I think that's it from us. Obviously look forward to hopefully approval on Wednesday.
Thank you. Mark, any observations from the PIOB?
Yeah, I do actually. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the board for issuing the invitation to comment, which was very much in line with the PIOB's recommendation. So thank you for doing that and going through that process. I am struggling a little bit, though, I have to say, with this publicly traded entity definition, because my understanding is that IAASB and IASB had a joint project, and they thought they'd agreed a definition until IASB came out with their notorious Q&As. And the reason why IAASB could not adopt IASB's definition as interpreted by IASB was because it would lead to jurisdictional differences in your standards. I'm struggling a little bit then when I read that publicly traded entity might be defined differently in different jurisdictions, and I just have a sort of challenge for you to explain how that is okay, but jurisdictional differences in the context of the wider PI definition adopted by IASB is not okay for your standards. So I'll just park that there because I've got a couple of other things to say. As far as the future project is concerned, it seems to me, as I said, you had a joint project on this with IASB. And until jurisdictions around the world adopt definitions of PI which are in line with the baseline IASB definition, strikes me you're always going to have a problem with this as far as the ISAs are concerned. And it just occurred to me that you may end up, as has been said in the room, you may end up not being able to solve this problem and have an absolutely, set in stone, agreed definition. It seems to me that you may end up having to call a dog by a different name, and not call it a PI, but call it something else. I don't know, audit emphasis entity or something like that. In order to be able to adopt a definition which can be applied irrespective of the jurisdictional requirements. That occurred to me. I'd be interested to hear what you might think of that suggestion.
So, Mark, I'll respond to your comments. The first thing is I don't believe there's any real inconsistency with our approach into why we said we couldn't adopt the PI definition, where the categories only became effect based upon how national law, when and where it's adopted. There is not much difference between listed entity and the PTE definition, and it is defined often whether in securities or law or directives throughout. So basically, we're saying a dog by any other name still a dog in this category, and we don't believe that's a big difference. It's when a pie could be opted in effectively on a definition or not, and asking stakeholders to understand when that choice has been made, which was so problematic to us. This would be like the equivalent of saying paragraphs 32 to 36 are not included in our adoption of an ISA because we just haven't decided as a jurisdiction to get to it. I think that's a much different issue about than saying all the categories of a pie are accepted in a jurisdiction. I think your second point is precisely the point that Greg raised to us, is that, look, we think we could all get to and optimistic about a combined solution that is joint and perfectly consistent amongst the two codes. But we may never get to that point because of philosophical differences. And this is where IAASB's advice came to us is, we agree with your basic premise of why you couldn't adopt the pie construct as it says. So if that doesn't change or adoption doesn't become so consistent, you may have to make the choice and just diverge to do what's right for audit and assurance. And I think that's the real dynamic. Like, we're hopeful, Mark, and I think it would be in the public interest if that the two standards are aligned in construct and in practice. But IAASB has sort of counseled us is that you need to do what's right for audit and assurance ultimately, and you may want to change where the differential line exists. Remember, in only 8 requirements in our standards, and you make that choice, but you do it deliberately. And our hope is that by being better in terms of the jointness, again, we talked a little bit about this. We did a lot of coordination throughout, but maybe this requires a joint project team and joint working groups or whatever. That was to Nancy's point. We haven't figured that out. So maybe we could be better at resolving the fundamental tension that Greg raised. So I think you're going to the heart of the issues that we confronted in this project. And I think we've resolved in our minds the first issue the best we can, and now we're committed to resolving the longer term philosophical question that will hopefully bring about convergence. I hope that's responsive. Anyone from the board disagree with my analysis or want to elaborate on that analysis? Okay, I hope we captured I think I've been listening to this over now 5 years of deliberation. I hope that was responsive to your question, and at least was cogent in the process.
Yes, Tom, it was. Thank you. And my final question really would be, as far as IOSCO is concerned, I think the way you just expressed it and the way it's been expressed around the board table is quite, it would be good to circle back with IOSCO. And basically, tell them that is the way you are thinking. Potentially to do that before the vote on when is it, Wednesday morning, because obviously IOSCO is an important stakeholder, being a member of the monitoring group in particular.
Yeah, we've been in almost in real-time contact with IOSCO on this, and in fact, that is clearly why we put up the slide with this session. And also, I'm certain there'll be feedback, and I wouldn't be surprised that some of the IOSCO group is listening to this discussion as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Sue, anything more you'd like to say? So I think we're on a track for approval of the pie track 2 changes on, I think it's Wednesday morning. We may get a draft of that even before Tuesday afternoon, since the changes aren't voluminous. Okay, well, I think we've earned our break. So we're going to break right now. We will reconvene at 11:15, so 25-minute break. And we'll get back on board with audit evidence and risk response. We're going to start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, let's get to the tables. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to turn our attention to the integrated project that deals with audit evidence, risk response, and 520. We have a number of topics we want to get through with you. The team has done a great job in preparing for this session. One just administrative note, we will be planning on breaking around 1:15 for lunch. For those who are part of the professional skepticism consultation group, you'll be meeting upstairs in the green room during the lunchtime. So without much further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Kalina.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everybody. And Anna, I think we can move to the next slide. We just have a few introductory slides, and then we will talk about the topics that we have for today. Just wanted to say great thanks to the team here. So we have Anna, Christy, Fadi, and Megan, and also Josephine and Edo, our project board members who have helped us go through the issues for this quarter and also for the outreach that is ongoing. So what the team has been doing since the last time we met is a lot of outreach. Maybe this is a good opportunity to thank all of the firms, the regulators, the SMPAG, the JSS, the Forum of Firms, the GPPC, and all of the stakeholders that I have not mentioned and maybe should have, investors, a lot of discussions with investors that have informed the project so far. A lot of meetings have been going on. Some of them have been in one-to-one meetings. Some of them have been in a more group setting. And this has been very informative to the issues that we are bringing to the board today. One point here is that this stakeholder outreach is still ongoing. So quarter two,
but also Q3 will be, a lot of this outreach will be still ongoing. The board is not seeing the key feedback at the June session, but the comprehensive feedback from this outreach will be presented in September. And this is because we want to finish this speaking to all of the stakeholders before the board considers the collective feedback from the outreach. So in other words, it's still ongoing. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Anna, who's going to talk about the first topic, which is defining test of details.
Thanks, Kalina. So yes, I suppose to open up on the specific topics that we do have for discussion, it is our proposal to define test of details. The proposed definition is just in response to an action in the project proposal to respond to challenges by various stakeholders with really that clarity of the distinction between two kinds of substantive procedures, so tests of detail and substantive analytical procedures, and that those challenges had primarily arisen in the context of the increase in use and availability of technological resources to perform audit procedures. And so the proposal to define both terms explicitly was really meant to help address those challenges in practice. We have the definition on slide that I'll leave up for as a reference point as we go through. But really on that note, I didn't want to give much more introduction and just actually hear your views on the proposed definition that we have. So Tom, if I can turn to you, really the question, we only have the one around agreement with the definition or proposals.
Okay, so if you go to, again, we're focusing on paragraph 19, agenda item 4. Christelle, I see you're reaching. I want to save your energy. It's a heavy tent.
Thank you for the team. I would like to comment on the proposed definition of tests of details. Firstly, I note that the staff has considered the existing definition in the French auditing standards, that I mentioned at the March meeting. In my view, this definition does not meet the objective of clearly differentiating tests of details from substantive analytical procedures. As currently worded, it could also be interpreted as applying to substantive analytical procedures, since those two may involve procedures applied to all items in a population. So to achieve a clearer distinction, I believe the definition should explicitly refer to the testing of some or all individual items within a population. This would make it specific to tests of details, which are characterized by direct examination of individual transactions rather than broader analytical assessment. Thank you.
Wendy?
Surprised there are only 2 cards up, but thank you, Tom. And thank you to the project team. So I agree with Christelle's comments, and I will add that I have concerns with the definition and probably all the definitions, so I'll be repetitive later. I don't support the need to have a definition to allow and would prefer professional judgment, including how auditors use technology to complete tested details, but could also expand on application material. The definition seems a little circular and is broadly written, so it may capture procedures like inquiry that are likely not intended to be included. It may hinder innovation and scalability and doesn't seem future-proofed. However, if there is a decision to keep the definition, I would prefer taking out the words one or more types and just say involves the application of audit procedures and keep it broad and not try to suggest the one or more types. And also, I think a lot of the challenges that are identified could be addressed through application material and or examples. Thank you.
Angie?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So I guess looking at the definition, got tripped up on a couple of things, one of which was what Christelle mentioned. So support what Christelle said. We are also of the view that adding individual would be important. It seems to be missing that item by item kind of notion in the testing, in the testing of details. So the other point that I tripped up over a little bit is that last part, which talks about relevant to a class of transactions, like the code tab D, trying to get my head around the acronym. It's the relevant to concept. And I did notice that in paragraph 2D, you explain why you didn't go directly to code tab D, but that seems to be a final point. People wonder why you're talking about relevant to and not directly. And then a third thought is that when you go back into the glossary and you look at test, you don't actually specify what that population is relating to. You're testing details in a population, period. And when you get to talking about the requirements, then you talk about what the purpose is and what you use it for, or how you use it and all of that. So it even begs the question as to whether that's needed. And you can perhaps consider stopping at some or all individual items and put a point there. A final thought on this is whether it's meaningful to perhaps include some examples as to what you mean by types of audit procedures. So it would help clarify, maybe it's tangential to Christelle's point as well. It's to just make it more clear as to what are we talking about. Well, you're talking about inspection, inquiry, reperformance. So just list some of that to further explain when we're talking about test of details, we're talking about doing something directly with those items. So a thought to consider. Thank you.
Shayu?
Yeah, I would like to add on two more comments on this. One is to suggest to to include a why or purpose of the test of detail to align with the definition of SAP in paragraph 30. And second is that to clearly differentiate from substantive analytical review, apart from adding individual, maybe we could reflect the word detail into the definition. For example, to apply audit procedures to detailed information, of individual items. Yeah, thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, just to shorten it up, we had the same kind of discussion with my stakeholders last week, and I fully concur with Christel's view. We can provide, if you want, or if you think we need a definition, we will provide some offline comments.
Josephine?
Thank you. And similar to Robert, there's sort of heard similar feedback about the definition. I'm a project board member, so I was quite project board advisor, sorry, so I was quite happy with it. But one of the things that came up was the issue around population, because there may be an item which is not part of a population, like a building, and it was confusing because people thought perhaps tests of details therefore only apply to items that are part of a population. That's not our intention. And so maybe we need to talk about individual items, but not within the population. Sorry, Nancy. And then the only other thing was, really, is there such a driver for this, considering we haven't had one for many years, and perhaps ultimately we're trying to solve a problem that isn't actually really there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I have a three comment on the definition of the test of detail. The first point is this is maybe very similar to what people are discussing. I think the definition is very general, so people may maybe believe that this definition may include also the substantive analytical procedures. So we need to be clear. For example, this definition, I think it's very difficult to define the test of detail. So I believe our project team is ready thoroughly investigate what kind of definition is clear. But if it's very difficult to define, so in that case, at least we need to say, so this definition is for example, the procedures except for what was defined as substantive analytical procedures. So that is my first comment. And the second comment is about the objective. So this definition, the current definition in the paragraph 19 doesn't have any the objective. And I know the test of detail is defined as a substantive procedure, and this objective is defined in 330. But if we look at paragraph 30, the definition of a substantive analytical procedure, we have the objective, and which is not consistent to the definition of substantive procedures in 330. So we need to be think about why it's different or something like that. And the third one is, my question. Third one is kind of question, but so I think we had a discussion about dual purpose or multi-purpose issue in the last board meeting, and which is very big issue for practitioners now. So my question is the definition we are talking about now. So for this dual purpose or multi-purpose problem or not. So it's better to address this issue as well in the definition. Thank you.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom, and thank you to the team that's put it together. I think listening to Josephine, I think Robert said it as well. I could share some views around how I think we could improve it. I think it's ambiguous. My preference would be that it's not defined. I think we've survived okay without it, and I think what we're trying to do here is creating more complexity and difficulty than what it's solving. And so I'd propose that it wasn't defined.
Ada?
Yes, and my outreach was very consistent with the comments made. So the question whether a description wouldn't serve us just as well and then some of the comments that were made earlier in discussion as well. So that's just piling on, I guess. Thank you.
Greg, sorry.
Thanks, Tom. I think our objective here is to try and have some material that helps distinguish, isn't it, between the test of detail and the substantive AR. So I'd support more of a description rather than a definition, if that's an easier way to distinguish, because I think at the moment I'm not sure these definitions distinguish sufficiently to help. And just one little thought, if we did keep it, I wondered about the assertion level being incorporated. But my bigger point, I think, is to support, do we really need this definition? Thank you.
Any reaction from the team?
Well, first of all, thank you for all of the input and comments. I suppose the clarity of like why we were defining it, obviously the action did include exploring whether a definition or a description was appropriate. And so I suppose what I'm hearing from a number of people is perhaps a definition. So maybe it would be helpful to get a clear view on that part. But from the specifics of the wording, I can also, I definitely welcome offline comments for those of you who've offered further input. I'm going through specifics.
That was the big thrust is it a question of how we defined it here and the people had some suggestions, or would a description be just simply adequate? I heard some momentum moving towards description, but that was the question of whether we want to preclude a better defined definition as being a solution as well. Kalina?
No, just wanted to support what Anna said. It's helpful that we get the board's direction here. Is it what we are looking for, a better definition, or are we looking for a description, which is a different sort of a paragraph in our standards? That would be one point where the team can take this forward.
Yeah, I guess to me, the question I go back to it is do people just think description is probably the right place to go, or would people like to share the drafting on the definition that they prepared that maybe create an epiphany that may be better. Like I heard a little bit of a mixture here. Nancy?
So this is like answering a question with a question. So forgive me for doing this. To what extent is this really an issue that we needed a definition or description? I guess can I get a sense from people who actually practice and because that might help. And description seems to be an easier route than us all trying to come to terms with a definition. So that would influence which way I go.
Just one point I forgot to mention sorry. One point I forgot to mention while the board is giving this direction further is our project proposal is very specific that we're going for a description for a definition of substantive analytical procedures, which is part of the substantive procedures. So, and on this analogy, if we have a description for test of details, but a definition for a substantive analytical procedure, that may be also a consideration while you're providing us feedback. If the board sees any problem with that divergent approach, defining SAPs, that's clear. We're going for a definition there, not a description. And then leaving test of details as a description.
Yeah.
Tom, I was just responding directly to Nancy's call for understanding what the issue was. I don't think there is an issue we're trying to solve here. To be honest, I think the creation of the definition creates more potential for challenges. It creates boxes. It's either ambiguous or it creates boxes which will then inhibit innovation, whether it's scalability or whatever. I think the definition would create more hurdles and challenges than it would solve, and I'm not sure what it solves.
Anyone have an opposing view to that? Shahir?
I would suggest that we be consistent in terms of test control, substantive analytical procedures, and the test for details, because all the three further audit procedures are discussed in 330. If we keep them as descriptions, is that possible to have all of them as descriptions? Because I know test control currently is, if I recall. Yeah, thank you.
Kalina?
So in terms of test of details and whether that gives any issues in practice, I'm not going to comment on that one. But what I am going to comment is that the outreach with firms that we are doing is that we are seeing very different approaches, how firms look at, for example, what a SAP is and what is within the scope of a SAP or not. So we have firms who kind of have used a recalculation technique, type of audit procedures to be categorized as a test of details when it looks like very much like a SAP. We've seen situations where firms use SAP in a context of less precise SAPs or tests of populations or something like that. So different ways that this is going out in practice. From the perspective of staff, there is a benefit in terms of being consistent what a SAP is or not, and how firms approach this, especially because both test of details and a substantive analytical procedures are substantive procedures to detect material misstatement at the assertion level. So there is benefit in doing that. In the terms of test of details, we haven't seen many firms define these in their glossaries, and that remains open. Types of audit procedures, even our standards say these are examples of types of audit procedures. We are not listing all the types of audit procedures that can be applied. So we didn't want to be very specific that this is an examination or something from the context of not being restrictive in terms of how things may evolve with tools, without tools, and what firms are doing. But at least because a test is already defined in our glossary and it's already sitting in our glossary, it was reasonable to extend this a little bit more to explain what we mean by a test of detail specifically. And we've also looked at what other standard setters have done in the area. So there is benefit in terms of some clarity there. So I just wanted to give this context from the outreach. Obviously, the board will see the collective outreach that will come later. There are also regulatory views on the SAPs, especially on those less precise SAPs and how those look in practice and what regulators have to say about those kind of procedures. So we are hearing sufficient diversity there to do some standard setting action.
But why don't I propose the following? It's hard to eliminate the definition without knowing what suggested refinements people are going to send to you. Like the logic of having consistency across the board seems very real to me. I think this is something that you just raised as well. The fact that there's inconsistency potentially seen in the marketplace is real. So if people had refinements of that definition ready to go to the team, why don't we send them to the team and see if they could refine it in a way that people could get comfortable for. We always know that a description is possible, but there may be knock-on consequences for that. Would that be consistent with where you guys were thinking that people could provide comments on the definition? Because a number of you, I think, if I counted 4 or 5 people, said that they have some suggestions of the definition, and then let's see if that works. Because I think the logic of having it consistent across the board makes sense. You follow?
Yes, thank you, Tom. That would be very helpful.
And obviously getting the comments sooner rather than later allows the teams to progress this quickly so we could start kicking the tires on whatever definitions in our outreach as well, or amongst the board members themselves. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. So the next topic is the twin topic of definition, and this is to define the substantive analytical procedures. As Kleena has mentioned, so there is no current definition in the ISA 520, and there is a clear project proposal to propose a definition of SAP. So I'll just be brief here, and because I'm hearing some of the comments coming up on the proposed definition. So hand it back to Tom to open up the discussion.
Question 2 related to the proposed definition of substantive analytical procedures, and then following questions B and C as well. Okay, Christelle.
Thank you. I would like to comment also on the proposed definition of substantive analytical procedures. I believe the mention to determine whether there is a misstatement. I believe that this mention may be unnecessary. This objective is already implied by the nature of substantive procedures and is addressed in ISA 330, paragraph 4. Which describes a substantive procedure as one designed to detect material misstatement at the assertion level. In addition, the reference to the materiality of a misstatement does not seem to be addressed. Thank you.
Wendy?
Okay, thank you, Tom. Are we doing A, B, and C together? Okay, so for A, and I guess it goes broadly to locking ourselves into definitions, which I agree with Neil, or somebody said it's going to be very difficult for us all to agree, which is why I prefer descriptions or application material and examples. But as it relates to substantive analytical procedures, my primary concerns with the definition is that it focuses on explicit expectations instead of explicit and implicit. It doesn't recognize SAP can be done in conjunction with other procedures, which I think is an important aspect of the definition and how they're executed. Also, it doesn't address corroboration as an important aspect of SAP. It almost sounds like it's standalone. The same comment as Cristal, it emphasizes a misstatement versus material misstatement. Could advance a greater expectation gap that the auditor will investigate all. It doesn't address, or the analysis doesn't address, how audit data analytics can be applied to perform the SAP. And that's all I have. Oh, no, to your point, Tom, about sending in, I do have a note that says we're happy to provide some examples if we determine that we're going with definitions. Some rewrites. Okay, for B, placing the definition of substantive analytical procedures in ISA 520. Okay, I'm going to be voted off the island here. I think we can blow up ISA 520 and put, and that also has to be done in connection with, obviously, some definitions or descriptions, whatever we decide to do. But I've always struggled with 520 and all the different things it addresses, because risk assessment is there, final procedures, final analytics are there. So I'd rather have substantive analytics in 330, and I'd like the other analytics to go where they belong, which would be in 315 and in 700. So there's a novel thought there. And the proposed revision to the definition of analytics in paragraph 37. Similar concerns. Not sure that it helps reduce the risks that we're trying to address. So it kind of blurs, and this goes back to 520, which is why I think we should put it in separate places, because I feel like the definition as written kind of blurs that there are three kind of analytics. Again, we could propose some suggestions if we think that we want to go with the definition. And then I also want to point out that there's already a definition of analytical procedures in the ISIS today. So if that's what we're trying to solve, it's not clear to me, are we trying to make this broader than this definition? Or are we, then the definition that's there, what are we actually trying to achieve? So I guess the best answer is we'll send in some proposals on some potential rewrites. Thank you.
Josephine.
Just for the sake of variety, thank you, Tom. I would actually like to say I really support what you've done here. And I think sometimes trying to be part of the issue of being a board that want to solve problems all the time is that we want to get everything absolutely perfect and everything absolutely right. But I think what you've got here actually achieves a good balance between not being so definitive that you can't shift and you're not flexible, but also being broad enough that it allows for some, as I say, some flexibility. In terms of substantive analytical procedures, I do believe that in our testing, we only ever, first of all, determine if you've got a misstatement, and then from there, we determine if that misstatement is material. So I would not support putting material in there, because you've already made it, you already then have decided that once you find something, it's a material misstatement, and that would be a terrible thing. We want people to be able to actually examine what they found and move on from there. I really like what you've done with analytical procedures. I absolutely support taking out the investigation piece. That's a next step. Again, it's not part of what an analytical procedure is, which is exactly what you've written there, which is the analysis of relationships. I like the fact that we have different definitions. There are analytical procedures. That is, you can define those. You see that in any kind of definition today. And then we have this special thing in the audit world, which is substantive analytical procedures. And I think aligning it nicely as best you can with another well-known standard setter in audit is a very good idea. So I would also support us, tidying things up and keeping our analytics and discussion around analytics in 520. Sorry, went to the opposite. I think even
now, and I look back at why we shifted it into 315. Sorry, I understand at the time why that makes sense, but actually afterwards it's caused more problems than it needed to. Also, we really had issue when we were trying to resolve some of this in 5000, and so we used the definitions, but then we had to do some clever work in our application material to try and put the two substantive and analyticals together. So I'd just like to, wave the flag of support here. I think you've done a great job. Thank you.
Ada?
Yes, thank you. So I don't mind with, well, I think it's good that we define substantive analytical procedures. I am still, and I've said this to the project team as well, I'm a project board member, very much troubled by the sentence to determine whether there's a misstatement. So the purpose is already part of the definition of substantive procedures, and that says material misstatement. So there's no need to go different here. The purpose is already there. Unlike so for substantive analytical procedures and test of details, the purpose is clear. For analytical procedures, it's not. So that may be something to consider and bring into that definition. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So I would also support having the definitions. Unlike the test of details, I have a stronger view here. I support having the definition. Also, probably echoing some of the comments I hear from this side of the table, I don't think it is necessary to include the purpose about the misstatement. And if we were to keep that, our preference would be to add material. If you look at paragraph 42, the illustration 1B, where we talk about 330 also include requirement. The last sentence actually talked about detecting material misstatement. So like people would struggle with that concept. If you remove it, you probably have to explain why. So it would require a little bit more verbiage as to why you don't talk about material misstatement. While I have the floor, a point that also came up was about this recorded amount and amounts derived from recorded amounts. The conversation has to do with whether we need a couple of words like relevant to. It's a similar concept to what you've introduced with the test of details. The concept that some of us are struggling with is what if you have procedures that are gone past your risk assessment stage, but not directly having an influence on your conclusion, something intermediate that leads you to doing something else to get to the final conclusion. It's not explicit that this would be covered here. So if you think that you have why you put in relevant to in that first instance, it's a similar concept here. So I don't know if that resonate with you, because there are buckets of procedures that some practitioners engage in, whereby they may be looking for some markers before they use that to go on to the next step to complete their arrival at sufficient appropriate audit evidence to make the conclusion. Then where does that sit? Those are also substantive procedures. Unless you think that those are just analytical procedures, in which case it would be good to make that clear. So think about that. Final point is, I guess a few people kind of look at it and said it's adding to the fog index. So it's a mouthful to say recorded amounts or amounts derived from recorded amounts, and it's pretty prolific. We use that quite a few times in the wording of the standards. So some nominal suggestion was at least try to say recorded amounts or amounts derived from them, so that you don't repeat it so many times. So just to help practitioners, especially the smaller firms, to go through the standard and going through the wording. Thank you.
Kigo?
Thank you. So I have a comment on the definition in terms of objective. Yes. What I heard from practitioners before this board meeting, and also some other this discussion at this table, is that the first point is that the current objective is, of course, I understand why this objective doesn't have the material, because when aggregated, it can be material, but maybe at this stage, it cannot be material. But it seems some people may misunderstand that this definition, people need to define, find any non-material misstatements. So that is one thing. And also, what I understand is there are a variety of procedures. It's not only about the substantive analytical procedure and the test of details. So in that case, maybe as I pointed on the last discussion, maybe the objective is the most important. Objective of the substantive procedure is the most important, I believe. And then why it's related to the discussion about the description and definition, maybe. It's very difficult to define, and there are a variety of procedures. That is because practitioners understand the ultimate purpose, as Edo said, or objective is there is objective. So that's why maybe it's important, very important to define the clear objective of maybe substantive procedure, and then we need to think about if we need to define or the objective of each procedures, meaning a sub and test of details. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Shayu?
Thank you, Tom. For the definition, I have a couple of comments. One is the financial or non-financial. I would suggest to change the or to and to keep consistent with those other content in this paper. And secondly, is that determine. I think the determine may be a bit too strong. Can we get back to detect, which is currently being used? And for the material misstatement or misstatement, and I support material misstatement. I think one of the reasons that we are saying that we have to investigate those difference above an acceptable difference, which is currently set as not higher than performance materiality. So with that amount, the difference probably is indicative of potential material misstatement. And also the phrase amount derived from recorded amount. I think the current phrase being used is ratio, and the ratio is a well understood term. So I don't know what's the reason for changing that. I mean, it does create a challenge for people to understand this term. And for the question of where to put the definition of SAP, I would prefer to put it in 330 for two reasons. One is that 330 is specifically talking about further audit procedures, and it would be good to have the definition or description of SAP and the TOD in one standard. And another reason is 330 comes before 500. So it would be more appropriate to define it when it show up in the standard for the first time. Thank you.
Josephine?
Again, for the sake of variety and maybe a conversation, I just want to ask Makiko something, because I'd like to understand, particularly as a project board advisor, is that right? Makiko, you were talking about it would be better to address the definition as the objective of the definition, which to me means it's the outcome of the definition. But to me, I'm not really understanding how that's going to help the team, because all that does is turn it upside down. It says to determine whether there's a material misstatement, you do X, Y, Z, because that's the objective of that particular test. So I'm not quite sure how that helps them. And in the whole, in our definitions, we don't usually start that way. So flipping it that way would mean we'd have to look at other definitions and think about whether that works. In terms of the other thing, I just want to come back on this point about the definition of substantive analytical procedures and whether it's in 330, 520. If 520 still exists and it's dealing with substantive analytical procedures and does not have the definition of substantive analytical procedures in that standard, that to me seems a bit odd, to be honest. You could have it in both, and then that would just address both issues. But really, to not have it in its own standard that's dealing with it just seems a bit off the mark. So that's what I want to say. So Makiko, if there's any other comments on that, because I'm not quite understanding how that helps them in terms of coming to a definition. And then in terms of adding material misstatement, clearly you can add that. It doesn't actually, to me, it doesn't make sense technically, but if it makes people feel more comfortable, then yeah, I'm happy to support that too. Thank you.
Okay, so Josephine, can I clarify your question? Your question is about so you you like to keep the objective in the definition of substantive analytical procedure, which is to determine whether there is a misstatement. So you like to keep this. So that is your comment.
Sorry, Makiko, I was asking you, in fact, but when you were saying the best way to deal with the definition is to write it in terms of its objective, which to me means what is the outcome, the objective of doing this. But I'm saying I'm not sure how that helps the team in drawing up the definition, because all that does is just reverse the way it's written. So you start with what you're getting to at the beginning of the definition. So that's all I'm saying. I don't understand how that's helping them. That's why I was questioning it.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah. Okay, so if I can answer clearly, but yes, so my point is the first one, if we include the definition on the objective to determine whether there is a misstatement, in that case, so this is the objective of substantive analytical procedure. So when people do this procedure, people need to determine whether there is a misstatement, which includes non-material misstatement. So that shouldn't be the objective, because ultimately this procedure is meant to have a more high-level objective to define the material misstatement, to determine the material misstatement. So at least we need to clarify this point. And also another point is I raised in the test of detail is that so the ultimate goal is to determine the material misstatement, whether through the test of detail or through the substantive analytical procedure. So in that case, maybe we need to be consistent in terms of the substantive analytical procedures the objective, and also the objective of the test of detail. Those should be consistent, because those ultimately leads to the high level objective of the substantive procedure. Yeah.
Shayu? Just it. Okay, Chrissy, you wanted to come in?
Sure. Thank you for all your comments. What I hear are two main feedback items. One is whether to emphasize the purpose of the substantive analytical procedure, and then also to include that word of material versus material misstatement versus a misstatement here. For the second one, we, as a project team, we will take it back and reconsider to whether to include that material or not in the definition. And secondly, for the first one, I'll just provide a little bit of context why we wanted to emphasize the purpose of SAP in the first place. And this is related very well to a concern or a challenge in the practice, as well as a concern of the regulator on the precision of the substantive analytical procedure, and to emphasize that a SAP need to be precise enough to be able to be a substantive analytical, or a analytical procedure need to be precise enough to be a substantive analytical procedure. We wanted to emphasize it needs to detect misstatements. So that is really the purpose why we there seemed to be inconsistency with the proposed definition of TOD and an SAP, because we again emphasize the purpose of a SAP because of that challenge. And also heard something, Nancy, you mentioned that there's something between a procedure that's in between. Are you referring to a procedure that's between a risk assessment procedure and a substantive procedure? And that could be a SAP, or like, I just wanted to clarify when you mentioned there's a procedure in between, and what is that referring to specifically?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so what we're talking about is that if you are applying something that you actually would have an expectation. So it falls into the nature of the SAP as we described, but you're not really doing that procedure to identify or assess risk. And doing that procedure doesn't lead you directly to concluding against an element within your financial statements. So where does that fit? And that's why I was suggesting, think about your concept about saying relevant to. So it's, helping you to identify material misstatement, but it's also relevant to determine that. So the concept of relevant to, when you first introduced it in the test of details, was to contemplate that sometimes the test of details not directly about a code tab D itself, but it's leading to it. So it's that concept, and it came from someone, a practitioner who advises a group of small practitioners. So they seem to be struggling with that concept in terms of where that would fit. If you don't think that that's SAP, then that's okay. Then you explain that it's not, and it would just be considered as an analytical procedure. But it's not something that leads you to a direct conclusion. So, I mean, there are categories in which case you may want to establish some benchmark, but you want to have precision enough to say that that benchmark is reliable, and then you use it further later on to help you to get to the final point about getting sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I hope that's clear.
Okay, thank you
We
for that
can talk
clarification.
offline if that helps.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So I think possibly that's an interesting take on the use of the term relevant to. I just think that we use it quite a lot in our standards, and maybe sometimes we use it too much, but there is no in between. Yeah, there is a bucket of evidence. So when you respond to risk, you might get evidence from this type of procedure, which could be substantive analytical procedure, or you get it from test of detail, or test of controls, whatever. There is a bucket, and you have to make sure you fill that bucket to respond to the risk. But there's no in-between thing that isn't in our standards technically, that isn't going to be a risk assessment procedure or a further audit procedure, or the other procedures, like when you're responding to relevance and reliability of the information to be used as audit evidence and that sort of thing. But I don't think you would use a substantive analytical procedure to do that particular procedure. So whatever we do, we mustn't confuse our stakeholders by implying there's something in the middle, because there isn't. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Kalina?
Yeah, Tom, maybe just some clarity from the board. Where did we land with placing the definition subject to the refinements and comments? Is it in 520? Is it in 330? Having it in both standards, I would like to remind the board, is not something that the CASP currently suggests that we do. So I know there was views putting it in 330. Josephine supported 520, maybe both. What we have suggested is to provide a footnote in 330 that takes you to 520. So the link is established there in that manner. It's not unusual. It's done in other standards defined terms. And project team where we landed is 330 does not use SAP in the requirements. So on that basis, if you look at the guidelines in CUSP, it says it better sits in 520.
People are nodding. I think your solution that you just proposed seems the right way forward. Okay.
Thank you. Tom will go to the next. Thank you. On the next, we actually touched a bit about this topic, which is on the scope of the ISO 520. As we know, currently ISO 520 mainly focus on the substantive analytical procedures relating to its requirement, and also on a bit on the analytical procedures as concluding procedures. And then the analytical procedure as a risk assessment procedure is addressed separately in the 315. So with the proposal, we propose to consolidate all the three types of analytical procedures in the scope of 520. And then I'll pause here and hand it back to you, Tom, for a discussion.
Okay, can we get the question on the screen, please? Thank you. So we're up to question 3 about the proposed changes to scope in 520. Wendy.
Okay, notwithstanding, I'm the only person who thinks the definition should be in 330 and not in 520. I struggled with what's in paragraph 42 just a little because of the order, because 315 is first, 330 is next, and then you do your auditor conclusion. However, I couldn't come up with a better answer, so I'm content with the words here for leaving it in 520 with the exception. Oh no, I just want to point out that material is here for material misstatement, but we already addressed that and said we were going to put it in earlier. Thank you.
So I'm just building on a thought that was raised at the table before, or a couple of thoughts. So Josephine mentioned, well, this is substantive analytical procedures are specific and they need their own place. So yeah, fine, give it their own standards. Do we need to model it with analytical procedures? And why don't we keep risk assessment analytics in 315 and conclusion analytics in 700 and keep the standard as bespoke as possible on a procedure that is difficult to operate?
Shayu?
Thank you, Tom. I support to actually include all the three types of analytical procedures into 520. But for the paragraph 42, I would like to suggest that we amend the wording a bit, really to introduce the three types in their sequence, which is start from a risk assessment and then substantive analytical procedure and then the final conclusion or the completion stage, which would flow more, easy for readers to understand. And for the paragraph 42 itself, and I think if someone has mentioned, I would like to suggest that we remove the investigate the results. And also investigate the results is not quite right, because what we really investigate is something which is unusual or unexpected. Yeah, thank you.
Makika?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I'm really supportive what Xiaoyun said. But I also have a comment on the paragraph 14. And I think we need to refine the definition as well. Yes, because as we
say in the previous paragraphs, we like to cover all the analytical procedures, all the three, in a risk assessment, in a risk response, and just before the conclusion. Yeah, defined in 520. But in the current sentence, analytical procedures as a substantive procedure is clearly mentioned, but the others, analytical procedures performed as a risk assessment, are placed in the same sentence as analytical procedure near at the end of the audit. So it's very confusing, and the definition of each stage of analytical procedures is not very clear, and all the procedures are included or not for the analytical procedure in the risk assessment. Thank you.
Anyone else? Robert?
With respect to 3A, we deliberately discussed this in our outreach, and we, well, I should say, oppose or disagree with the proposed changes to the scope of ISRE 520, because we do not believe that a case has been made that requirements and guidance for analytical procedures for risk assessment need to be placed in 520 rather than 315. By placing risk assessment analytical procedures in 520, all of the requirements and guidance would need to differentiate those that apply to substantive analytical procedures and those that apply to risk assessment analytical procedures, and this could become an onerous exercise. Thank you.
Wendy?
Just wanted to come back in to support what Edo said, because I had said blow up 520 altogether. I could live with putting what belongs in 315 and 315, what belongs in 330, and leaving substantive procedures alone in 520.
So that was considered in terms of looking at these proposals. Yeah, thank you. So that was considered, that option. So when the part of this standard 520, it has certain objectives. So if we would reallocate something to 700, which is the piece about, then it would trigger something in the objective in 700. We recall the caution from the board in terms of pursuing changes to the objectives, whether that's a conforming, a consequential or not. So from the perspective of the project and where we sit, that's probably outside of the scope where we can go into the objectives of 700 and do something as a conforming amendment. So that was one perspective that was considered there. In terms of consolidating everything in 520, it is considering what the board did in the past. So the board does not want repetition in requirements. What sits in 315 sits in 315, and that is a valid decision. So here, the proposal is, up till now, somebody asked, analytical procedures, what is this investigation element? So the investigation element is actually a requirement that sits in paragraph 7 of 520. There is a possibility to be explicit in 315 and add that requirement, but it would be repetitive with what is already sitting in 520. So from that perspective, 315 already refers the auditor to 520 that can be useful when performing analytical procedures as a risk assessment procedure. So this is adding that clarity. It's not overruling something that the board did in the past. It's not going to be repeating requirements. It's just going to make the linkages more logical, systematical. And by the way, having an investigation piece in the definition of analytical procedures is not a requirement. So it does not prescribe how you investigate results. It just sits in a definition, and that may be an investigation that may even get you in a test of details situation.
Josephine?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Kalina. I just wanted to thank you for that. And I actually lend my support to this decision for all the reasons that you set out. So thank you.
So there were a couple different points of view here, but it started out that there was I saw a wave of support for what was being proposed here, of dealing with Part A. But then I heard some slightly opposing voices, and I think the project team needs to figure out, should we keep on going in this direction? And I guess this point in time is conscious that the team will take all sorts of suggestions. Is like, are they on the right track with the proposed changes to the scope of 520? I guess by show of hands, I sort of want to see whether people are in that camp with the caveats of the suggestions, because Robert articulated maybe the most strongly opposed view to that, but there were one or two others that I would sort of put in that camp. So who supports the general direction of the proposed changes to the scope of 520 discussed in paragraph 42 of the agenda item 4? For those who are you don't support, you would suggest another direction is needed? Edda?
So I can live with it. It wouldn't be my preference. So that's a different spiel on it. So I don't directly oppose.
Okay. The large majority were in favor of this approach. Certainly, you could get continued input on how we execute on the approach choices. You got some suggestions. Any other reactions, Colleen and team, on input on question 3A and B? Should we keep proceeding?
Thank you. And the last piece on the SEP is about the performance requirements. And I just wanted to highlight one area, which is this. We propose to set the threshold for investigation to be at or below performance materiality. And there's a few reasons for this proposal. One is that this threshold is already in the application material of the existing 520 right now. So we just elevate the consideration of materiality and performance materiality in the requirement. And secondly, also connecting to the purpose, our objective in strengthening these the requirements in ISA 520 is to make sure that there is a precise expectation and that has been set, which is a required attribute of the substantive analytical procedure. So we believe it is reasonable to highlight the fact that the threshold should also be set at a appropriate level, and also certainly per our outreach with the firms, some of the firms already have the threshold of performance materiality in the methodology. So this is something could be operationalized. I just wanted to highlight those, and now I'll hand it back to Tom to open up for discussion.
Okay, comments on question 4 related to the precision of an auditor's expectation, paragraph 48 in the issues paper, and then the proposed clarifications related to the amount of difference between expected and recorded amounts, paragraph 49. Josephine.
Thank you. So outreach on this, support for 5C(2). Just a suggestion, so this is quite a granular suggestion for us to have another go at making A16A clearer. It's a multiple line sentence, however directionally okay, so that's good, support. And then for A15, perhaps a link to external factor considerations in developing expectations could be made more explicit in this section. So changes in the year, tariffs, living wage, etc., that'll impact cost lines and so forth. This kind of might be seen as obvious because you gather that information in the understanding of the entity environment and so forth, but actually that link there might be quite helpful too. Thank you.
Sammy.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thank you for the team. And hello, everyone. It was pretty much unfortunate I couldn't make it to New York this time, but it would have been great if I was able to make it for 2.5-day agenda. This would have been great, to see more of New York. But unfortunately, I'm changing home. I have to move within like a week time, and I have so many other things happening at the moment. So who knows? Maybe next time Tom will give us another 2.5-day agenda for the coming meeting. But I'll keep hoping. Anyhow, with regard to paragraph 5, I have two comments in there. Now, for 5C, 5C goes into starts with developing an expectation that's based on a plausible or a predictable relationship. And I was wondering if it is possible to look into starting before with developing a plausible and predictable relationship before it moves to developing an expectation. And the reason behind this is usually out of our inspections with the audit firms, what we realize is that sometimes the practitioner, they just follow something like a rule of thumb or something like a ready-made model, some sort of that. It's like, a practitioner would go with a relationship like, we expect all balances to move by 10%. And it's like, why you expect that? We don't find the real answer why this is the relationship on which the expectation is being built. So it's very important to really define that plausible relationship, and this is why it might be good to give it a separate small paragraph by itself. And the other comment I have in there is that for 5C, for 5C2, I would say that yes, for an auditor, you can determine whether the expectation is pretty much precise or not, but it's hard to determine if it is precise for the purpose of identifying a misstatement, because the level of precision is, you can go as much as you want on the level of precision. You don't know where to stop. You don't know where it will be sufficient enough to figure out a misstatement. But you always can tell if it is precise or not precise. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil?
Thanks, Tom. Tom, in my outreach, I certainly received fairly consistent feedback that designing it always with PM or below, performance materiality or below, would be too restrictive. In particular, when I look at the words that, if I've now lost my place, we're talking about the substantive analytical procedure either alone or in the combination with other procedures would get you the evidence that you're needing. It kind of removes the need that there would be other procedures if you have to always design these to be so precise. And so it may be true that some methodologies might have a precise level to perform these around performance materiality, but there certainly are exceptions to this, and the way that it's drafted would mean that those exceptions wouldn't be available, and certainly wouldn't be available when you're accumulating evidence and combining it with evidence obtained through other procedures. So I wouldn't support being so prescriptive that the expectation needs to be down at performance materiality levels.
And
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So the points that I've noted have been mentioned, so I'll just go very briefly on that. Just on that point that Neil brought up, we have the same point when we talk to a group of our practitioners and alike. Essentially, a lot of practice actually operate at that level, But when you say that, especially when you're starting with the preface that says this could be in combination with tests of details, we find it to be too restrictive as well. So it's not good that we would support that. The other point that was brought up was the fact that when you say at or below, people will go right to PM. So that was another thought that was brought up. Another counter argument was also about, when we look at 540, auditing accounting estimates, we talk about developing point estimate or range, and we never really refer to materiality as a reference point. So do we have to be that precise in saying that it has to be at or below? So a number of thoughts, but basically underscoring perhaps we shouldn't add in the at or below the performance materiality. While I have the floor, a small point, but I just want to make sure that we did pick it up. I do support the C2i to say determine, but when you do that and you look at the application material heading for A15, it says evaluation. So if we do end up with determine, then it needs to say determination of whether. Yeah, thank you.
Wendy.
So I substantially agree with the comments that have been made. In 48, I just have an observation on the reordering. I'm not sure that not sure that we intentionally, or wouldn't developing the expectation be a wasted effort if we then determine that the information is unreliable. So I thought we might enhance the application material to address that, and can certainly send in some proposed edits. The other thing I observed is that in A15, it implies assessing, and this is why I want to send in some edits, it implies assessing the reliability of the information is optional. So the whole package is a little confusing. On 49, as already noted, got a lot of feedback there that was not supportive. Thought it should remain auditor judgment in the bucket of procedures that you're doing. And perhaps application material would help, but didn't think that we should put it in the essential requirements, that SAPs are limited, are not useful if you go above performance materiality, because there is that currently in auditing, if that is the result, then you go and you do more procedures. You don't not use them. Thank you.
Shayu.
Thank you, Tom. My first comment is on the few examples used. Which page is that? Oh, page 14. Page 14. As a practitioner, I have to admit, most of the examples here to illustrate SAP are not SAP in practice, at least based on my experience. Maybe because I think it's many years ago. Is that because of one of the regulators' inspection finding that SAP were substantially reduced in some firms' methodology or some networks? So I would suggest that for a global standard, can we consider to use some examples which are more widely accepted as typical SAPs? For example, depreciation or interest income or things like that. Because the examples here may cause some, I think some concern from some regulators, even if I myself is not a regulator. The second thing is that I noted that accepted amount and acceptable amount are used in different parts of the paper. Can we make it consistent? And I would prefer acceptable amount over accepted. And another observation is on page 15, A16A. It talks about that as the assessed risk increase, the amount of the acceptable difference should be decreased. I think it is addressing the precision matter, but I think maybe the rationale is not like that, because very often SAP is not the only further procedural practitioners are performing to obtain all the evidence. So we actually have a choice here. Even if the assessed risk is high, it doesn't mean we have to achieve a high level of precision, because we are also performing tests of controls and the test of details. So really the level of precision, it should be linked to, directly with the desired level of assurance we want to achieve from SAP, not to the assessed risk itself. Thank you.
Kalina. Hey, did you want to respond to something specifically?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. Okay. So I'll always come back to you guys afterwards. Hernan and then Ada.
Thank you, Tom. Well, regarding the paragraph 49, I have here some concerns about making performance materiality amount an explicit requirement in the text of the standard, because in many cases the amount set is quite a bit lower in practice, and that could be perceived as a change among practitioners. But that is not the majority opinion, but I'd like to bring up this concern from many stakeholders in Latin America. Thank you.
Ada.
Thank you, Tom. So I heard from my outreach as well that they were questioning whether it should be at or below performance materiality, and that we should look at all the procedures performed and yada, 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 which I get. So the pervasiveness or persuasiveness of the evidence is what we're ultimately after. And I get that you do some level of analytics with test of details, and that's maybe all right. What I struggle with is that I don't think that analytical procedures that have a level of precision that is below material misstatement or below performance materiality is first of all in line with the definition of substantive procedures, because that says to detect material misstatements. And I would not call those substantive analytical procedures. And I think substantive analytical procedures is difficult. And why is it difficult? Because you set a robust expectation, and when it's not meeting the expectation, in my view, the presumption would be it's an error. And then you may do some follow-up work and ask questions, but that would be my presumption in doing substantive analytics. So raising it to a level that's higher than performance materiality doesn't make any sense. But that's so I fully support the project team with setting the level at performance materiality. For those reasons being, it is not an easy procedure, and we cannot sprinkle it all over the place. Whenever we do some level of analytical procedures, we're deeming it substantive, because then it satisfies some of the efforts that we need to do in the context of significant risks, etc., etc. And it may also help Hernan with his comment.
Christelle?
I would like to come back to the matter of the acceptable difference between expected and recorded amounts, as it is addressed in paragraph 5D and the related application material. I think it will be helpful if the standard specifies that the acceptable difference should be proportionate to the recorded amount. This approach would encourage auditors to consider the relative size and significance of account balances or classes of transactions when determining what is acceptable. Thank you.
Shaya, do you have? Colleen?
Yes, thanks to everyone. So thanks so much for the suggestions. We're happy to receive anything offline you have and look at some of these paragraphs. Obviously, we will be refining the drafting based on comments, so that is very helpful. I just wanted to come back on the point about elevating performance materiality to the requirement. So what we think this is very important in terms of enhancing the standard. And this is why. It is because while we are doing this work now in the outreach and talking to firms and to regulators equally, we are understanding that SAPs are very difficult to do, right? And SAPs, if they're done well, they're very powerful procedures that can be very helpful. But there is also difficulty in terms of performing these procedures with sufficient, let me say, rigor, as 520 has envisioned. To Edo's point, it's very difficult to claim that the objective of a substantive procedure is achieved if you don't have performance materiality there in your mind in terms of the benchmark. Another thing is that we are hearing from both firms and regulators is tests of controls are performed less and less because those are difficult to do. You need very skilled practitioners to be able to design a very well done test of controls. So firms' methodologies usually use SAPs more and more. When I say SAPs, these are also other types of analytical procedures to be able to take that credit in terms of test of details through the sampling methodologies and so on. So, which is fine because that is a thing that methodologies may use. But from our standards, we realize that there is a gap in terms of what we mean from the perspective of the standard as a SAP. We do mean something that meets the objective of a substantive procedure. So therefore, our team strongly feels that we need to lock in the performance materiality there in the requirement to be clear about it. This doesn't preclude firms to do other things where in combination that can take that credit or not. I mean, there's another project that will look at sampling and that will be on the table. But from the perspective of this project, this is an important clarification in our standard, because when we say SAP, we mean something that is precise and can meet the objective of a substantive test. Just wanted to add that perspective. So our team here is convinced that they should be elevated to the requirements. It's helpful for us to understand where the board sits. I know we have some support, but not broadly. Important thing. We don't think we can clarify the standard if we do not elevate performance materiality to the requirement. This is what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, Kalina, I just wanted to, because you said it was some support, but not broad, but I haven't said anything because I do support exactly where you are and exactly for the same reasons Edo raised earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalina. I think you explained why you think it's so important to get affirmation on this, because it will drive your work in this area going forward. Are people in general agreement, the great majority of you in general agreement with what Kalina just said? Nancy?
So not totally there just yet. Maybe I'll reflect on it as time go on and be more definitive in my position. I think what I'm hearing is that people are begging to allow them to exercise professional judgment. I mean, if you're talking about doing this alone, this SAP alone, then yes, raising the bar, go to performance materiality, I don't think you'll see any resistance. But the preface in paragraph 5, so that's just don't look at D, look at what paragraph 5 says. It does talk about in combination with tests of details. So when you're supplementing one with some other procedures, you have to I guess, practitioners are indicating that you have to allow them to exercise professional judgment. We keep saying, use your professional judgment, right? So you have to allow them to do that and see how tight do I need to be on this SAP. And that's why I'm carrying that message to the table. So I like to reflect more on it, more along the line, I'm not as articulate, but more along the line of how Ido has introduced it, but also how Nick has talked about it earlier.
Neil, why don't we ask Neil to come in, and then Kalina, you could respond.
Tom, I'm not immediately moved from the position that I previously stated. I think it's I still think it's overly prescriptive. I think there are a number of accounts that might be significantly large without having some relevance to the size of the account that would then make SAPs unworkable, whether it's in revenue, cost of sales, some margin areas. And the idea that you would always have to be within PM, otherwise it's not even defined as a substantive procedure, seems restrictive under the current circumstances. So I'm not moved at this point.
So just wanted to add some context to what Nancy mentioned. So that sentence there is both sides, yeah, alone or in combination with tests of details. It's put there in terms of context. But just wanted to say that we are still looking. There's other project actions which talk about looking at SAP and whether technology and other developments need a change in that concept. So just wanted to say that the sentence is put there for context. This is a different action that we are addressing here. We are not looking at whether a SAP can be, obviously a SAP can be a response for certain accounts, but not for the way the standards define it, not for ones that are significant risks. So Nancy will look at that leading sentence and whether it makes sense in the context of what we're proposing. We haven't looked at it. We've just put it there. Maybe we shouldn't have. It's there. We'll have a look at it. But I just wanted to say it's not something that the project team has considered at this point fully.
Josephine.
It might be something for an offline comment, maybe with Neil, but I'm really struggling to understand why there is this issue with performance materiality when we're dealing with a further audit procedure. And I thought the standards were quite clear where that sits. And so it's just something as well, maybe Kalina, we need to understand better, because I just don't get it. I think it's very clear in the standards why we're using performance materiality for this particular type of procedure, but I'm missing something. Thank you.
Well, I understand where Neil's coming from, and given that we're now thinking of bringing all the analytical procedures in one standard rather than keeping them separate, let's spend some time maybe on analytical procedures that are part of further audit procedures in combination with others, but don't call them substantive analytical procedures, because substantive analytical procedures is a procedure to detect material misstatements. So you cannot be at a higher level. That's the same thing as doing a test of detail with a threshold that is bigger than materiality. Doesn't work that way.
Just don't want Neil to feel like he's sitting on an island, because I agree with him. But I do appreciate all of the discussion and what you just said, Edo, and taking it back, and I will reflect again when I see the words new. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can move ahead.
Okay, so that's me again. So this next topic is one that has resulted in a range of very interesting conversations, both among the project team, with our project board members, in all of the outreach that we've been doing this quarter. It's one for which we're very much seeking sort of your direction, in that we've presented you with some options to think about. And it is one that we are continuing to discuss with a range of stakeholders over the quarter ahead. And so I'm very excited to hear your perspectives. The one bit of introductory context I wanted to give was around, I guess, the answer to the what is it that we're trying to do here? What is the problem that we're trying to solve, or the issue that we were responding to? Purely, I guess, just give a bit more specifics around the issue that we'd heard in the information gathering and developing the project proposal, to just really anchor back on why we're thinking about this. And we basically heard questions around, in general, the continued appropriateness of these requirements in the context of the current global environment and rapid technological change, the consistency within which the requirement could be applied when we're looking for evidence about lack of change, the prescriptivism of the requirement in the context of ISAs being written in a principle at a principles level, rather than having a requirement that talks about doing something at least every 3 audits or 3 years, and just really overall that interaction of the requirements in 330 and 315. So we have had a number of views from our outreach with stakeholders. And so while this is continuing, really what we're looking for is your input on the 4 options that we've currently presented for consideration. So I won't go through them again. They're obviously on there, but really the questions that we have is views on the actual options that we've presented and any other options that you may have identified.
Why don't you just give some context about the options? I think that would help the discussion out and sort of the logic.
For sure. Thanks, Tom. So, okay, so option 1 is really, we're talking about ultimately doing very little, very light touch, retaining the requirement as is, and just doing some limited refinements, I suppose, to update for the language conventions in CASP, adding, clarifying application material to just respond to the questions that were around the lack of clarity and the lack of consistency, to try and see if we can do something like that. Option 2 would be to decrease the scope of the requirement and really make sure that it was clear that the requirement could only be applied in the requirements, rather, could only be applied in specific circumstances and really be linked to only thinking about automated controls. At the moment, the application material would likely guide you down that path regardless, and we have heard from outreach that often when these requirements are used, it is in that context. And so this would be sort of codifying that practice more explicitly and being responsive to the notion that we're thinking about this in the context of entities using basically technological enhancements and so on. Option 3 would be, it sounds very bold, it says let's just remove the requirements. And just the note here, I suppose that's important, is that this isn't really intended to prevent this approach, but it really just reflects that it's leaning on existing principles that are actually already existing in other standards. So in the holding package of proposed ISA 500 revised, and even in other parts of ISA 330, it would be saying, well, we can already do this within the other requirements that we have. These requirements are currently there to draw out a specific circumstance. Our CASP conventions might tell us that we wouldn't write requirements specifically for specific circumstances unless it was necessary to sort of support consistent practice and so on. So it's in this context rather than, it's not saying let's remove this as a possibility for auditors to do that, but it's really saying you may, in using your professional judgment, already land on something that's appropriate. And 4 would be really simplifying the requirements to replace them with something that is more principles-based. So it'd be removing that prescriptivism of a requirement to do something at least every 3rd period, for example. It would be basically leaving this at a higher level of saying, it's still acknowledging that this is a specific circumstance that may warrant calling out in ISA 330, even though basically drawing on those principles in other places while maintaining that principles-based sort of approach in the actual requirement itself. So that's sort of where our thinking was going with those.
Thank you very much. Kalina?
Just maybe one more word to what Anna already explained very, very well, is what made us think about some of these options is the requirement is extra specific. very unusual requirement. It tells you you do it every 3 years. Some of the thinking there is this would probably be something that firms' methodologies should already capture at that detailed level. So that was a little bit of the context and the thinking there, not just CASP, it's just, are we crossing? I know that the board has cautioned us, particularly and other stakeholders, don't cross over with methodology. Probably this is a place where we need to think whether we are crossing over with methodology. And in the context of whether this is something that is a safety net, we don't see it as a safety net. We more see it as a prescriptive requirement sitting in our standards, very methodology looking. So anyway, thank you.
Okay. Sammy, first.
Okay, so just before we go further, I was wondering, as the staff analyzed the matter, what kind of recommendation the staff has, like which option the staff would recommend and why. I guess from what Kalina said, definitely it's not option one, but I wonder what option the staff would go with after analyzing the whole matter.
Not sure we have a consensus among the staff team. So maybe what we'll do is present, there's, I think, one or two options. I mean, two options that people lean towards. And maybe what you'll do is explain why you favor one over the other. I know there's an option 4 on the table, right? If I remember, an option 2, is it, if I'm right? A combination of 1 and 2? Yeah, okay. Let's let you explain to us why you think a particular option is in response to Sammy.
I guess I can, sure. I suppose from okay, I'm just gonna go for it. My preference would be, if I stick with thinking about ISA's remaining principles based, option 4 would be more where I would be leaning at this point. It retains professional judgment of auditors in terms of making sure that they have the appropriate evidence, that they've designed procedures that actually get them to the right outcome. It would be recognizing a specific circumstance, which is test of controls do offer a kind of evidence that is a bit different to substantive evidence that you get from performing substantive procedures. And so you may be able to use it recurringly. And it would get rid of the prescriptivism of saying, and you must do something every X period of time. Now, I acknowledge the safety net aspect of at least prescribing a period of time, which makes sure that auditors are not forgetting and just relying on evidence for longer than may be seen as appropriate. It's just that I'm not sure what the basis is of saying 3 years, especially in the current context where we're talking about rapid change and so on. If I had to rank the options, maybe then option 2 might be my preferred. If we do want to stay more prescriptive and allow for less frequent testing, then maybe making it clearer, like where it applies and doesn't, is a way. I have stronger arguments that I can probably come up with, but I'll let others weigh in.
Is there a different viewpoint on the team? So the team is sort of leans 4 with some variant of 2, maybe? Okay. Sammy, does that sway you at all? You asked.
Well, I ask, I don't answer the question. But no, I must wait it. My first reaction to the 4 options, and again, this comes as a regulator. The problem that we face is that we don't mind for a practitioner to rely on a test of control from a prior year. But the issue that we usually face is the test of control that was done previously was not right in the first place. And what we are concerned about is that the longer the period this goes on, the deficiency or the weakness in the audit might go for a longer period without being detected. Now, the shorter the period, you still hope that somebody, whether it is the regulator or another colleague of the practitioner, whether in the same firm or another firm, well, definitely it's going to be in the same firm, comes and is like, okay, you know what, we didn't do it right previously, and we have to improve it this time. So this is the risk that I see in there as from a regulator point of view.
Okay. Josephine.
Thank you. So I have a slightly different take on this from my outreach, which is that this is really ultimately up to the firm and the quality under ISQM1 to determine whether or not they have, you know, the appetite for that from a risk perspective. So actually, I would go along the option 3 or 4, notwithstanding what Sammy said about that. You know, obviously, there's a risk that if you tested a control, but you weren't really thinking about that properly in the first place, then you're carrying forward something that doesn't work. I mean, obviously, there could be guidance around that, but that's a fair point. But I think if you are going to use existing evidence from controls existing evidence from controls testing, then more guidance from Sammy's perspective that helps make sure that you really are bringing forward something that is relevant to what you're looking at, so it serves the purpose. And again, highlighting the importance of the firm's policies, procedures as well in this regard, because ultimately, you know, the auditor may pursue a rotational strategy for testing controls, but they do have to think about the risk appetite of the firm in that regard. But I would say that it's option 3 or option 4. Thank you.
Amaro?
Thanks, Tom. I was able to do some outreach as well on this issue. And for the reasons very, very, very similar to the ones mentioned by Josephine. Sorry, Josephine. For very similar reasons, there was a strong support for option 4 if we are to trust that auditors' judgment and firm methodology would derive the right approach. And if not, if needed more guidance, would go to option 3 as well.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you. So for myself, I see option 4 because I like that principle-based, principle-driven approach as opposed to detailed rules. But when I was talking in the outreach, if you want to call it that, I was in the minority. I think I only have one member who sort of felt my way. Most of the people actually favor option 1. They say, it's not broken. Why deal with it? And then the other comment was that if you change it, we may not get it past what the regulators might want. So that was what was put on the table. I said, oh, that's interesting. You know, I guess the only thing with option 4 is if we set it too principle-based, too much flexibility, worry about abuse or not applying it properly. So that's the downside. So, you know, listening to people, I said to myself, I said, okay, I would like to start with option 4, but if it looks like that we can't do this right, as in giving enough guidance or boundaries around it, then maybe it's better to go back to something closer to option 1 and modifying it, or is it called option 2? I'm now all over the map, covering all 4 of them.
Shayev?
In my outreach discussions, most of the practitioners in my region actually they went for option 1, but here I'm going to say I will go for option 2. Because the rotation of test of control, I think, is against the very fundamental series of an audit for several reasons. First of all, if you look at the description of test of control in 330, paragraph 10, and they are really talking about how and by whom and in what way the control operates during the period. So if in the current period you don't obtain such evidence, how do you conclude that controls operate effectively in current period? Second reason is that when the standard talks about using the audit evidence obtained during the interim audit, they also require the auditors to perform some procedures to roll forward that evidence into the final. And third reason is if you look at this issue from audit sampling perspective, the samples you selected should be representative of the population on the precondition that every item in the population has a chance to be selected, which does not exist in this scenario because none of the samples in current year's control was selected. And a side consideration is that the auditing standard talks about the auditors cannot presume that management and the TCWG has the integrity based on their prior experience with them. So if I replicate that concept into test of control, how can you assume that the controls keep operate effectively in current year just because they operated effectively in last year or the year before? So all in all, I don't see a strong support for rotating the test of control. I'm talking about the manual control because automated control, I think it's well recognized that we can benchmarking as long as the control has not changed and there is a GITC operating effectively to safeguard the continuous effectiveness of automated controls. So all I'm talking about are test of manual controls. So, I mean, for all those reasons, I don't see from my heart why we could accept a rotation of manual controls. And because I think that when we say utilize all the evidence from prior period, we are talking about the control, the operating effectiveness of control, right? So if the purpose is really to make the audit work more efficient, we can assess the control risk as lower in subsequent years if the prior year test turned out to be the controls operate effectively. In that way, we could reduce the sample size in second or third years, but not in the way, not doing test of control at all, but conclude they are effective. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Christelle?
Thank you. I support option 1 because it retains the current approach, including the baseline requirement to rotate the testing of controls at least once every third audit, and the expectation that certain controls are tested in every audit. I think that this approach promotes consistency, and I would note that option 1 can also include redrafting the requirement to incorporate additional information and considerations to take into account the evolving environment in which audits are performed. Option 2, on the other hand, appears to me too restrictive in many circumstances. Implementing this option could limit auditors' professional judgment and flexibility and may inadvertently discourage testing controls, pushing auditors towards a purely substantive approach. This will diminish the benefits of a balanced audit strategy that leverages both control and substantive procedures. And option 3 and 4, according to me, do not provide the same degree of consistency as option 1. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. Same across the board feedback from my reach out, which was support for option 1. There was a little bit of discussion about precisely what you said earlier, about maybe 3 years is a little bit too prescriptive and creeping into audit methodology. So there was a little bit about, tailoring or taking that out and putting in application guidance, what makes you choose the timing and what you do. The other observation I have from this meeting, and I've listened to all the points of view, is earlier we said nobody uses tested controls. So, maybe we need to consider why before we even get to whether or not we're going to rely on prior audit evidence from previous years, whether it's manual or automated. I did also get a lot of feedback on scalability, but when coupled with the point that nobody uses controls, I'm not really sure that that's relevant. And then maybe, right, because at the smaller client level, I don't think there's a lot of testing of controls anyway. Because of what you said earlier, there's not a broad use of tested controls regardless. So some other thoughts. No, actually, I think I covered them all. One size does not fit all, and that also should probably, in the context of scalability, be built into the application material, notwithstanding that I'm not sure that controls are tested at the smallest clients anyway. Thanks.
Thank you. Ornan?
Thank you, Tom. Similarly to the point that Nancy made, my first impression in this point is that the option 4 was the preferable, but once I started reaching out information among others, what I could hear is that the preference is option 1 because practitioners and regulators that I could talk about this point feel that we are relaxing the requirement in this regard. That's why there are mixed view in this point, but I have to say that my last prefer is option 1. Thank you.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. And Wendy, I guess my experience is entirely different than yours because test of controls are being used, maybe not at the smallest clients, but they are definitely being used. All right, well, whoever it may have said, test of controls are being used. So I'm very much a principle-based person. And in that context, you would think that I would sway towards option 4, but I don't. My outreach consistently points to option number 1. I am probably coming much more from where Xiaoye came from. Well, I think an audit is an audit of this year. And so why would you rely on controls tested last year or the year before, and in a principle-based approach, potentially 10 years before? And how will that really help? So I think, and 500 has the ability, and then you start thinking about, okay, but which would be the controls where there is no change? Because the problem with manual controls is somebody may get sick for 3 months, and but when you do your inquiry as to has the control changed, they didn't tell you about the sickness, but the individual is still sitting there. Even if you do a walkthrough, you see the same individual sitting there. I think it's iffy. So I'm inherently probably more on option 0, so disallow it altogether. And I appreciate that goes a little bit far, but absent that, I'll be in 1. Thank you.
Robert?
Thanks. Well, we also had a deliberate discussion last week with my stakeholders from various firms. First of all, we're not convinced that the notion of rotational testing as it is proposed here in the various options is in line with the ISRs because it's not in line with risk-based approach. And this is what you said and what you just concurred. For this reason, all references to rotational testing in the options deemed to be inappropriate, in particular where it is explicitly prescribed in option 2. As I'm not a practitioner or an auditor, I believed and expected that the firms would go for option 4 because it gives them lots of leeway. But they rejected. They said it's too much of leeway for their staff, or could be too much of leeway for their staff. And for this reason, we or I support option 1, as it laid out the extent without the explicit reference to the rotational testing. Thank you.
Bill?
I'm not sure I'm going to add anything because we've covered all 4 options, and I just don't know how this gets resolved. All I'd like to say is that just for the sake of speaking, I guess option 2 is my choice, but because I really struggle with manual controls being rotated. I could live with automated controls provided GITCs were fine. But I wasn't around when 330 was drafted and those initial paragraphs were put in, and didn't hear the robustness of that debate. So, but 3 and 4 seem to bring in too much judgment. And I can imagine in our outreach firms saying we like 4, but from a standard setter's point of view, I couldn't go there.
I think the center of gravity's move towards option 1. There may be some caveats to that, but Kalina?
Yes, but just one clarification, and I hope I'm hearing this correctly. So when Edo talks about option 1, he talks about just CASP-like refinements retaining the baseline of 3 years. But when Robert talks about option 1, he prefers the baseline to be out of 3 years rotation, or remains? Okay, thank you.
For what it was worth, I don't usually offer my view why you're going to run. I was in the option 1 camp from the start, so it sort of it gives some discipline and focus. Edo?
So I can live with option 1. My preference would be actually option 2, because I think that's much more robust and you can have the proper guardrails around it. But it's definitely not 3 and 4. That's the clarity of the message, I hope.
Josephine?
No, what I was going to say though is that there is another way of thinking about this, which Bill said is the concern is around manual controls, which I understand, and I think Ado's particular example about someone being away for a while and whether consistently throughout the year that control was still performed given that person was not there. But there is then maybe another way of looking at it. Maybe the automated GITCs, maybe they could be considered. And maybe we think about the concern we have about manual controls, which seems to be driving the concern as to why you shouldn't bring something forward. And then you can move into maybe an option 3, option 4 scenario where you're thinking about it only being relevant to a particular type of controls. And you still have to, obviously you still have to test whether those are still in operation. Ado's conversations at these meetings have always been spot on as well, in the sense that actually by the time you've tested whether the control is still operating as it was before, you've probably done design, implementation, operating effectiveness anyway. But maybe that's another thing for the team to take back, to think about, is the problem the rotation, or is the problem the type of control that you're rotating and that particular type of audit evidence coming from previous years?
Shaya?
Yes, I would like to add on another piece of information is that in my jurisdiction for listed companies, we have the requirement to audit the ICFR of the companies and issue audit opinion. And in that ICFR audit, the rotation of test manual control is disallowed. So it calls the question, if the purpose of test control is to obtain evidence on operating effectiveness, why should there be a difference between, when you are auditing ICFR and when you are auditing control in a financial statement audit, I mean, the theory should be the same. Of course, in that ICFR audit, the automated controls can be rotated. Yeah, benchmarking. Thank you.
Helena?
Yeah, so in the context of Josephine's question, we are talking to stakeholders on this topic. We will continue to talk, but this was very helpful in terms of narrowing down the options, because similar to here, we are hearing different aspects about the requirement. In our outreach so far, and Anna will supplement if I'm not being as detailed, but I think we are specifically asking them, do you see this happen more often for certain types of controls, for certain and it consistently comes up. We see it for automated controls. Our teams also do it for manual controls. We don't have information or data on how many of audits use it. Robert, Germany was cited as an example where this option may be more implemented because of the environment there that allows and supports robust controls. So, but in general, there is not so much data on the manual element. For automated, it is very much used. Anna, was that what we are hearing?
Okay, so we're going to go, at least the direction is to keep on building out some variant of options 1 and 2, less interested in 3 and 4 as a holistic approach. Could we break after this now? Or do you need any more advice? We eliminated a couple of options, which is actually one more option that we thought we may have eliminated when we were doing our prep session. So that's good direction, and there's sort of options 1 and 2 are somewhat related in my mind. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll reconvene, I think at 2:15, and we'll have another 90 minutes or so on audit evidence and risk response. We need to sort of stay in time because we have IAASB coming that afternoon as well. So enjoy your lunch. 2:15, we'll reconvene. Good discussion. Thank you. Okay, could we get seated again? Is anyone, we need to let anyone in off the Zoom, Michelle? Is anyone waiting to get in on the Zoom?
Hi, Tom. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Okay, yeah, we see you. It just was that you weren't on screen. I didn't want to start without you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We're back from lunch. Okay, thank you very much. Good discussion this morning. We're going to turn, I think we're up to accepting records and documents as genuine section. I don't know who I'm handing it off to. Fadi?
That's me, Tom. Thank you. So our first topic after lunch is AM paragraph 824 of ISA 200, and in particular the lead-in sentence, which states that an auditor may accept documents and records as genuine unless there is a reason to believe otherwise. We are addressing a specific action in the project proposal that we explore whether consequential amendments to ISA 200 are needed to address some concerns raised by different stakeholders on some of the recent IAASB standard setting activities. I will not repeat what's in the paper or on the slides. Just briefly, the audit evidence project introduced authenticity as one of the attributes that the auditor would consider when evaluating the reliability of information, if applicable in the circumstances, of course. Also, recently, ISA 240 was revised, and the same sentence that was existing in ISA 240 was deleted. So the concern here is whether retaining this sentence in 824 of 200 will create a perceived inconsistency with a more proactive approach to evaluate authenticity as promoted in ISA 500 revised and ISA 240 revised. Also, I think it's important to mention that the ISAs say clearly that an auditor is not expected to be an expert in authentication. So we wanted to put this on the table. At this stage of the project, the team is not proposing any drafting or revisions to A24. As mentioned by Kalina earlier, we're having a lot of outreach, and this is on the agenda of practically all the meetings. Tom, I will stop here and hand it back to you to get the board's reflection on this topic and to help us progress the work on this further in the next quarter. Thank you.
Okay. Could you put the question on the screen, please?
Sorry, Michelle, we're not able to move.
Thank you. Bill.
Actually, I think I'm answering the right question. Look, in my mind, that sentence was always doubtful when we had hard copy documents handwritten, let alone now when we have computerized documentation. So I just think it flies in the face of skepticism. Nothing more than that. That you've got to look at any document and allow professional skepticism to play a part. So that's it.
Renan.
Thank you, Tom. During my outreach in Latin America, I hear that we should be very careful on this point. It is not just another issue, rather it represents a substantial shift in the approach to conducting an audit and could involve higher costs in performing an audit without clear incremental benefits. That's why I agree with the change on the word, but I believe that when we explore the future changes, we should be very careful on this point. Thank you.
Chriselle.
Thank you. Firstly, the proposed changes in ISA 500 and ISA 200 do not appear to contradict application material 824 of ISA 200. With respect to other matters related to paragraph 824, I believe it is essential to maintain a balanced approach. Requiring auditors to question the authenticity of every document obtained will be disproportionate and practical, and probably impossible to implement effectively, as auditors are not fraud specialists. Such a requirement will fundamentally alter the definition and execution of an audit, lead to substantial additional cost, and shift the focus away from the established risk-based approach. I support the proposal for additional outreach on this issue. However, it is crucial that the outreach carefully considers cost-benefit implications and fully assesses the potential impact on the nature and extent of audit procedures. It should be clearly communicated that any potential increase in assurance from a blanket requirement to verify authenticity may be outbalanced by the significant additional work effort and cost involved. Thank you.
Mark.
Thanks, Tom. I do very much agree with the direction of staff's proposal. And in my outreach in Brazil in particular, I heard quite a lot from practitioners that during the outreach, a stakeholder, in particular regulators, should be sought after, especially about their expectations about the auditor's responsibility regarding the authenticity of evidence.
Josephine? I mean, Wendy, then what, Joseph?
Thanks, Tom. I like the staff analysis. I also was on the fraud task force and was really happy to punt it over to ISA 500 and be careful what you wish for, because here we are. I have, in my reach out, and I certainly support further reach out that you had up on the slide to continue to see what the recommendations are. Certainly advanced technology, as Bill said, may generate more opportunity for fraud, but I believe this was addressed in ISA 240. Consideration in the ISA 200 paragraph 24 context must now also consider whether or not the responsibilities for the auditor and management are clear, which was intended in the going concern project, as well as fraud. But I'm still not sure that additional education wouldn't be appropriate, and you may get that from your stakeholder reach out. backdooring into ISA 200, at this point, the implication that auditors must explicitly perform procedures on each piece of information is simply not practical and would add more costs. So that's the, if you're getting feedback, that's my contradiction to agreeing. I totally agree with where the task force is going. So if there does need to be anything, I would think it would be education materials further and not opening up 224. Thank you.
Josephine.
I think that the thing here is not this binary view that seems to be coming across, which is accept everything as genuine unless reasons to versus mistrust everything. I think, as one of the staff members rightly reminded me, it is starting neutral, and to Bill's point, using your professional skepticism and your understanding of the entity and the environment to determine whether there are reasons to think that authenticity is an attribute of significance. And that's the point. You're using your professional judgment, you're applying your skepticism. I think Nancy said that, today about professional judgment, it's so important. So let's not think of it as on and off. It's not on and off. It's confusing. And so what is the way to tackle that confusing aspect of the standard is to actually allow the auditor to start at a neutral place and apply their judgment and skepticism. Thank you.
Anyone else? Robert?
Well, I have a slightly different view. Than staff. I believe that the standalone reference to genuine should stay or should be retained. We discussed this with my stakeholders, and we slightly disagreed with your analysis, and which you laid out under numbers 77 and 78. Authenticity, from our standpoint, relates more to the appropriateness of the source. In a sense, is the source authorized, and to whether inappropriate alteration have been made. And these alteration, if they are inappropriate, could have been done by error or maybe by intention. In contrast, genuineness relates to whether or not a document is false. And that it represents a forgery in which there is maybe a criminal intent to deceive by falsifying a document or creating a false document. So we still see this clear distinction between these two words, authenticity and genuineness. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I think this is a really key discussion we're having. This is an absolutely fundamental principle, I think, that's underpinned auditing for a long time. And therefore, we should be very careful if we're thinking about removing paragraph 824 from 200, in my view, because I think it still works happily with 240 and where we're up to right now with 500. I recognise it's still it's not a finalised revision, 500, but the task force got it to a position where I think it's a credible set of requirements that sit in there. So just fleshing that out a bit. So 240, I think it's clearly a conditional requirement. So it only kicks in if there's a concern about it, a document or record that has been brought to the attention of the auditor. And 240 does make it clear that the auditor is not required to design procedures specifically to identify conditions. It's only if they come to their attention. So I think it's underpinned 240 by professional skepticism. So I think that's running right through it. And I think it's clear, and I think the task force and the board acknowledged, we actually don't want every audit to be a forensic audit. So we've got to be very careful we don't go down the path of expecting the auditor to second guess every document or record. Is it authentic? Is it not? Has it been tampered with? Has it not? I think if you're on guard, if there's a fraud risk, if you identify something, yes, you must follow it up. The auditor clearly has to follow up things that don't sound right or look right. But to sort of be dancing at shadows, thinking every document, every record is not authentic or has been tampered with, I think would be a major step beyond what I think 240 is. 500, where we got to with 500, I think, we've got attributes, 5 of them. Authenticity is one of them. The auditor clearly needs to do some work if any of those attributes are deemed to be significant. So if authenticity is seen as a significant attribute, clearly the auditor has to do some work, right? We agree with that. But 500 says it's not necessary to do work on all attributes. So it's professional judgment based. And it's interesting, the standard 500, I think, goes as far as saying, particularly with internal sourced information, accuracy and completeness are ordinarily significant attributes, but it doesn't go as far as saying authenticity is ordinarily in any context. So there's 5 attributes, it's professional judgment based, and there's no directing that I could see in 500 to think that authenticity would ordinarily, it could be, it's based on professional judgment. There are some useful examples like third-party confirmations. It says when authenticity might be a more relevant or more significant attribute, that's a really good example where actually it generally would be, because you're wanting to make sure the third party you're dealing with is the third party you thought you were dealing with. And I think, Fadi, you mentioned that the proposed standard emphasises, the auditor's not trained in this area, not an expert, and not expected to really unpick this authentication issue. So I think the settings of both 240 and 500 actually still work happily with 200, paragraph 824. I really worry that we're going to unsettle the combination that I think actually still works. Thank you.
Akiga.
Thank you. Yes, I have 3 comments on this topic, and then the first one is regarding the sentence in A24, the auditor may accept record and document as genuine. I have heard a very strong concern from, especially from practitioners, that is very similar to what I hear here. Yeah, the concern is because, they are not a fraud specialist, and also, even though that what kind of additional procedures is already required, so that is very unclear. So that is their concern. But I also understand the stakeholders' concern of this sentence, because this sentence gives the impression that the auditor is proactively accepting authenticity, since the auditor is subject of the sentence. So, but reality, this is not about the auditor's subjective intention to accept them proactively, rather than maybe a more structural limitation because of the it's not already fraud specialist and so on, and cost maybe. So therefore, one possible revision or solution to this is maybe we can solve this with maybe changing just reframe the sentence in a more neutral and objective way, such as, for example, not saying auditor is accepting or something like that, but the auditor is required to consider blah, 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 recognizing the inherent limitation, for example. So this kind of maybe wording can help to reduce the expectation gap with stakeholders. That is first comment. And the second comment is about the outreach. So I think the outreach activity is already great, and I particularly welcome to engage more with users. However, in my brief experience as a board member here, I've come to feel that simply asking users about the detailed technical matters may miss the mark. Yeah, because I believe it will be very helpful for them to have already the kind of comprehensive understanding of the audit procedure and the technical wording of each word. So that will help. If not, they cannot make a very relevant comment. So it's maybe beyond the matter of this project, but it will be very helpful for the IAASB to prepare a common format of material that explain the basic audit process and key concept on the of the audit profession. So that will reduce the burden on individual project team to repeat the same explanation of the basic audit. And also that will, of course, serve investors to understand more and make a relevant comment. That is second. And the third one is in our outreach activities, not only to investors, but more general, I think it would be useful to explore whether stakeholders' concerns about this authenticity is very intuitive one, given the current tech circumstances, or based on the concrete evidence that audit evidence is less reliable in these tech circumstances. So I think here maybe the collaboration with academics might be helpful, but we like. I think we need to understand the more how to say evidence about the if this authenticity matter is now really bigger than ever because of the advanced technology or not. Yes, and that will I think increase the because and this is the if we change the requirement in that case it will increase the cost so much. So and which is social cost. So we need to know this is intuitive or not. Thank you.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. So I'm much in the camp of how Greg explained it. I recognize what 500 tries to do, and that's clear that when that you need to obtain or if you want to use information as audit evidence, that you need to evaluate whether it's reliable, and authenticity is one of them. So entirely support the staff in providing more examples and how you can make that live. But I'm not convinced that we need to take that application material paragraph out of 200. I don't think it contradicts each other. I actually think, and I appreciate Christelle's comment, there's an element of balance there that I think is useful to have. I was wondering, that may very well be because staff is suggesting to replace genuine by authentic. And I think that would probably work given that we use it in the context of documents and records. But information that somebody provides based on inquiry can only be genuine, I think, not authentic. But that may be outside of the scope of that paragraph. But thank you.
Robert?
I have one small addition with respect to your outreach activities which you've planned. I believe that outreach with organizations that also represent preparers is absolutely critical to this consultation, because if we're talking about fundamental changes, namely investigating the genuineness in whatever aspect, this could have a massive impact on how audits are done and how to prepare for these audits. Thank you.
And that triggered my thoughts on the outreach, which I didn't address when I had my 10 card up. So for the outreach, I would suggest you be specific in what the outreach expects to change. Because I don't think that based on 500, the work effort should change drastically. But and we need to get a sense for that from the outreach, is if we make this change, what do you expect to see changing? That will be the cost consideration that was meant as well around the table.
So thank you so much. Just a few, maybe just a few additional comments. So Robert, you mentioned about the meaning of the word authentic and genuine and how this is understood. We tested a little bit this because we were also wondering about that. Firms very much understand authenticity, that it's linked to fraud. Not and the way that they read the description for authenticity is inappropriate. They read it in the context of fraud. More, if it's error, they more would question accuracy as an attribute in that case rather than authenticity. So just wanted to provide that additional context, that we also wanted to make sure that when we're looking at these words, they have a meaning for the firms, as I'm explaining here. I just wanted to say that. That's all. Thank you.
Sammy, I see you.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, team. I just want to say something. I guess the point of eliminating that sentence is not to increase the auditor responsibility or not to make an expectation that auditors will become forensic investigators or anything like that. And I think this has been made clear from ISA 240. But the point is that sometimes such statements are being misused to justify not pursuing obvious wrongdoings or obvious weaknesses. This, I guess, was the point of why it had been eliminated previously, and this is what we hear sometimes from outreach, especially among I would say regulator community.
Sam, could I ask you a question though? So I thought Greg gave a pretty compelling explanation of the interactions and how this should work and how it's not an excuse to just not do your work and default. I think that's the reason your concern is what's clearly been expressed by many people about the sentence in 200. Is there some path to like point people to the appropriate logic rather than maybe a blunt instrument that may have unintended consequences? This is what I'm struggling with here. When you put it in a binary term, you could create some unintended consequences that may actually be harder to regulate as well. Whereas in the model that we're creating, both in audit evidence and risk response and other things we've created in our standard setting process, we're trying to get both a more of a risk nuance model infused with professional skepticism. So like, I'm just trying to figure out how we balance those factors without totally upsetting the apple cart.
I guess as long as we explain what we are exactly trying to say, that would be fine, whether it is this explanation comes in the application material or whether it comes in the basis of conclusion. As long as it is there and we can refer to it, then it would be okay just to say that, well, this is not to have extra responsibility expected from the auditor. but at the same time, this is not to be used to justify not pursuing something that seems to be wrong or unauthentic based on that statement. So as long as we explain what we exactly want, I think that we are in agreement here. It's just that how we word it, how we put it.
You're sort of we're clear in some forms of application material and guidance. You get yourself there. I think the status quo by itself would not be sufficient, but we're not really talking about the status quo. Bill?
Yeah, I just want to agree. You summarised it very well. I mean, I think Greg and Edo, if it's all there, I understand it fully when you read the whole lot, but it's back to Josephine's point about it's like you said, a blunt instrument. You read the one sentence on its own, and it's not binary. You read it knowing you're going to apply skepticism, but it's not. The words aren't there, so I can see it being misused. So I think your path forward, Tom, is the right one.
Yeah, like if we were writing a sentence today, we might have written it slightly differently. Sort of was like one of the logics that we did was starting about auditor responsibilities in 240, putting it in positive terminology. It's like, does this have an impact on behavior rather than not starting with the inherent limitations? But I think one way to get through it is to actually be very clear about what it actually is intended to do in the context of all the other requirements. Fadi, back to you.
Thank you, Tom. I think that's a very good summary. Just we will take the board's view or the message that a word of caution not to create an unnecessary burden on the auditor's work, and we will continue our targeted outreach on this matter, and we will bring the summary of our outreach in September.
Great. Should we move on to the next question?
Yes. So that's also me. The next section is focus on the alignment of ISA 330 with key concept and terminology introduced in ISA 315 revised. This section includes three subtopics: spectrum of inherent risk, reassessment of ROMs, and general IT controls or GITCs. Tom, if the board doesn't mind and you don't mind, I would like to start with the section on GITC, maybe to allow more time for discussion, if it's okay with you.
Okay, I think it would be useful, maybe, do you think a little bit more background on that topic? Okay.
Yes, definitely. So just to give a bit of background on this topic, as you know, ISA 315 significantly elevated the auditor's work effort in understanding and the entity's IT environment and identifying the relevant GITCs. However, ISA 330 remains a bit unclear on when the auditor is expected to test the operating effectiveness of GITCs. To respond to this gap, the team is proposing a new requirement in ISA 330 that would apply when information used in further audit procedure depend on the continued effective operation of the GITCs. But we want to acknowledge upfront that this is only an initial draft. It's not the final wording. This is a starting point to initiate a discussion with the board on how to best frame the auditor's responsibility in this area. The proposed requirement actually intends to remind the auditor not to forget or not to overlook the relevance of GITCs, especially in today's audits where system-generated information and automation are becoming more and more prevailing. As you know, GITCs are not relevant only to the test of controls. They also play an important role when the auditor is planning and performing substantive procedures that rely on information generated from the system. Auditors can actually take credit from testing GITCs, and I'd like to point out to paragraph A80 in an application material in the 315, which highlights that the auditor can test the operating effectiveness of GITCs instead of testing the operating effectiveness of automated controls directly. From our outreach with the firms, we have heard good practices around GITCs. So having a requirement about GITCs will help, codifying these good practices into the ISAs. From the other side, we are hearing from regulators that they are paying close attention to the auditor's response when GITCs are failing or there are deficiencies in GITCs. So as mentioned, this is an initial draft. We will further refine the requirement definitely, and we plan to develop supporting application material and consider the impact on other aspects of ISA 330 and maybe ISA 500. This is also will be done with scalability on our mind, because we do acknowledge that there are instances where system-generated information can be tested without testing GITC, can be tested directly. For example, in the case of small or less complex entity. With that on mind, we are actually seeking the board's view on whether the proposal, which is in paragraph 23A, which is in the agenda paper, is directionally sound and whether it meets the objective of the project proposal. Tom, with that, I will hand it back to you to lead the discussion.
Yeah, I want us to be careful here not to do much commenting on the specific drafting, though obviously drafting will matter. This was I think if I spoke to the team and the project board members, something that was more a straw man to get us going on this point. I think really the question is, my mind is, do we think that that there needs to be a further push on GITC, and should we be codifying something, and what's the appropriate thresholds here, and when do you have to do it? So rather than focusing on the detail wording, would that be fair from the team and the project board members? Any other context that you want to give, Ada?
No, maybe just to clarify that the intent of what we're trying to achieve here is, and appreciate that the words could have been chosen differently, because when I read them, I read something else in them than my outreach. But when we try to draft here, when something depends on it, people were not reading in the sentence that if you don't test ITGCs, you're not able to just test the report and go with that. And I think that is the direction where we were going. You can rely on ITGCs, but then you need to have tested them if they support the report. If you don't test ITGCs, doesn't mean you can not use the report, but then you need to test the report on its own. And that's the direction that I think, and Kalina will correct me if I'm wrong, that's where we were heading. And I appreciate, Tom, that the wording can be massaged because that message didn't come out consistently.
Right, and the team will be more than happy to take suggestions on wording offline afterwards. I just didn't want to let the concept get lost in the drafting. Billy?
Yeah, just one more thing to add, and thank you, Ada, for that explanation. I think that's spot on. The intent here is also, in approaching this topic of GITCs, is that we really see that this is an area where we can encourage the testing of controls, because that is one of the project objectives, is to where are the places where we can encourage the testing of controls? So the one thing I think we've all accepted is we can't make the testing of controls mandatory, except in specific circumstances like where substantive procedures alone cannot provide sufficient appropriate evidence. But we do see this is an area where if we clarify properly in terms of testing relevance and reliability, or evaluating the relevance and reliability of information intended to be used as audit evidence. I mean, if you can rely on the GITCs, you can tick that off for a lot of the information that you're going to use in your testing. But then to Ado's point, you have to be clear that if that's not the case, what else would you be able to do? And then to the point that Fadi has raised, to re-emphasize that point, that if you've tested the operating effectiveness of GITCs, you do not have to directly test the programmed processing controls. So we really see this as an area where we can encourage the testing of controls.
Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I think the context that Ada's provided and really it would help. I certainly don't read that there are alternatives in the words that were put down. So I'm not here to sort of comment on the words. It just are far more efficient ways and alternatives in a variety of circumstances to be able to rely on the information. The mere fact that you tested the ITGCs and they're reliable doesn't necessarily give you the ability to rely on that information in any event. There'd still be further testing that needs to happen. So reading these words in isolation didn't land at all. And it would need to genuinely explore that there are more efficient, more effective, more scalable, more principle-based opportunities to be able to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for here.
Wendy?
Yeah, so Edo's context was really helpful. And I was even debating on commenting because I also got strong pushback on these words and the, what 23A says. So I'm willing to have the clarification that is being discussed, but I also wanted to comment that no matter what is addressed in 101 of paragraph 101 of the issues paper is of critical import. Thank you.
You?
I would like to first make a comment on page 20, page 2016, 26. The A19, the proposed change to A19.
Can we deal with that? Let's finish with this.
GITC. Okay, first. Yeah, I also have a comment here because my first reaction to this sentence is I would have expected we have automated control here, which is the most typical situation where you will have to test GITC. And I think that the thing here is really to sort out those so-called IT dependencies in an audit, which we cannot, or the auditors cannot get around. In those situations, GITC should be tested. That could, first example is automated controls. And second would be some automated calculation or interface, things like that. So that's one point. Another point is that in ISO 315, they talk about the IT-related risk and the controls responding to those IT risk. And it linked back to those controls responsive to ROM at assertion level. And if you put it together with the IT environment piece, it certainly will. We will need to specify, which IT applications are in scope for the purpose of testing GITC. I think all these pieces need to be put together in 330. Thank you.
Kika?
you. Yes, I think when standing back, if my wording is correct, one big factor of this project, audit evidence and risk response, is one factor is the impact of advanced technology. And in this sense, maybe we need to think about whether current GITC is sufficient, because GITC can be applied to advanced technology, of course, but when applied in an AI system, it cannot solve AI-specific issues such as black box and bias. So in my understanding, or yeah, if it's not, please let me know. Yeah. And considering the speed of spreading new technology, I believe entities' use of AI and Gen AI in preparation or internal control and internal audit of the financial statement will increase rapidly every month, depending on industry or jurisdictions. So maybe it may be difficult to specify the AI-specific items in our standard, but at least we need to address how our standard will address this new AI-related issue. So that is one thing. And the second thing is what I heard from practitioners that that is it may not be practical and cause increased cost to test GITC for entity whose system has not been tested. As Willie said, when it's heavily rely on the substantive procedures. So yeah, I like to confirm the feasibility. So to addressing these two issues, AI-related one and for entities who didn't have GITC test, maybe one idea to address both issues may be to collaborate with internal audit framework or internal control framework to discuss how to address a new AI or Gen AI related issue, or to urge entity to implement GITC if we want to already have this in practice. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Okay. Thank you, Tom. I think, again, very good discussions. We just say that we definitely didn't hit the mark with this requirement, but it wasn't intended to be as a final requirement. It's just to get the board's direction and to, as Willie properly worded it, it's the only place that we could look for mandating or encouraging testing of controls. We will move now to the other two topics on this. First, spectrum of inherent risk. Briefly, this concept was introduced in ISA 315 to support a more consistent risk assessment. This concept appeared in some other ISAs, 200 and 540, for example, 610, but not in ISA 330. The team is proposing a targeted revision to A19 in ISA 330 to explicitly reference this concept. On the other topic, the reassessment of ROM, ISA 315 emphasizes that risk assessment is an iterative process throughout the audit. We are proposing to strike out the phrase before the conclusion of the audit from paragraph 25 of ISA 330 to reflect this iterative nature in 330. Tom, I turn it back to you to tackle questions 7A and B on these topics. Thank you.
Okay, 7A and B. Shia.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. my comment is on page 26A19. It talks about the spectrum of inherent risk. But where is the control risk? Because ISO 315 now requires auditors to assess inherent risk and the control risk separately. So in 330, I think both the inherent risk and the control risk should be brought in somewhere or in some way. So I just wonder, because here the spectrum of inherent risk is to replace the original assessment of risk. I understood that risk was risk of material misstatement. So that's my question. And a related question here is how do we link the inherent risk and the control risk to the audit response by performing test of controls and substantive procedures? Well, it's obvious that the control risk would, or the test of control would only affected by the assessed control risk, but it might not be the case for inherent risk. So I think there need to be a bit more explanation and how to say the connection between the inherent risk, control risk, and those further audit procedures. Thank you.
Christelle?
It's also about the paragraph 819. Regarding this paragraph 819 on responses to situations where a risk is assessed as higher on the spectrum of inherent risk, I'm not convinced that involving experts or specialized skills should be highlighted as a direct response. The decision to use a specialist is driven more by the complexity and nature of a subject matter than by where a risk falls on the inherent risk spectrum. There may be areas with lower inherent risk that still require specialist input, and conversely, higher risk areas where specialists may not be necessary. Furthermore, the examples in this section could be expanded to include responses involving substantive analytical procedures and the testing of operating effectiveness of controls, to better illustrate the range of possible audit responses in practice. Thank you.
Renan?
Thank you, Tom. Regarding the point A, I don't have comment, but regarding point B, on the paragraph 25 of ISA 330, in general, I heard that stakeholders agree with this direction, but other are concerns about the changing in the nature of the requirement that we are making on this point, because some of these understood that this was a stand-back requirement rather than an ongoing requirement during the auditing, and that's why they told me that they are concerned on this point. Thank you.
Anyone else on 7A and B? Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So on 7A, it's good to include that, so no issue, support that. 7B, don't have any problem with removing before the conclusion. What I guess some of us got tripped up on, myself included, was when I read paragraph 25, it starts with based on the further audit procedures. So it seems to be lacking the context a little bit. But if I go into paragraph 27, right on the same page, that first sentence actually explains that, basically, if people don't have it right in front of them, if the auditor has not obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence related to a relevant assertion about a class of transactions, account balance, or disclosure, the auditor shall attempt to obtain further audit evidence. So just a suggestion for the team to consider moving that first sentence to right before 25, then you have the connection. So you need to look for further audit evidence and then based on further audit evidence and so on. And looking closer at 27, your second sentence, unable to do so doesn't quite do it for us. So the preference is very much to actually go back and include sufficient appropriate audit evidence. The more substantive point, so that's more, I guess, editorial, but the substantive point is about shall consider the implications for the audit or the auditor's opinion in accordance with 705. So it's stronger than needing to consider the implications. We're saying that if the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, it's at least evaluate, and you may have to determine the implications on the audit, right? And then consider taking into account, I would say, taking into account the implications on the, taking into account the implications on 705. I don't think you want to go directly to talk about expressing a qualified opinion, but you need to consider, like take into consideration 705. But the two of them are at different levels, it would appear. Thanks.
Okay, we're getting a little bit into the next section here, but point taken. We'll not forget that. Josephine?
Sorry, folks, I really didn't want to get into drafting, but I'm still reflecting on Christelle's point regarding A19 and these examples that you've put in are examples. And so I see absolutely nothing wrong with suggesting that you might need a specialist to help you with something that's quite high on the spectrum of inherent risk or ends up as a significant risk as a consequence. So before you get out your red pens to say, please hold fire on that one. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to add on a couple of more points. For A19, it talks about the quantity of evidence and the evidence of higher quality. I mean, it's not very clear what does that mean, or alternatively, can we link it back to 500 and use the word of, sufficiency and reliability or things like that? It will be more easy to understand. And second point is the last example here, inspecting assets to assert their existence and condition. That sounds just like a normal audit procedure, especially when it relates to inventory. So I don't see a higher level of assurance derived from that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Tom. As you said, the points well taken. Just to clarify, just a couple of points because we have other topics to cover. The concept of spectrum of inherent risk was introduced by 315 just for the auditor to place or to classify the ROM. Definitely, there is a link between control risk and inherent risk, but the spectrum of inherent risk is specifically just for the auditor to be able to categorize the risk of misstatement. Is it significant, medium, lower, whatever the methodology speaks about. So in 330, what we are trying to do is just to have introduce some consistency, alignment between 315 and 330, and bring in this concept into 330. And as Tom mentioned, Nancy's points about paragraph 26 and 27, mainly for in ISA 330, these are in the next section that Anna's gonna cover, right? Kalina, sorry.
Okay.
So Kalina. Just want to add that we will welcome if you have specific suggestion for wording, for the examples, for everything, if you can send it to us offline, and we will have a look while revising these requirements and application material.
Okay. On to paragraph 26.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So paragraph 26 of 330. Just a brief reminder, last time when we talked about the standbacks and positioning of paragraph 26, the board supported us to go and explore option 3 and how we can operationalize that option 3, which meant reallocating paragraph 26 of 330 into ISA 700. And this was also envisioned to be supported by 2 new standback evaluations, one sitting in 330 and another one in 500. So since then, we've spoken to various stakeholders and particularly with the JSS more recently at the meeting to explore this option and the positioning of paragraph 26. In general, there was broad support about the paragraph 26, which is the overall conclusion on sufficiency and appropriateness to sit in 700. So that is the main feature of option 3. There were also some points that JSS asked us to revisit, including some caution that the proposed evaluation in 500, a similar requirement was previously exposed in the project in the course of the audit evidence project, and the respondents did not find a lot of value in that requirement as it was seen duplicative of what was sitting at the time in paragraph 26. So we have a separate agenda item, which is agenda item 4A, that shows illustrative drafting for operationalizing paragraph 26. Just a few highlights there. So what is so in 700 there is a new paragraph 11A below the reasonable conclusion of the auditor. So when we initially showed this to the board in March, the proposal sat in front of paragraph 11, but looking at the way that 700 flows, it made more sense to position the conclusion below paragraph 11A. Also, there is new application material that is added in 700. Some of it is repositioned from A64 of 330, but some of it is new. And this is paragraphs A0 and A01. It reinforces concepts in 200. Now, some may see this as repetitive with 200 and why this is necessary. We felt that because, 200 has the requirement about sufficient appropriate audit evidence and audit risk, it made sense to circle back in 700 and remind some of the core concepts that come from the 200, which is at the beginning of the book. This is towards the end of the book. So on that basis, we felt it's good to have that in there. Another paragraph that was added was explanation that refers to, we heard from the board last time, the objectives of each ISA are relevant in terms of these standback evaluations and making sure that the auditor has sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So that was added in, and also an appendix 1, which integrates all the standbacks that we have in the ISAs in one place to support the auditor when they're at this final checkpoint and concluding. We did look at the requirement in 330 and proposed some alternative wording than what the board saw back in March for that requirement. Now, that when we were developing this requirement, which is in paragraph 25A, and then another one in 25B, which is the consideration of all audit evidence, we did consider comments provided by the board. We also considered whether this requirement should mirror paragraph 27, but then we did not pursue that approach because that approach would anchor this at a very detailed level. So the auditor would be doing the standback on each relevant assertion about the class of transaction account balance or disclosure. That's too detailed for a standback. What we are seeing that firms are doing, they have sandbags that are more on the, let me say, on the process level, on the COTAB level, but not at the assertion level. So we didn't do the reverse there. And another thing is that if we would anchor it at such a detailed level, we would not be capturing in this bucket of standback the overall responses of the auditor, which is something that sits also in 330. So that paragraph 25A is the new standback in 330. We also did look at paragraph 27. Nancy, I know you were talking about it, so I'll specifically highlight it now. So there we did some editorial changes, and we also thought that because now the overall conclusion sits in 700, it is too early for the auditor to ask him at this point to express a qualified opinion or disclaim. That is in 700. If we look at 700, it has it in paragraph 17. Right? Yes, in paragraph 17, when it's going back to modify the opinion in the auditor's report. So this is why we felt it's necessary here to go back and probably use an approach that is used for the standbacks in other ISAs, like for example 540, paragraph 34, and refer to 705 rather than at this point we're still in 330, we still need to conclude. So that's why. The big change in terms of operationalizing this option, and where we need to also highlight to the board, is when we came in March, we said we can have something in 500 that could be pegged at the audit procedure level. So rethinking this and trying to draft something that makes sense, unfortunately where we landed as a project team is it doesn't make sense at such a detailed level. Because we are asking the auditor here to conclude to very granular conclusion, very granular standback. We're asking them to look at each audit procedure. So that is very granular level for a standback. Another thing that we try to think about is, can we refocus this evaluation to be, for example, at the overall audit evidence obtained? But then we come to the overlap with what is in 700. And we also have ones in 315 and 330 that already broadly cover these areas. So the question was, can we explain this in a way that is meaningful? And where we landed is probably not. So we are not proposing anything in 500 on that basis. Also, we looked at the objectives of all affected standards, and where we landed is there is nothing in 700 that needs to change, or in 330. 500, obviously, if we are not bringing anything, we revert to what was in the holding package because there's no change. There's no substantially new responsibilities being introduced by these requirements, so there is no need from the perspective of staff to introduce any changes to the objectives. And the last opportunity that we did identify last time, and were able to do some limited streamlining in certain paragraphs, and those are paragraphs 35 and 8 to 31 of 315, and then some streamlining in paragraph 34 of 540. We did not pursue any streamlining for 570 because 570 does not link to 330 or 700. It's has that standalone evaluation, so it made sense not to touch that from that perspective. So if we can go to the next slide. Tom, our questions here are 4 questions under question 8. They all relate to agenda item 4A, and maybe we can take them in the order given.
Okay, you want to do one at a time. Okay, so let's do 8A, the position of the overall conclusion on whether sufficient appropriate evidence has been obtained in paragraph 11A, ISA 700 in the supporting application material. 8A, so we're just talking about the positioning here with the supporting application material. Bill?
Agree.
Okay, is everyone else in agreement here? Okay, 8A, done, support. 8B, new evaluation paragraphs 25, 25A and B, I said 350, 330, not proposed in 1 and 500. In support of that? Okay, 2 done. 3, not revising the objectives in 330 and 700 as a result of the repositioning conclusion. Agreed again. This is going swimmingly. Streamlining of paragraphs 35 and 8, 231 of 315, and paragraph 34 of 550, including not pursuing streamlining revisions of paragraph 30 of ISA 570. Agreed?
Agree.
Great job, team. Oh, Sammy, there we go. You just want to say agreed, right?
Well, maybe. You cannot influence my answer. No, just something very quick on 540. Actually, when I read that in 540, I don't have it now in front of me, but I felt that the evaluation or that paragraph in there was not made for stand back purposes. But instead it was made so that it was like part of the auditing procedure. So, for example, let's say that the auditor is auditing a valuation, and in that valuation, let's say the assumption is that revenue will be increasing going forward in the coming years, when in fact the actual results, the actual turnover has been decreasing significantly in the previous years. This is a contradictory evidence that needs to be discussed immediately by the auditor, and it's not something to be delayed or postponed till it is time to form an opinion. So I'm reading it here. It's in paragraph 34. It says, in making the evaluation required by paragraph 33C, the auditor shall take into account all relevant evidence obtained, whether corporative or contradictory, and that was suggested to be eliminated. I don't think that this statement is being placed in here for stand back purposes, but it's for the purpose of really getting the job done on the spot and considering all evidence before moving forward.
Josephine?
Yes, sorry, Sammy. Maybe there's something in the points that you make, and we'll go away and think about it. But this was exactly why that was put in there. And I was just looking across the room at Jasper, who was also on that task force, and he's nodding too. So our memory of it was that was its purpose. But maybe you're missing something else in 540, and that's something that we need to understand a little bit better.
Okay.
I was just going to refer Sammy to paragraph 25B of 330 is exactly added in so it can cover what is in 34. You see, 33 applies in the context of 332 accounting estimates and then refers back to paragraph 25 and 20B. So it's not lost, it's still there if you read it in totality.
It's maybe agree, but probably a conversation to follow.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Should we move, Nancy?
So I was pondering if I should raise this point. It's probably just for my own benefit to get clarification. And it's a general point. It's not so much asking for a change or being uncomfortable with some of the proposed text there. And it's this whole notion about management assertion vis-a-vis assertion in a financial statement. I just like to understand, is there a difference? Are they one and the same? So I try to look back into the glossary, and it seems to take me to the place that management assertion indeed are assertions in the financial statements because they prepare financial statements, it's their representation and so on. But then if I were to stand back and think of it as more of a layperson, especially when you're doing the planning phase, when you're in 315, identifying and assessing risk, and management, well, they talk a lot. And sometimes they make statements. Are they management assertions? One could argue that they are, but we could define them and say that they're not. So how clear is it? So put me in the right place, and then I will see as we move forward whether we needed to seek clarification, because it crop up quite a few places. Sometimes we refer to assertions in the financial statements. Sometimes we refer to management assertions or assertions made by management. I guess that's the edit that we made. And it's somewhat relevant. So help me out.
So Nancy, I will have to come back to you on that one, but this alignment changes that are proposed here is something that was agreed by the board in the course of the audit evidence project. So we are not departing from something that was discussed. I'm not sure if Billy can help out because I don't remember, but I think they're the same in the context of the RISA. I don't know if there is a different meaning, but I think that we mean the same by having them.
Yeah, I think, Nancy, we can certainly go back and look at some of the context in which what you are saying, you pick up that there's inconsistent references. Remember, in ISA 315 revised, we also defined assertions, but generally we would use assertions in the context of when management prepares their financial statements, they are implicitly or explicitly asserting certain things in the financial statements. And the auditor can use those assertions to consider the different types of misstatements that may occur. When you get to your point about management talks a lot, remember you also get management representations, which is then a little bit different.
Bill?
I understand we've moved through this pretty quickly and no problems. I've given written comments on this, but I just wanted to make this comment at the table. That is that I counted something like 8 standbacks, and I just wonder whether under the 1D streamlining, whether they are all required. We also, to some of them, add the qualifier should be included. The evaluation should be included. Evidence should be included regardless whether it is consistent or inconsistent with other evidence, or regardless of whether it appears to corroborate or contradict, yada, yada, yada. That doesn't need to be in every standback. It's not, but it's in at least 4 of them. And I just make that comment as well. So, and lastly, I see ISA 500 audit evidence as being the basic standard on evidence. And I wonder if we oughtn't to have a standback in 500 for that exact reason, or a reference to others because I think that's 500 is the basic standard on evidence in my mind, but that's how I see it. So.
Maybe, Bill, I can respond to that, and Kalina, please come in. I think what you hit on is exactly the problem that the team found when we tried to operationalize option 3. So when you try to put a standback requirement in 330, 500 and 700, you end up with a redundancy somewhere. And where we ended up with it is a redundant requirement in 500. So to your point, it basically boils down to you either have to have that standback in 700 or you should have it in 500. But you can't have it in both places because then you do end up with a redundant requirement. And I think what the team landed on is based on the discussion in March, the general feeling was that it is most appropriate in 700 when you form your final conclusion.
I can live with that. That's fine.
Okay. Sammy?
Just a quick question. What's the big harm in having it redundant? I mean, yes, it is redundant. It's not the best thing, but what's the big harm in there? It's just there to help auditors, take a step back and just think about the evidence that have been gathered. It's not like it's going to add extra requirement or any other thing. It's just helping the auditors conducting the job at the end of the day.
So first, Bill, to your question about the appendix and all the evaluations we have there. So we've done the maximum streamlining we can under the model that is on the table. So on that basis, those considerations, we only have it in 700 and then in 330 when you consider all of the evidence, and we propose some streamlining where we could. I appreciate that it's not too many places, but this is what the model offers. In terms of the evaluations that we have in that appendix, those are all areas where we, if you recall in March, we discussed, where does it make sense to have these standbacks? It is obviously in some foundational ISAs that have broad coverage, but also some complex areas, like for example, in fraud, in 570 going concern, 600, because there is an extension there. It's also the component auditors work. So if you look at them, really, the only one that surprised us is 505. External confirmations had one paragraph there that was sitting. We didn't pick it up till then. So on that basis, I think what we discussed in March and now where we are here, we basically integrated them so they can be as helpful as they can be through that appendix. So there's the complex areas that come through in addition to foundational standards. Sammy, to your point.
No, just on that, that's fine. Just as long as I just wanted to bring it to the table that those issues had been considered. That's all. Okay.
Oh, thanks. Okay, yes. And Sammy, to your point, what's the harm? The harm, maybe not, there is maybe no, I don't know, there is no, there is obviously a problem for us to explain the level at which this standback applies. So the way that one was presented in March, it applies at the audit procedure level, at each and every audit procedure in the audit. This is an evaluation, and we do envision that it carries a certain documentation, depending on the circumstance. What happens in practice talking to firms is that when they stand back, the documentation that comes into the file comes when sufficient appropriate audit evidence is not obtained for something. This is when 230 kicks in. If we were to require it at each audit procedure, it is actually extending, it's diminishing the value to stand back at each audit procedure. It's too detailed. If we were to elevate the wording of the requirement to talk about the collective audit evidence, then we're duplicating with something that, as really explained, sits now in 700, previously in 330. So people will ask us what is different in what is in 500, and then we will say nothing is different. We have just duplicated these, and then it will be why, with a valid why, because we need to explain why we don't duplicate requirements in ISAs if there's no need for us to do that. So from that perspective, it is not necessary, it's covered. And doing it at a very detailed level is not a standback. It's something that is, it's not a standback. It's not in terms of how the other standbacks work. So that's my perspective. I don't know if it answers your question, but.
Yeah, I can live with that. Sorry.
Sammy, I didn't mean to interrupt. You said you can live with that.
It's just good to have the same explanation in the paper. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Okay. Ada?
And I guess following up from Bill's comment, but also Kalina's comment, where the standback that we found in 505, maybe that can be considered as part of the 500 series project, whether it needs to be retained there.
Okay. But as it relates to this project, you got pretty strong support. Okay, I'm conscious of time now as well. Should we move on to the next question? Sure. Well, the next section, I meant.
Thank you. The next section is the automated tools and techniques. So I'll just be brief here, conscious of time. So we have taken a lot of the feedback from the board since the March meeting, and then we've consulted extensively with the technology consultation group, the JSS, the FOF, the SMPAG, and then we have taken a lot of feedback and revised the description. And also we have separated the description from the examples to make it very clear. So with that, I'll turn it back to Tom for discussion.
The section on automated tools and techniques, or technological tools, as I'd like to call the section now. This is question 9. Oh, Nancy, sorry.
Yeah, so I just opened up 4B. Looking at the new paragraph A99A, in terms of the main paragraph itself, third line, it talks about include technological tools that facilitate the design or performance. I have to move my file, I can't see the word, or performance. In my view, I think it goes beyond, probably go beyond facilitating. I think we may be looking at assisting. So just think about whether that probably captures what we're trying to describe here. The other thing is we have listed some examples, and we've looked at this before. I can't remember under which agenda item, but we seem to have looked at some of these examples before. Just wondering whether it might be more helpful if we talk about categories of use in addition to, or in lieu, no, in addition to, because I think the actual examples are useful too. But think about how we use it in perhaps understanding the entity, identify, assessing risk. So types of tools that would allow us to do that, if there's possibility to do that, I think it makes it more real and it helps us to be more, how should I say it? Is it more future-proofing? Because you get up to a sort of a higher level, the type of tools that might help us to plan, type of tools that might help us to assess risk, and so on. List of examples, I think, I've heard people say that maybe it's not particularly good to do that because they get outdated. I think you do have to give some concrete examples. So I think where I land is that I like to keep them. What I'm not sure about is it's not clear that we have an example that demonstrates a physical tool. So take a look at the 4, because even your, is it the third one? That's my problem. I have to find a document. 4B. The third one is the closest, but you're still talking about processes. So these are not physical tools. And what's missing for me is that whole notion that tools can be physical or virtual. They can be a device or they can be a set of electronic processes. Like that didn't quite sort of come out in that whole tools, like technological tool definition for me. That's not coming out enough for me, it seems. So that's another thought. I think I'll stop there because when I look at 4B, then I have some questions about some of the other paragraphs. And Tom, I don't know whether that's in scope, but I could just leave an impression as to where I'm going with some of that without going through the detailed points. I'm looking to the chair to see if I'd be taking up too much time or go into too much detail here.
The question, if it's a question of substantive direction, then we should hear it. If it's a question of drafting, maybe an offline conversation with the team is.
Okay, I could cover them fairly quickly, but do we want to talk about more specifically A99A first? Because other members might wish to comment on A99A, which is the main paragraph. So whatever you like me to do, Mr. Chair, I'll concede the floor back over to you first.
Maybe I'll ask Neil to come in first.
Tom, my point was just on the technological tools as a replacement. When I reach out to a number of people, they they were not immediately sold, but they were not against it. And so it was, they didn't have a better suggestion. They can accept it. But I think we'll need to carry on thinking about it. Perhaps something comes to us through some offline comments. So that's kind of where we got to.
But it's an improvement over ATT.
I think so, yeah.
Yes, okay. That's the bigger issue. Wendy?
I see we're running out of time, so I will echo B, agree, it's better, and A, we may have some edits, but I think I'll just send all the edits in at once.
Okay. So Nancy, I'll allow you to use your professional judgment about what's a substantive comment. Oh, wait, I saw Greg, sorry. Come on, Greg, and then Nancy.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Just quickly, the examples of the technological tools, we've got 4 examples and then we repeat it a bit later, but I was looking at page 3. So this is the ISQM1 component, and it's the second example and the logic of that example relative to what's in the box at the top of the page. At the top of the page, we say we've got IT applications used by the engagement teams, and they're either this or they're that. So they're either engagement software or technological tools. And then the second example in the box further down sort of is an example of engagement software. So the logic is a bit disconnected, I think. It might just be the language, or can you just have a look at that? And that box is repeated later. Thanks.
Okay, Nancy.
Okay, this is going to get me into trouble here, and I might not get supper as a result of this, right? So I'll try not to go on for too long. Okay, so paragraph A90, a general point. Many places we're going to have to go through and replace IT app with technological tools, and I expect the project team to go through that. A98 in particular, I question if the way we describe IT infrastructure is still appropriate given today's technological landscape. I guess the question I raise is like it's probably not adequate, so I just want to bring that to your attention. It also seems to me that this whole notion of physical tools is tangible, intangible, like that notion, both have to be captured, seems to be missing. Use of drones and robotics, I know we're not heavily into that just yet, but those are ones that need to be included. So just bring that to your attention as you move forward. I talked about A100. This one, I think it is important because it talks to the quality objectives, right? And the various considerations in using IT apps. So we need to think through whether these considerations are still properly captured if we are now bringing it to the notion of talking about technical tools. So in other words, for this paragraph, I'm not just saying find and replace IT app becomes technological tools. So we have to think through whether these considerations are still properly captured. So give it some thought to sort of go through those considerations in terms of seeing whether they're still proper and up to date. I guess I would, one final point, Anna, and then I'll stop, Tom. So I see that we're going to repeat this in 220 A64A. I think if we were to repeat it, my preference is not. Maybe you can just make a reference to it. And if you were to repeat it, maybe the examples could be just made a reference to. Like, I don't see the merit of showing them up multiple times when it doesn't really add anything to understanding of the standards or the requirement. I'll stop there. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much. Chrissy, Josephine, did you want to come in?
So Nancy, you can still have your dinner, but I will say we can't change that. Would like us to change the wording infrastructure applications because it's in ISA 315 and we're consistent with that standard. So all that terminology is defined, and trust me, there were a lot of scars on my back from getting those definitions pinned down and all the other 315 task force. So best to make sure that whatever we do, the phrases we use are consistent with our other standards. Okay.
Nancy, I just wanted to respond to a few of your concerns raised. So the first one is on the physical tool itself, because if you recall in the last draft in March, we included examples such as a drone. And then we extensively talked about that example with the board members, with the outreach. And then there were lots of feedback on the drone is not a good example because it's focused too much on the physical tool itself, but really what it helps with the audit procedure is the IT application embedded within that does that assists the auditor or facilitate the auditor to perform the audit, to perform the procedures. So that on that basis, we took out that example specifically. And also you mentioned, you questioned why we put these examples and also the description both places in ISQ 1 and also ISA 220. And because part of the reason is ISA 220 is in the scope of the ISA itself, and then ISQ 1 is a quality management standard. And last time when we discussed with the board, that there is a direction for us to put this in both standards. Yeah. I just wanted to emphasize those.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. And that was the comment I was going to make on the necessity of repeating it in 220, or the auditors will look at 220. They're not going to look at ISQ 1 as they execute their audits.
Okay. Any other comments on this section? Can we go to the next?
Maybe, Tom, we can go directly to the questions and get the board's view on the revisions to the proposed requirement.
Feel free to set this up. I think it helps to get everyone ready to answer the questions. So set it up with a minute or so.
Okay. So in March, the board supported the new requirement in 330 for the auditor to design and perform audit procedure in an unbiased manner. This requirement sits in paragraph 6A. Staff believes that the placement is still appropriate. However, the wording of this requirement has been extended to cover the auditor's responsibility to design and implement overall responses in unbiased manner. Also, we added application material to enhance linkage with ISA 200 and emphasize professional skepticism. Also, that was in ISA 330. In ISA 520, we added 2 application materials, one to the definition of analytical procedure to highlight the importance of professional skepticism, and another application material to enhance the link with the new proposed requirement in ISA 330. So if we can get the board's view on these changes, question 10, A and B.
Okay.
Michelle, can you please?
So we're getting a question about the proposed revisions to the requirement in 330 and related application material discussed in paragraph 137 of the issues paper, and the proposed application material in 520 discussed in paragraph 139 of the issues paper. Any comments? Neil?
Maybe I need to chat to the team offline. Sometimes the way that it landed to say in an unbiased manner felt like it was almost contradictory to professional judgment, whereas professional judgment is bias. You apply your professional judgment and perform tests in a biased manner so that you focus in on the specific things that you're interested in. So being biased isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's focused in on the actual risk. So I just want to see that we landed the words correctly in the requirement. I get what we're trying to say, but it felt like it went contradictory to some of the biases that are good.
Greg? Same thing? Okay. Any other comments, Christelle, and then Amara?
It's about the example in A5A. I would suggest clarifying the reference to prior year data. If the auditor expects that there is a plausible and predictable relationship between the current year's information and the prior year, and the prior year data has been audited and is therefore considered reliable, then the auditor should not be required to avoid using prior year data in developing expectations simply to demonstrate the absence of bias. I think that what is important is that the auditor exercise appropriate professional judgment in determining whether prior year data is relevant and reliable in the context. Thank you.
Amara?
Thanks, Tom. I keep reading, it's probably a matter of preference in terms of writing. When I read maintaining professional skepticism throughout the audit is necessary. If the auditor is, for example, to reduce the risk of using appropriate assumptions, I think it's too negative. I would try to write in a more positive, or it's something like essential for the auditor to use appropriate assumptions instead of avoid not using.
Okay. Josephine?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, to Neil's point, when we we use this language because it's in 315, so I'm not really quite sure what to do about that, because in 315 we talk about design performing risk assessment procedures in an unbiased manner. We explain why you have to do it in an unbiased manner in 315 as well. So I'm not quite sure then what I guess you're saying for this, then you want to change this wording, but then to some extent that's contradicting what we have in 315, isn't it? So I'm just trying to think about the team here and what else that they could do, but they're just reflecting what we already have in our standards. So that's all. So from my perspective, I was comfortable with the wording. Sorry, Neil. Okay. And you're not on an island.
Any other comments here? Ada?
And I think that bias is there, Neil, because the higher the risk, the more work you need to do. So there is that requirement's already there. But all things being equal, you need to be unbiased. Yeah. Right. It's a difficult one, because you struck a chord when you said
That's
the auditor needs to be biased because that's where the risk is. So we need to be a little bit more distrustful, maybe. And so I get exactly where you're coming from. I don't think the words. I think we're trying to say something else here through that bias than what you're referring to, because that's covered by the need to obtain more persuasive evidence, the higher the risk is.
Wendy?
You know, this is the first time we're seeing some of this, so it's going to get ruminated a little bit. I'm good with the direction. I think we are sending in some edits as usual. And also, I believe the comments sent in through the professional skepticism working group would have been shared with you, and there were several comments in this context in there. Thank you.
Okay, Fadi, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think we will welcome any offline comments to help us consider. And yes, Wendy, we received the offline comments from the professional skepticism working group. I'm turning it back to Kalina to close the session. Thank you. Sorry. I think Mark has raised, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Tom. Yeah, Mark here. I've got my hand up. For this session, I haven't been on video because my video has been blocked at your end, but I've been able to hear and see everything that's been going on. And I know we're very short on time, but I just wanted to make a couple of fairly brief comments. This has been a very complex and detailed session, obviously. And you know it has been quite difficult to follow in places. I think from a PIOB perspective, I'd just like to sort of take a little bit of a stand back view myself, and I'm just reminded that the project proposal for this focused on addressing the public interest framework, and I felt that this discussion got very much into the weeds and the detail before sort of really identifying how the changes that were being proposed sort of fitted in with the public interest framework. And I'm thinking particularly of the characteristics of conciseness and clarity, and ultimately the implementability by practitioners. I felt there was a lot of detailed changes, but I didn't get the feel that there was an overall objective to meet those characteristics. And I would suggest that going forward in the papers, particularly, and the board discussion, you know, you do try and come back to those characteristics and ask yourselves, you know, how are we actually improving these standards? How are we making them more concise, making them clearer, and making them more implementable? I mean, for example, at the beginning of the conversation, right at the beginning, we had a sort of fairly esoteric discussion about the difference between a definition and a description, which I didn't quite follow. And it was also clear that there was a lack of clarity on you know, which standards would actually be affected by some of these changes. And I would have hoped you kind of do a little roadmap saying, right, we need to change X, Y, and Z before diving into the detail. I will raise one point coming out of this that I'm particularly exercised by from a public interest perspective, and that is the section on accepting records and documents as genuine. My concern here is that, you know, you issued ED 500 and that proposed a strengthening of the requirements. And of course, we all very much have, in particular, sort of the Wirecard example in our minds when we consider this kind of thing. And I wasn't clear whether, as a board, you were standing by the proposals that you issued in ED 500, or whether there was an intention to somehow backtrack or weaken those. So that for me was the standout specific issue that I'd welcome your thoughts on.
So, Mark, I think we deserve a conversation maybe with offline on some of the comments. First of all, the reason that this is detailed, that this is ultimately the core of the audit, which drives a lot of the practice out there. And I think we've gone into the details because we actually were quite methodical about mapping out the project from start to finish. And there's no escaping that a technical board needs to be in the technical weeds to some extent on things that drive the responses and the gathering of audit evidence. It is clearly one of the most conceptual and technical projects that we have done. I do believe, obviously, when everything's together and we've gone through the list of items, we have to stand back and make sure that this is all consistent with the objectives of the project from the start. Clearly, when we set out the project outline, the PIF was front and center of what we're doing. But the fact that we're going through two of the most core and essential standards out there combined with 520 shouldn't dissuade anyone about our commitment to the public interest. And I just don't see any other way for this board, that is a technical board, but to talk about these issues in detail. And then ultimately we'll have to make sure that they all are together. I don't think there's any, and on the final issue, there's no pullback on what we're trying to accomplish here. We'll have to see how it works. We know that the issue of authenticity is front and center. I think the team has been sort of led to an idea that we have to make sure that these things all fit together in a package. And if we're not satisfied about it, we're certainly going to push them. And I think the PIOB is perfectly right to keep on holding us accountable to our commitments there. So I hope that explains it, but no doubt for some of us who are less technical auditors, this is more detailed than some of the other projects that we do or some of the other topics. But to get this right, this is what drives the core of audit work. I think the practitioners would be deeply disappointed if it were anything else, but very focused on the details of the standards. And I think, I don't know if anyone else in the room has any other viewpoint on this, but I think this is just the reality of this project.
Well, maybe an addition to it, Tom, because Mark also raised a question on whether we were backtracking on 500. We're not, categorically not. And that wasn't the gist of the discussion as I got from Greg's position, as I supported, and some others in the room. So just wanted to add that clarification.
I thought what we were saying is that we actually have to, more than anything else, point to what we're trying to accomplish at 500 and be even more explicit on how this all works together. So again, that's what I said, that we need to be held accountable. If we don't get the language right, we certainly don't want to encourage bad behavior. So I think this is just a good point for us to keep in mind. And as the staff starts to work upon application material and any drafting around that, then we should be really held to account.
Yeah, I mean, I think my comment was really coming perhaps from the perspective of an ordinary practitioner who probably hasn't got the sort of technical resource that is certainly evident around the table over there in New York and is evident in the big firms. And it does strike me that there's a lot of complexity, and it would be good to take the opportunity where you can to try and simplify some of the wording and make it more accessible to those ordinary practitioners out in the field who haven't got the technical background that yourselves and the staff and the big firms have.
Okay. Mark, any other observations you'd like to make before we close the session?
No, as I said, I would keep it relatively brief, and I'm conscious that you're due a tea break.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate the team on a job really well done on really complex topics. This project is generating a lot of attention because it drives so much of the work of an audit, and this is why so many people are so interested in following it. And we do need to get the technical details right. So great job to you. I don't know, Colleen and team, do you have anything more in terms of next steps that you want to share with the team?
Just very briefly, we have a short reminder slide. Michelle, if we can go to the next slide. So next time we talk is in September. And then we will have the full drafts in December that the board will look. The first read of the drafts will only come in December, and then the planned approval is for March as things stand now. Just wanted to thank the board for the discussion, and this is what we had.
Okay, so we're going to take a break. We're going to limit the break to 20 minutes. We're not going to start at 4:15. We're going to start at 4:30 with firm governance and culture. We'll let that discussion take as long as it can. It needs to. We're due to schedule end at 5:45. I'm guessing we may push back to 6-ish, but probably not much more. So thank you. Enjoy the 20-minute break. Okay, can we get seated, please? Hi, guys. Can we take our seats? Okay. Hope people will have got some sustenance. We have one more session, an important session here. Ken and Jeff, many thanks for coming. I know you're off a busy week last week. I was here while you were there, and you guys were going 100% the whole time. I know you guys had a very productive sessions. Really pleased that you're able to join us today and bring us up to speed on IAASB's Firm Culture and Governance Program. The teams have one important thing for those who are listening and following, that the teams have been closely coordinated on this project from day one. And from our side, Jasper and Greg are leading some of the coordination efforts. But we really want to hear from you about where the project stands, and also, one topic that we always hear when we're out in the field and closely tuned on is like how this interacts with ISQM 1, 2. So we're all acutely aware and sensitive to that point. So pleased to have you. The floor is yours. You should note that Sammy is joining us remotely this time, and Mark Smith is representing the PIOB as an observer.
Well, thanks very much, Tom. Real pleasure to be with you all. On the audit side, you're right, we had a very intense week last week at IAASB, and very pleased to come to this board and provide an update on our firm culture and governance project and the related workstream on non-authoritative material. So just with me today, I have Jeff Kwan, who is a project lead on this project. In addition, I believe we have Rich Huskin, who is one of our board advisors online, if I'm not mistaken. Hi, Rich. Good to see you again. And in addition, we have a couple of our project team members observing the meeting at the back here in the room, Laura and Carl, I believe, as well as potentially come virtually. But I think the team is here pretty much. So as you can see here, that's essentially the project team we have formed on the standard setting side, really beginning with the approval of the project proposal. These were the teams we established at IAASB. Jeff Kwan leading the standard setting workstream, and then Cam Leung leading the NAM workstream, as you call it. And in addition to Rich, we have Chana Wijasinghe, who's our vice chair at IAASB, as also a board advisor. So that's really the team composition. So just for today's update to IAASB, we thought we'd kind of just provide a bit of a reminder, again, of the context for the project, where we sort of started off with the project proposal. And then I'll turn it over to Jeff to walk us through basically what we heard from our series of global roundtables. So Jeff will walk through a bit of the detail here, provide a bit of color in terms of what we gathered through our roundtables, as well as some additional further extensive outreach to stakeholders during essentially the first 4 to 5 months, I would say, of the year. And then we'll kind of round up with essentially an update on the way forward on this project, essentially what came after our board discussion last week. All right, Jeff, so if you could flip to the next slide. So just again, for context, the project proposal came out of essentially a commitment in our board strategy and work plan in the current SWP. There was a commitment our board made to address firm culture and governance in the context of a number of developments we identified, but also in response to what we heard from our consultation on the development of the strategy and work plan, that there was an opportunity, a need to look at the issue of firm culture and governance in the context of all these developments, as I indicated, but importantly, the recurring sort of series or spate of significant cases of unethical behavior in accounting firms. And as a result of those cases, I think we all know that there have been a number of very significant adverse consequences that we have seen, most evidently in the headlines, significant regulatory sanctions, reputational damage, impacts to businesses, job losses, and so forth. Importantly, our project proposal documented that these events, these occurrences of unethical behavior were not just actions or issues that arose from conduct of just individual professional accountants in firms. On a number of occasions, many of those cases arose as a result of the involvement of a number of individuals that gave rise to those cases. And finally, importantly, to close off a bit of the sort of definition of the problem as it is, essentially we observed that there was a sort of persistency in that sort of phenomenon, that it kept coming back time and again, that there were significant cases of unethical behavior in firms. So that's really a bit of the backdrop to our project proposal, which our board approved in December last year. And that's really where we're starting from as we sort of prepared for the series of global roundtables. Next slide, Jeff. So that's really what we set out to address as part of our project proposals. The key elements of the firm culture and governance framework. These elements, as you see on this slide, were elements that we basically zoomed in on based on our extensive consultation with stakeholders in the lead up to the finalization of our working group's report on this topic, and subsequently to the project proposal. But essentially, those 8 elements they are critical components of that framework. They don't operate in isolation as it is, but they are very much interrelated, and all together they serve to create that environment that supports and enables ethical behavior. So it's about the culture, it's about the framework that enables the mindset and sets the expectations in terms of ethical behavior. At our board meeting last week, we discussed essentially again, and essentially was almost kind of a reminder to IAS by itself, that these elements are not about the what, they're not about the how, but more about the what. It's not about the processes, the systems, the policies, or the procedures, but more the what it is that we want to address from an ethical perspective as we're looking at this, the concept of a firm culture and governance framework. Next slide, Jeff. So in terms of the guiding considerations then as to how we were going to go forward before we got into the roundtables, so we were guided by a number of important considerations relative to the development of that framework. First of all, we have made it very clear time and again as we engage with stakeholders that our board intended this framework to be principles-based. It needed importantly to cover all service lines within accounting firms, so not just the audit, not just the assurance or of engagements that are covered, for example, under ISQM1, but all the business lines. Importantly, the framework also very much was intended to be scalable and proportionate. So in other words, yes, looking at the culture within larger firms, but also making sure that if we are to develop this framework, that would be capable of also operating at this smaller firm level and in all firms in between. In addition, our board did not intend this framework to be prescriptive. As indicated, it's more about the what as opposed to the how. So we were not intending to go into how firms should structure themselves, what systems they should be putting in place, what policies, what procedures, and so forth. But it's more about the principles to drive the environment, the mindset, the expectations, and the behaviors. And finally, as we have discussed before, yes, there are a number of interconnectivities with ISQM1, because ISQM1 does touch on a number of those considerations, for example, vis-a-vis leadership, the two at the top. There are also some connectivities on the governance side of things, but it's not, this framework is not intended to take ISQM1 and systems of quality management to a next level, so to speak. So not an extension of a system of quality management. So that's a bit of sort of the setup and how we were minded to proceed. And in fact, those elements, those 8 elements of the framework, formed the basis to that guided our conversation in the roundtables. And we prepared a briefing note. We had a number of questions that we engaged stakeholders with on these different elements. And we collected a variety of input, very rich input, which Jeff will speak to and provide you with kind of a bit of a high level update. But before I pass it over to Jeff at this point, Tom, maybe pause here just to see if there's any comments or questions in terms of the sort of the general context.
Thank you, Ken. Rich, welcome to you. I didn't see you earlier on the screen, but it's great to have you with us as well.
Thank you.
So maybe I asked Jeff to continue, and maybe we'll take all the questions and discussion together.
Thank you, Tom, and good afternoon, everybody. And thank you so much for having us to give us this opportunity to share an update on our firm culture governance project. So the next part, I'm just going to give you a very high-level overview of the feedback that we have received, firstly from the global roundtables, and then some feedback that we've received from some other meetings that we've had attended, including from a firms meeting in April. And then we'll pause perhaps to see if there's any questions on the feedback that we've received. And then we'll go on to the last part in terms of the next steps that the board has agreed with in our board meeting last week. In terms of the global roundtables, we conducted a series of 6 global roundtables. So we have just under 160 participants. So these are roundtables spread 4 in-person roundtables in New York, Brussels, Melbourne, Australia, and Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and also 2 virtual roundtables, one focusing on the African region and the other one on the Latin American region. You see that we have received perhaps just under 50% of the participants were from the profession, whether they were from firms, larger firms, smaller firms, but also from PAOs. And then the rest are spread across a broader range of stakeholders, including the regulators community, just over 20%. So we're quite happy with that spread of participants. And so, you know, the feedback that we received were quite rich, and there were actually quite a fair amount of consistency across all the different roundtables. And of course, IAASB were also represented at some of these roundtables. Wendy, thank you, at the New York roundtable, and Josephine in the Brussels roundtable, and Jasper attended the virtual roundtable for the African region one. So I'm just going to give you some high-level feedback. First of all, we have some general feedback, and then I'll go through the different firm culture governance elements that were identified in the working group's final report and also in a project proposal. So firstly, some general feedback. I think all the participants in all the global roundtables that we've had have agreed that the importance of ethical culture in driving behavior. There's a need that this culture needs to permeate across the entire firm, not just part of a firm. We've also heard that some firms have taken steps to address these firm culture governance elements to greater and lesser extent. So that's great to see. The other next point is about principles-based, and it's not a surprise that, of course, even the board is, the IAASB board recognizes the importance, of course, to make sure that whatever we develop in terms of standards is principles-based. And so the stakeholders generally agree that, of the importance of principles-based as we develop this framework. But also another point I want to bring up is that when we listen to the feedback from the roundtables and the other meetings included, there is certainly a sense of a strong connectivity between the different elements. For instance, when we hear feedback about accountability, for instance, there's always linking to incentives and rewards, and also to the overall oversight and the overall accountability as well. So there's certainly a sense that these elements are all interconnected. The third point I want to draw your attention is about the need to consider scalability and proportionality. And of course, that's something that all the roundtables, certainly in all the breakout groups that we've had, it's certainly very clearly brought up the importance of scalability, the importance of proportionality, particularly from an SMP's perspective, but also recognizing that even for larger firms, some of the local firms and might be a bit smaller, and we need to consider that point as well. And the board certainly recognized, and the project team recognized, the importance of scalability and proportionality. So we had a meeting with later I'll talk about it, the S&P advisory, IFAX S&P advisory group. We also had a separate meeting with some S&Ps organized by the ACCA when we were in Singapore back in April. Another point is NAM as an effective vehicle. There's certainly suggestions for IAASB to perhaps prioritize the development of non-authoritative material and also other support material, that being perhaps a more effective vehicle to look at firm culture governance at this point. There are some mixed views within the roundtable discussions about whether IAASB should focus on developing a new standard, but rather the focus should be placed on developing support material. There are some comments, for instance, that a well-developed suite of support material could offer better scalable solutions without introducing perhaps unnecessary compliance burdens. There's also a sense there's a need for practical guidance. So for those of you who might have looked at our agenda papers in the summary of feedback in agenda item 3A of our board meeting in agenda appendix 2, you see a list of all the NAMs that or support material that's been suggested by our participants. Next point, won't really touch on that much. We did cover it in terms of private equity investment. That's something that certainly our board has been looking at, and we will be issuing a staff alert perhaps in the next month on private equity investment, some of the work that we've been looking at. So there were some discussions. It wasn't one of our main questions that we were addressing to our stakeholders, but the topic certainly was raised. But ultimately, like many of our discussions at this point with our stakeholders, is we're very much still sort of at the let's wait and see sort of stage, sort of very much about, let's watch this space. So, but that topic did come up. The last point, perhaps of most interest to you in terms of coordination with IAASB, with this board, there's certainly an emphasis from our stakeholders, the importance of coordination with IAASB, particularly on ISQM1, to make sure any connectivity between the framework that the board is looking at developing, as well between the framework and ISQM1 are properly considered and understood. We've also been told at the roundtables, but also in some of the other meetings, that Some firms have implemented ISKM1 across the entire firm. Some audit firms have done that. So we would be interested in exploring more with those firms and also with our colleagues at the IAASB as well on that aspect. Some of the feedback, we've also received some feedback, of course, in terms of the relevance and the connectivity of ISKM1 to what the board is looking at developing. For instance, there's some comments, for instance, on applying similar approaches across all the different service lines. Will promote shared accountability and strengthened alignment on ethical expectations. We also have spent a little bit of time during these roundtables at the different breakout groups to perhaps explain it or clarify with some of our stakeholders that, as Ken has mentioned earlier, that we're not really, our board, the IAASB is not looking at developing another ISKM1 or another system of ethical culture, and there was no intention, certainly from our board, of developing processes like what you have in ISKM1. But there are essentially two aspects that we've heard. One is the requirements of ISKM1 that's spilled out into other service areas of the firm, but also on top of that, what some other firms might have done in terms of applying the ISKM1 to the whole firm. So these are some general feedback that we've heard back. So I'm going to move to those other 8 elements very quickly, and then the other meetings as well, and then I'll pause. Firstly, in terms of these are the 8 elements that we have identified in the firm culture governance framework, first in the working group's final report, and then again in a project proposal. So the first element is on ethical leadership. We talked a little bit about the importance of ethics as a strategic priority. We got some examples about what it means to be an ethical leader, like transparency, integrity. We spent quite a bit of time talking about the importance of tone at the top, of course, and what that means. But I think we also spent a little bit of time talking about what a firm needs to do to make sure the right people get to the top, whether it's through the internal promotion policies or the employment criteria, because what stakeholders have recognized that is not just about the turn at the top, yes, but also in a sense, who gets to the top is also equally important. So we spent a little bit of time talking about that. The next element, the FCG element, is on oversight and governance. The participants, essentially, the views that we've heard back, the feedback that we've heard is that, that this overall oversight and governance needs to be visible, but also at the same time, of course, needs to be tailored to each firm, because there's very different approach between larger firms and smaller firms when it comes to governance and oversight. And also a sense any monitoring, evaluation, improvements need to be data-driven and also be regularly reviewed. The next point on provision of independent or objective input, I think that's an interesting one, and there's certainly a lot of discussion on this one about scalability and proportionality. I think participants have generally recognized that getting independent or objective input is useful, and that we have some examples of the the benefits of doing that. But participants have also recognized that this can come from different sources, and there's no one size fits all. Particularly recognizing that, for instance, for SMPs, it is almost impossible to try and get say an INE or an independent non-executive. Even for larger firms, we've heard that it is quite difficult for larger firms to find the right independent person to be INEs. So the project team has certainly heard that there are different things that perhaps firms can do, including getting objective input from within the firm. So that's something that we've heard quite a bit. The next point I want to bring up is accountability across the firms. There's certainly, we've heard a lot of feedback about the need for clear expectations of ethical behavior that is expected of all individuals within the firm, and the importance of communicating ethical breaches and consequences. And this point, accountability is also very much tied to the discussions on incentives and rewards, and also tied to oversight and governance as well. So the last four elements I want to cover this afternoon. The first one is on incentives and rewards. One of the things that came up very clearly for us, for the project team, is in a lot of the breakout groups, and is the comment when we're asking, well, how do you use incentives and rewards to make sure people are behaving ethically? The overall feedback that we've heard is that, well, ethical behavior is expected. Well, when you are working in a firm, that is expected. So it's not just about giving them a bonus of behaving ethically. That's not something that's going to work. We've heard different feedback about how we can utilize other means, non-financial means, to incentivize people to act ethically, or to have ethics champions, to promote people at town hall meetings, and different types of examples. Another thing that we've heard is, I guess, in a sense, the importance of disincentive mechanism. We've heard that it is a powerful tool as well, whether it's eventually firing someone or removing someone if they are behaving unethically, or some maybe bonus clawback. A few different examples of the use of disincentive mechanisms. So that's something that we've heard as well in terms of incentives and rewards. The next element rather, is on the culture of open discussion and challenge. With this point, we've heard, even in the discussion on ethical leadership, is the role of leadership in creating and developing this sense of psychological safety, to allow individuals to feel that they could share to share openly, and to challenge openly, and to really create this sort of open discussion culture. Participants also talks about barriers to culture of open discussion, things like a fear of retaliation, whether your line managers are open to that sort of open discussion, and we've also heard that certainly come through in the discussion in Kuala Lumpur, is that sometimes culturally, people might not want to share as much, so we need to take that into consideration. The next point is on continuous education and training. This is something that the project team wanted to explore with participants, about how to develop ethical muscles, how to develop an ethical mindset, more than just having programs. What we've heard is that the most effective way in terms of conducting education training is that to have real-time judgment, have relatable, practical, real-life examples. We've heard things like ethics training could be a bit boring. I mean, I had the shock of my life, but apparently it could be a bit boring, and it's the importance of having these sort of practical examples, real life examples, and of course it needs to be integrated across the whole firm. The last point, the last element of the FCG framework is on transparency. The questions were more about what they think a firm should disclose to the various stakeholders in terms of ethical performance, but the conversations really turn into there are some doubts about the effectiveness of some transparency reports on ethical performance, whether some of the transparency reports is structured in such a way, and the information and the volume of information that really allows say investors, those charged with governance, to understand the ethical performance of a firm. We've also heard, of course, that regulators will have access to all the information they need anyway in terms of ethical performance. And we also heard a lot about the importance of internal transparency that came through some of the other points when it comes to ethical leadership, accountability as well. So those are the 8 elements. If you could just, perhaps I'll just quickly walk through what we've heard from some of the other meetings as well. So as you can see that we've spent, the project team and our board advisors and other IAASB representatives have met with a few other stakeholders in Q2 as well, including the Forum of Firms, IFX S&P Advisory Group. We've also met with a number of regulators as well, including AFIA Standards Coordination Working Group and a few other stakeholders meeting as well. In terms of the Forum of Firms feedback, we basically ran a mini roundtable with the Forum of Firms, so we covered all the same 8 elements with the Forum of Firms, and the feedback we've received over those 8 elements are fairly consistent with what we've heard in the other global roundtable discussions as well. But the Forum of Firms have also expressed some concerns in terms of in terms of the their view of whether IAASB should start developing a standard, but rather they feel that it's more useful and more impactful to develop support material and NAM at this stage. There's some queries about whether a new standard will move the needle. And that's also what we've heard in some of the other meetings as well, particularly from IFX S&P Advisory Group. There's also some comments about whether the what is already in the extant code is sufficient in terms of culture. Of course, what is in the extant code, there's not a lot of information in there, but there are some provisions that talk about some elements of developing ethical culture. We've had meetings with the jurisdictional standard setters, and there are certainly mixed views in that discussion. Some were supportive of the project, and others have raised some similar concerns of what I have mentioned earlier. The S&P meetings we had in Singapore was actually quite helpful. For instance, they were talking about provisions of independent input. They'll say that, well, we obviously can't use an INEs, but we will reach out to, say, retired partners, or we'll use a consultant as needed. So that we did get some really helpful feedback from there. So those are the feedback that we've heard back from both the global roundtables as well as some of the other meetings that we've had in Q2. So I'm going to pause here, and Tom, I'm going to pass it back to you and see if your board has any questions or comments.
Any questions or comments so far? I think people are, I assume there's you have one more, Josephine? Okay, come on. And then.
Yes, thanks, Jeff, Ken, and then and yes, I was at one of the roundtables as well. One of the things that did come through, which isn't necessarily in a particular box, but is an underlying theme, was that a lot of the feedback that was in my particular group was that in some of these situations, the firms have already put a number of these things in place. And so there is almost like a timing issue between, the framework idea and what would promote that strong leadership culture and all these different aspects of it, and the fact that the firms have already put lots of things in place already to deal with it. So I think it's not a box in and of itself, but they did feel that there was a bit of a timing difference here, that they had already actually achieved quite a bit of this already. And I just thought it was worth pointing out as well. Thanks.
Okay, Anand.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the presentation. During your presentation, I wonder if any country or jurisdiction has any framework similar to this, and if the answer is yes, how this impact in behavior on the firms, if you have any information about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for those feedback. Josephine, thank you for bringing up that point. Certainly, and going forward, we as we move to the next stage, we will certainly get more understanding from firms in terms of what they have done, and also we'll work closely with our IAASB team as well. Thank you, Hanan, for that feedback. In terms of any jurisdiction that has such a framework, I would say we certainly, of course, UK have the UK FRC's Audit Firm Governance Code. In Japan, there's also an Audit Firm Governance Code. And in the Netherlands, there's also requirements in terms of I&Es in supervisory boards of the firm. So those are, I would say, the main things that we've come through. And we have, of course, as we've started the journey, I suppose, back in 2024, we spent a little bit of time talking to folks at the UK FRC and also the Japan's FSA to get an understanding of how it affects them. But of course, those codes are coming from an audit quality perspective, and our framework is looking at it from an ethics culture and impact on ethical behavior and how it can promote ethical behavior. So it's a little different, but also, of course, there's connectivity there. So that's something that we would continue to kind of look at closely as we move to next steps. But I don't know if Ken wants to add something.
Well, I think maybe what I'll say is, Hernan, to your question, to our knowledge, we have not identified any jurisdiction that has a framework that addresses firm culture and governance, accounting firm culture and governance. We know that in the UK and in Japan, yes, there are governance codes for audit firms. So to Jeff's point, these are more focused on the audit firms and the auditors, and the focus and the objectives are more targeted at audit quality. But when it comes to a universal culture and governance framework, we've not seen that. So it's a bit of an open space for in effect for IAASB.
Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And welcome to you, the team. Cam, I guess, Jeff, as well as Rich, who's joining us virtually. It's very interesting. And the framework sounds pretty comprehensive in terms of the elements that you have identified. So my question is just really trying to understand the design in the concept, overall concept. So it's pretty high level, the question itself. The objective says you're going to develop a framework. So you're on a good path to do that. And then in terms of some of the next steps, you indicate that there would be a standard setting track and also the NAM, right? The material, the non-authoritative materials. So at this juncture, from a conceptual point of view, it would appear that once you have a framework that the board is comfortable with, that some of it would find its way into standards and requirements. Is that the thinking? And if that were to be the case, I just wonder why you think that there might not be an impact on, for example, ISQM1. We do have governance and leadership as one of the components, and some of it may be just more explicit if you have a framework that requires it. But I suspect the implications would not be that insignificant. And I think if that is your thinking, then we really have to coordinate well with you so that we can keep the interoperability concept well and alive. So just trying to confirm that.
Well, maybe, Nancy, what I'll say is maybe let's come to that in the next few slides. So Jeff is going to speak a bit about the way forward at IAASB following our board discussions last week. And the discussions really focused on precisely what the outputs of this work stream ought to be. So that touches really on this question of are we going to develop a standard or not? So maybe I'll allow Jeff to provide a bit of elaborate a little bit of that in terms of our board's way forward, and then we can discuss your question, if that's okay.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, Nancy. So as we walk through this next part, hopefully that will address some of your questions. And of course, just right at the outset.
Sorry, Jeff. No, so just before you, whilst Jeff has given a high-level update in terms of what we heard from the global roundtables, just for IAASB's information, we will be putting out a feedback statement, which will really be a lot more detailed. So there's going to be a lot more color in terms of the variety and the depth and the richness of the input we have collected from stakeholders. So do watch out for this if you really were interested in learning more, in knowing more about what we discussed and what feedback we collected. So there's going to be more information coming through.
Thank you, Ken. So let's walk through this next part. So you've heard some overview of what this project is, the feedback we've heard back from the roundtables and some of the other meetings. This next part is essentially an update of our board's discussions on this particular project. Just for some background, where we are, you've heard of the global roundtables, and then with the former firms as well, and then the project team have analyzed the feedback or put a summary of the feedback together, and you can see that if you didn't want to wait for that more polished paper, you can look at our board paper that was published last week. So the pre-roundtables plan was to essentially approve the exposure draft in December 25 and final approval of the standard next year, December 26, and then development of NAMs and support materials along the way in 2025 and 2026. So based on our board's discussion last week, that plan has changed somewhat, but perhaps if I could give you a little bit more contextual information. Our board, the IAASB, has spent essentially the first day of our board meeting to talk about the overall strategic approach for our board. And the board has agreed that based on the input that we have received from different meetings that we've been to, that we have attended, and the stakeholders' feedback to the work of IAASB, we need to put more focus on having a strategic reinforcement of support, or putting more resource and putting more emphasis on adoption and implementation, including looking at ways in terms of simplification in the different aspects of what we do. The board also agreed that there needs to be a focus on post-implementation reviews, and we have a few of those coming up, starting with NOCLA in Q3, and the board also agreed to push forward the restructure code post-implementation review. The board also sees there is a greater need to put more focus on stakeholders' engagement and communications to make sure that we are hearing our stakeholders' feedback and we are responding promptly. So that means that there are also going to be a period of stability. The board agrees that there'll be no new major standards before 2027. So that's what the board discussed in terms of its overall strategy. So in terms of this particular project, firm culture and governance, what we've heard from stakeholders in terms of the different meetings is that there's certainly a support and recognition of the importance of firm culture, the importance of having those different mechanisms that promote firm culture and develop a healthy firm culture. There's also wide support to prioritize the development of NAM and support material. We have received certainly a lot of feedback in terms of that they're more suited for development of NAM than development of standards. As I've mentioned earlier, there's also some doubts about the need for and effectiveness of the standard at this point. So taking all those in mind, our board, the IAASB, supported the project team's proposed approach, which is to resequence the work streams to align with the overall IAASB strategy that I've just mentioned just now. So the two elements. Number one is to emphasize the development of supporting materials for the next 18 to 24 months. Then the second point is while we will still continue to explore the best approach in terms of this firm culture and governance framework. And further, it will be informed, of course, by the development of our supporting materials and other initiatives as well. So what that means is that if I could just turn to the next slide, and then I'll pause for some comments or questions that you might have. In terms of outputs, in terms of focusing on support materials, what the board has agreed from last week's discussions is that the board has asked the project team to develop a series of, I guess at this stage, for want of a better word or better phrase, IAASB viewpoints on the different firm culture elements by Q4 this year. And then also the board has asked the project team to look at what are the support material and initiatives we can have particularly in 2026. What the board has suggested is that let's not focus on written material necessarily, but look at other means that can deliver the message perhaps in more effective and efficient ways. Podcasts or fireside chats, interviews, videos, those sort of different mechanisms and forums that we should look at. The third thing is that the board has also agreed to do a stock take and looking at the way forward in Q2 2026, particularly looking at the approach to the FCG framework and also looking at whether there needs to be other NAMs or support material that needs to be developed after Q2 2026. So that's very much the next steps. And of course, if I can just jump to the next slide in terms of coordination with IAASB, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Jeff, maybe before you get to coordination, let's pause here just to talk a little bit about the way forward. And then, of course, you can follow up with just a bit of discussion on IAASB coordination. So just in terms of the way forward, and maybe that provides a bit of an opportunity to circle back to Nancy's question earlier in terms of where we're going. So, so last week at our board, we essentially had an in-depth debriefing on our board based on the feedback we collected from stakeholder input through the roundtables and associated outreach. We also followed that up with a breakout session at our board to brainstorm the way forward in light of what Jeff has summarized, being essentially the key impressions we took away from the outreach for the roundtables, etc. And essentially what we were hearing from stakeholders was exercise abundant caution as you proceed on the standard setting track. Because there's a need to understand the implications of building a standard already into the code along the timelines we had set out. As Jeff sort of pointed out earlier, we had earmarked or targeted an exposure draft by the end of this year. So that was quite a compressed and intense time frame to get to an exposure draft standard. And essentially, stakeholders were telling us, well, we're not sure. We're not sure a standard will help move the needle on changes in behavior and establishing the right context, environment, in the culture, in the firms, etc. And therefore, explore what it is that IAASB can do to better achieve impact when it comes to firm culture and governance. So therefore, we had this debriefing at our board, as I say, and also the breakout discussion. And what came out of this breakout discussion is essentially what you see on this slide, which is that our board agreed that it is going to aim to develop a series of IAASB viewpoints by the fourth quarter of this year. And these viewpoints essentially, they were initially intended to be thought pieces. In other words, what are IAASB's thoughts on the different elements of the framework? But what we heard in our breakout discussions with our board members was, also proceed cautiously because 4 pieces sound nice, but they may not be read, right? You come up with 5 to 10 pages of 4 pieces on each of these elements. Well, guess what? We are trying to address very busy executives in the firms, the leaders, the senior management, and maybe they don't need that. And can we distill the essence of what IASB believes and IASB considers as being important concepts, important perspectives on the different elements onto 1 pages? These are the viewpoints. So essentially, what we have in mind at IASB is to come up with a series of 8 1-pages, which would be IASB viewpoints on each of those elements, together with an overarching viewpoint that would try to tie all the different elements and essentially would speak to the essence of the framework. So it would be a collection of 9 not 4 pieces, but IASB viewpoints. And we're going to try to boil them down onto a page each so that they are digestible, they are visual, they are impactful, and they get to the essence of the points that we want to get across. And with that collection, we would use that series of viewpoints as a basis for engagement with the stakeholder community at large over the next 6 months, the ensuing 6 months of 2026. And that would take us to the midpoint in 2026, which Jeff alluded to earlier, by which time our board would have had the benefit of having bounced off those different viewpoints of different stakeholder groups, and we'll be able to come back to really reflect on the further discussions and the further input and take stock and then see where it might wish to go with regard to the framework. Because at the end of the day, the question on the table is going to be, what form should that framework take? Should it be, in fact, a standard that would go in the code? Or should it be something that would sit outside the code? Or indeed, whether IASB should stop at those series of 9 viewpoints, right? So these are open questions for which we've not tried to answer yet, because we first need to develop those viewpoints. So that's a bit of the sort of trajectory we're going on. And yes, over the next quarter and 2, we will see where we go, and we will continue this further conversation and of course circle back to this board as well.
Perhaps if I can just run through this last slide. Sorry, Nancy. Oh. Okay. Nancy, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think that sort of fill in quite a bit of the blanks in there, and they seem logical to me. It might be worthwhile, it's just a thought, that as you go through this journey to develop your viewpoints, try to see which are the areas, which are the ones out of the 8 that seemingly are the weaker. I think one option might be you would have a framework. The full distance would be, I have a framework, and then it's in my code now. I would require people to actually assert that they follow the framework. That's the far end. But that might not be the most desirable or efficient outcome, and you might get resistance, right? Because some of it might get into elements of how they actually run their business. I think, there's a fine line. But certainly your objective is to enhance the culture and the governance to have encourage ethical behavior. So if there are particular weak points, as you go down that scale, some of it could be as simple as having, definitely, I think that material, the NEM, and other ways of helping people understand things, that would certainly be very helpful and would advance the yardstick. But somewhere along the way, it could just be targeting towards the weaker elements so that trying to find that balance without the firms feeling overwhelmed, and that it would be advancing your objective. Just a thought.
Thank you for that, Nancy. That's certainly very helpful. Thank you for that.
Tom, maybe we'll just pause here just to see if there are any additional comments or questions, because it's a bit of a pivot or a junction that we are at now at IAASB. So we just want to make sure that everybody kind of understands a bit of where IAASB is at this point in time.
Yeah, and I also think this has been a question that we've encountered a lot in outreach, and for us to amplify your conclusions probably would be helpful. So understanding exactly where you are is particularly helpful. Bill?
Just probably following up on what Nancy said earlier, you explained, and where I'm coming from was we have ISQM1. And you were we're all aware of that. Now, you did explain that some firms have spread ISQM1 over not just the audit practice, but the other areas of the firm. So what have you gleaned from that about the difficulty of doing that from those people? And how much did you glean from the elements of the ISQM1 versus the 8 principles that you're talking to?
Thank you, Bill, for that question. In terms of, there's certainly, we've done some preliminary work, and we, as we've discussed a little later, in terms of our coordination with IAASB, with your board, with Greg and Jaspers and others, and we've started looking at perhaps some of the connectivity between ISQM1 and what the board is looking at in terms of these 8 elements or set of principles, wherever you call it, framework. For instance, some things that stand out the most, for instance, is the responsibility, the ultimate responsibility and accountability. For instance, that in ISQM1 that you have that placed on this, say, the CEO or chief executive, and that of course is something that we would in our framework we're also looking at oversight and accountability, but we won't necessarily go to the same level in terms of certainly not in a standard that we would say operational responsibility and those sort of things. Another thing, of course, that Nancy had brought up, and all of you are more familiar than I am, is of course the component on leadership and governance. That's something that we will look at. There's a few other things, but we haven't kind of go very deep in terms of what that means, because we haven't actually developed anything yet. And so that's something that is a process that we will certainly walk through with your board through our coordination contacts. As Nancy have mentioned, that in terms of the impact that it might have on ISQM1, or what it means and what it means to us particularly also, that's something that we will be exploring with your board and through our coordination contacts. What we want to do, and I think that's something that is coming from our coordination contacts, so is that we don't want to rush the kind of developing the understanding. So we want to take time, and I think that's what Ken explained, that by now resequencing our focusing on developing support material first, and so that allows us to have a good fair amount of time in terms of looking at some of these connecting elements. In terms of firms that have applied ISQM1 broadly to the entire firm, there weren't a lot of really in-depth discussion. It was raised and brought to our attention, and so that's something that we will again work with our contacts to kind of get a better understanding of what it means. What we have heard, for instance, and I think we've mentioned this in our summary of feedback, is that there was some resistance from other areas, but I think having the right leadership does help for people to cross the line. So that's something that we've heard. But in terms of a deeper understanding of what that means, that's something that we will probably have to explore with firms, but also with our IAASB colleagues.
Well, that's where I'm going. I mean, I think it would be worth some targeted outreach to the firms who have done that, because it is very transferable across all lines of service. And just reading the principles you had up there, I couldn't see I can just see similar words, but in a different order. So there you go.
Yep. Thanks. But I don't know, Ken, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think, no, I think if, as you've indicated, we've not done research into the extent to which firms have extended the principles of ISQM1 across the range of their services. I think we probably can guess that not all firms necessarily would have taken that approach or even done it in a similar way, because there's just such a great variety of firms, from the smallest ones to the largest networks, and even within the firm of firms, the largest international networks, there may not even be necessarily consistent approach. But there are elements clearly within ISQM1, for example, that touch on leadership and the tone at the top, on engagement performance. These will draw out commonalities in terms of approaches that it would make a lot of sense, business sense for the firms themselves to kind of roll out across the range of their services. So we appreciate that. But in terms of getting specific information as to how firms have gone about that and to what extent, in fact, they have systematically implemented the principles of SQ1 across the range of services, that's a bit of a question mark that we have to really get to the bottom of it. But it's suffice to say, I think we appreciate that there are a lot of common elements there that we have to make sure that we're not kind of duplicating or sort of doubling down in a way if it's already covered under SQM1.
If I could just add one thing before we pass to Rich, I think there's some comments, is that what we heard is that firms like what Josephine brought up earlier are doing things in the culture space that I think all firms recognize the importance. So that's something that we certainly heard, and so we'll certainly going forward, like you said, Bill, is to get perhaps a little bit more targeted outreach. We have done a lot of outreach already, but we will do more to get a better understanding in what some of the firms have done. Rich, if I could invite you, if you want to come in.
Yes, thanks. And the comment Bill made is helpful. I would share that there's a positive underlying theme we encountered in all of our outreach, is that large or small, all firms have had and do have a focus on how to continue to drive the highest ethical behavior. And I think that's helpful. And to that extent, some firms did anecdotally tell us that they had taken the excellent concepts and requirements and precepts within the ISQM1 and extended, but others shared with us they had not done that, particularly as we move down the size of the firms. So there is some variability there. At the same time, as you've heard from in terms of the resequencings here of the work, that's in response to really very helpful feedback across a broad set of stakeholders. And we recognize that there are some, as we've recognized from the beginning, that there will be challenges in how you create, if you were to create a framework that is principles based, to get that in a way that does not impact on, which is, by the way, this is our intent, to not impact on the actual way a firm organizes or operates itself, or the services it's offered. I know there's been some concern by some stakeholders that this, maybe they didn't understand that we had no intention of doing that. And so we're trying to keep this more as a principle of what you want to try to achieve, as opposed to having specific processes or systems requirements in order to demonstrate achievement. And some of that has been reinforced by feedback that many people say they don't, you can't, how do you legislate ethical conduct in the same way that you might be able to drive it with the same level of success for the cost and effort to be put in that you can get out of driving what you did with ISQM1, which has been very successful so far, as from my perspective. So we are sensitive to that, and I think Bill asked the question this way. I do think we will continue to want to understand what people have done and are doing, and some of that will come out as we work through not just these 8 or 9 viewpoint papers, but some of the other things that people suggested, Jeff had listed on that one slide, and many stakeholders offered to collaborate with us on that. And I think through that process, we're going to see and hear some things collectively, not just for our purposes, but for the benefit of others who view these materials, of activities people have taken that have been successful from their perspective in continuing to enhance the level and maintain a high level of ethical behavior. So just a couple additive thoughts. Thank you very much.
Josephine?
Thank you. And it looks like a fantastic way forward. I was just reflecting though, and actually Rich also said something about continuous improvement as well. And one of the things that I guess I'm not quite sure of yet, and probably neither are you, so it's sort of something in the mix, which is that when we were developing ISQM1, we wanted it to be a continuous improvement. What the objective is continuous improvement, and Rich is talking about that as well. Continuous improvement and ethical behavior, good ethical behavior. So it's not good enough to just write in, and I'm just putting this out as an example, an FAQ and then be done. I think here your objective is that you want to continuously encourage that. And so the way to do that is to sort of almost go back to the QM model. Sorry, Jeff, I know you're so sick of me saying this, but go back to the QM model where you do have what are the objectives for each of your 8 principles here? What is the objective that you want to achieve? Then maybe what would support firms is that then where do you see risks to that falling over, and therefore what do you believe would be the response? Now, it's even your FAQs or your non-authoritative guidance has to still be, you know, basically principles based as much as you can. But of each of these, it all sort of makes sense, but ultimately, what is the outcome here that we're trying to achieve? High ethical behavior, but why is incentive and rewards? So what are the objectives of each? What is the risk in not achieving them? And therefore, what are the different things, responses we call it in our world, that we put in place to get there? And I think you've got all of that there somewhere, somehow, even from the roundtables I was sitting, listening to people. It all seems to be there, but it's just putting it in that format. And then when you are dealing with what does the ethical code say about this already? What does ISQM1 say about this? It's all interoperable. And it all works quite seamlessly. And so in an ISQM1 environment, when you really want to encourage this high ethical behavior and bring in these principles, then it slots in quite nicely to the way that those firms are thinking already. Thank you.
Thank you. Christel?
Thank you for the presentation, truly appreciated. I have a question about the articulation with the private equity project. I'm wondering if the IASB has plans to address these topics of culture and firm governance in the context of the private equity project, where governance question can raise specific challenges. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for talking us through it. And I was glad to see the change in direction as discussed last week. I think that makes sense, and it aligns with what we've heard and the desire for how to move this forward. I am sort of still puzzled, and I think it's going to be a useful exercise in articulating those viewpoints of the IASB. And I'm somewhat hopeful, because if you do non-authoritative material, it needs to be grounded on authoritative material. And I think this exercise will help you, that there is quite a bit of authoritative material that you can point to as you develop this out. I think a fair bit of it will sit in ISQM1 and some other bits will sit in the code. But that's going to be the challenge. Well, I think because you cannot just, I doubt IAASB can just come up, well, we think this, and just go forth and do. And I think you will find the hooks and a fair bit of them in ISQM1 where I am somewhat hopeful, but not certainly not hopeless, that a entire different framework is necessary. I don't think it is, but this will be a good way of teasing that out. So compliments at least on your change direction, and
Yeah.
I hope a lot of good will come from it.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
That may even be a good segue to the coordination approach that you have on screen, and I'm sort of conscious of everyone's time as well.
Yeah, so let me just wrap up very quickly based on, and maybe just some quick reactions to the three comments that were raised. And I think Josephine will certainly take your comment on board in terms of this concept of constant or ongoing improvement. As we know, whenever we talk about improvement, it's not always kind of at a point in time, but there's always room for improvement. So that cycle is going to be very important. So we can reflect on this. And I'm just going to maybe, Crystal, your comment about private equity investments. We're considering this as part of our staff alert on private equity investments. So we cannot completely ignore the relevance of firm culture and governance when it comes to private equity, because clearly there's, whenever you think about investors and different ownerships, etc., there could potentially be implications. So that's a bit of the angle we're taking in terms of covering culture as part of private equity, at least insofar as our staff document is concerned, because there might be some opportunity to continue monitoring the situation as the topic of private equity kind of evolves. And Edu, your comment about the sort of finding the right hooks, etc. In fact, there are hooks already in the code, and also your comment about, well, if we are going to be developing NAM, it would make sense to try to kind of build off of some sort of authoritative base, or whether it's in the ISQM1 or it's in the code. That's kind of a bit open for consideration. But already there are provisions in the code that speaks to ethical culture. They sit in section 120, which there are in fact 3 paragraphs that speak to organizational culture. But these paragraphs, and in fact, there is another provision that sits in section 300 that speaks about the expectation of senior professional accountants in public practice in terms of establishing and promoting ethical culture. But in terms of the provisions that are in our section 120, which deals with the conceptual framework, those provisions in effect are underdeveloped. They are not requirements, but they are merely guidance, and they speak to issues. Just to give you some examples, they speak already to a number of the elements that in fact are covered in this firm culture and governance framework. Issues like ethical leadership, issues like accountability, issues like a culture of kind of speaking up or open discussion and challenge, issues like education and training. So a number of those elements are already there in the code, and they are more in terms of elaborating on what it is or what it would take within firms to enable and support that environment, that culture of ethical behavior. So there are some hooks already, and what we do with those hooks and whether there are connectivities we can draw once we develop those viewpoints, and whether we can elaborate on those hooks is what we're going to be exploring as we go forward. And importantly, we're not going to be doing this in isolation of ISQM1. Absolutely, we're going to be seeing whether there are bridges we can build into with ISQM1. If we can leverage, certainly that's what we're going to do. But certainly no intent to come up with something that would not be fully interoperable with ISQM1.
Thanks. Mark?
Yeah, sorry, I was just having difficulty finding my mic button there. Just from the PIOB's perspective, my colleague Shago Madisi observed the IASB meeting last week, and I certainly don't intend to go over anything that was discussed there in this forum. But one thing I should mention is that from our perspective, it is quite a shift from standard setting to viewpoints and NAM. And the thing that concerns us about that is, the exercise of due process and oversight over, non-standard setting material. And I just flag that is something that we will be taking away and discussing at our meeting in 2 weeks' time, at the beginning of July. So I just note that. One other observation that I had actually is on the coordination approach, which you might be getting to in a minute. And that is, I would suggest that discussion and hopefully agreement takes place between IASB and the IAASB before IASB goes into sort of public outreach and holds global roundtables, etc. Because I think it'd be very embarrassing if IASB went public on a position or a viewpoint that the IAASB had a real difficulty with, and I don't see that coming across. On slide 19, you're saying you'll include the IAASB in outreach. I think it needs to be all squared away before you get to that stage.
Thank you for that, Mark. Perhaps, Tom, if guess it's relevant to this last slide. I'll be quick with your indulgence, hopefully only take a minute or so. Really just want to give you the confidence that the two boards are coordinating closely with some of these activities. Of course, we have Greg as our contact and Jasper as well. Whether you volunteer yourself or you volunteered, we're very pleased to have you both. So we've started some coordination work already, first at the staff level, and we caught up at the project advisors and your board members level, at the board members level at least once in May, and we'll continue to do that. And I think, Mark, in response to your question about making sure we have agreement, certainly our material we will run that through our IAASB colleagues and to discuss any sort of ISQM relevant matters that we need to bring up in any of the material that we produce. So hopefully that will get addressed. And of course, certain things might need to be elevated and escalated at the board meeting level, but that is sort of the approach that we would take. And of course, giving updates at your board meetings like today, and involving IAASB in outreaches like what we did with the global roundtables. We also consider the need, if there is such a need, for the joint SSB chairs meetings at some point, similar to what we did with sustainability last year, to kind of make sure we get that agreement at the board chairs level. So we have those different elements that we're looking at in terms of coordination. And certainly after this meeting, Jasper and myself, we will be making sure that we organize some meetings to discuss, at a greater details, perhaps, the next steps from a coordination perspective. So pass it back to you, Tom.
Okay. Billy, do you have anything to add on the coordination side?
No, I think this slide that Ken has up here, Ken and Jeff has up here, was what was discussed with your board in March as well. So I think this is just confirming that we're carrying on in terms of that agreed approach.
Yeah, and clearly Gabriella and I are very sensitive to the need to stay together on this project. Clearly, it's a constant theme we hear out in the marketplace. So, and I know that teams all feel that same way too. So, thank you, Rich, Ken, Jeff, for being here with us today. Any other comments before we close this session? Mark, I don't know if you have anything to add to what your observations from earlier.
No, I don't. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Well, thank you again for your time, and sorry that we started just a little bit late. It's been a good day of work here, particularly for our jet lag souls and our people in other time zones. Sammy and Mark, thank you for staying with us and keeping the energy. We will reconvene tomorrow morning in executive session, so public observers will be able to join us after that executive session. Public session tomorrow begins at 10:45. For those part of the executive session, it starts at 8:45. You should have received an email from Willie with the agenda for that session. Tomorrow, some important topics for us to discuss. I assume shortly after this session, you will get a slightly revised project proposal on 2410, it says, according to this. Is that true? And the pie track too, which will really emphasize slightly revised. And then the audit evidence and risk response team will get 8 minutes before they meet in the green room to discuss today's session. So thank you very much. Thank you for our IAASB colleagues for joining us, and have a great evening.